Hello and welcome back to CFSI 2023. We are here for the EUMENA division, and so far we've had 1 day of games already. Yesterday was a banger. We went all the way, 9 maps, had tons of crossfire. Today we're getting into the second day of group stage, and we'll have to see what happens here, Simon.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. Like, the team that I think a lot of people weren't expecting to be as dominant as they have been, which is UNKNIGHTS. I was going to say one of the many puns we were doing yesterday. But yeah. UNKNIGHTS have kind of shook up this whole tournament. Like, they've kind of grabbed it by the horns, shook it around, changed everything that we thought going into it. However, can they do it on day 2? Because overall, their points, they're 2-0. But if it does go down to tie breaks, they're only plus 10, I think, in rounds 1, because they were always winning by 1 or 2 rounds of a map, including that absolutely mammoth 24-set match that went on yesterday. And they did win 10-0 on one map, which just goes to show how back and forth they have been of winning 1, losing 1.
Yeah, I mean, every other match was essentially, exactly even in terms of the rounds outside of that one map. So they've been very even, and we'll take a look at some of the scores we have had, as LAZARUS was the other team to take a win yesterday over 3BL. UNKNIGHTS did take down GV, and then 3BL for the third match. So today we have LAZARUS and GV playing 2 of their matches that they do have left. UNKNIGHTS and 3BL only have 1 apiece. And UNKNIGHTS, definitely the talk of the town with their score so far. And certainly, even if they do kind of bomb out here in the second day, it's not a big deal. They already have those 2 wins. Obviously, they wouldn't feel very good about that. But in terms of the scores, they should still be okay. Definitely looking towards LAZARUS and GV ESPORTS to see what they can shake up here on day 2.
Yeah, it also, 3BL, what can they do to almost salvage their tournament? Can they get that 1 win just for the feel-goods? Because chances are they are going to be finishing in that 3rd and 4th spot. I think it's impossible, being 0-2 on the last day, to not finish in that position. So they're going to have a lot of work cut out for them, but they do need that win, I think, against GV to kind of give them that boost going into the final day tomorrow.
It is technically possible, actually. If UNKNIGHTS win and they go 3-0 and every other team goes 1-2, they could potentially get second place. But we're not going to dive too deep into the numbers just yet. Let's go over our teams we have here for the first match. We got LAZARUS, Vise, Bloons, 40, Jin, and Rain to finish it off. As Jin and Rain joining the squad here for 2023. These guys have already seen a bunch of success.
Yeah, they are one of the successful teams in this region. They have been always in and around the top spots in pretty much every European tournament since this team has been founded. So they're a storied team. They've been here almost forever. They have lost Nulls, who was their kind of talisman player, who, pulled it out whenever he did, but they don't seem affected by it that much, because look at those stats. 40 absolutely popping off yesterday with a 1.55 KD spread.
Yeah, he was looking great. We did have an interview with him yesterday as well, and it was a big win that they did take over 3BL. It was 2-1, as all the matches were yesterday, but still did feel like they were mostly in control, as GV, the team they will be going up against here, 7 Creeds, Snox, Awesome, and of course FaZe. As this will be interesting. Awesome going to be going up against his former team here, as he has many times in the CFWL Season 1, but now to do it in CFSI might take it a step further.
Yeah, he's going to have all that information from playing with that team, right? He's going to know how they like to approach certain maps, what routes they like to take, what they do when the pressure's on, what they do when the pressure's off. That kind of information is invaluable in a game like Crossfire, where the strategy is king. Obviously, your gunplay on the day is super important, but the strategies are what help enable that gunplay.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw GV Esports, they did fall to UNKNIGHTS yesterday, but it was extremely close. We did have one of those maps go to extra rounds. We are going to have Awesome up against his former teammates 40 here as the two key players. Awesome, always known as a very reliable rifler, whereas 40, of course, the sniper player for Lazarus. And both of them having very strong starts to the tournament.
Yeah, very, very good starts to the tournament. They're both, I think, 1-0, right? GV, Lazarus?
GV fell to UNKNIGHTS.
Right. That was yesterday's match. Sorry, it's been a while. So GV have it all to prove, and I think they definitely can get a win here as we look into the map. Subbase and Ankara were banned. Eagle Eye and Black Widow coming in on second. Compound, Mexico banned, and we will be finishing off, if needed, by going to port. I think this is our first time seeing Eagle Eye so far this tournament, right?
Yeah. Eagle Eye coming out first, the pick from Lazarus. Definitely pretty interesting that they do pick it out here this soon, but showing that confidence on this map. BL side selected by every team who did get to have a choice of the side, of course. So pretty interesting as well. I hope we get to see port. You know, this has been kind of the region of very, very close matches. It does feel like all four of these teams potentially, even 3BL, who did take 2 losses, you know, it was close. They at least took 2 maps along the way.
Yeah, the loss in that last match yesterday, 3BL, was nail-biting, right? Like, it was so close. It could have gone either way. But match key points underneath both teams' day one performance can definitely affect the outcome of this series. Will Lazarus have got a bit of a high? Will GV be slightly dented in their armor? We're going to have to see how that is going to go.
Yeah, BL side performance will be the decisive factor of winning the series. And like I said before, whoever didn't choose the map, you get choice of side selection. So everybody choosing BL when they get that choice. And yeah, Awesome going up against his former team. It's really kind of come down to, I think, Eagle Eye. You know, we haven't seen this just yet. And it's definitely a map that, when it first came into the pool, was basically not played much at all.
Yeah.
But teams have slowly gotten more and more comfortable with this map over time. You know, some people took it out as the secret pocket pick, and in a time when most people were just banning it all the time. But now it's definitely more common nowadays.
Yeah, it is starting to see the light of day, which is really nice. Mexico as well, I feel, was always in that, like, that ban pile. Always banned, never really getting to see it. But we are in and around this match. It is going to be GV against Lazarus. And smokes are down already. And it looks like we're going to have a pretty hefty push over onto B.
Yeah. Taking a look at some of the stats here, Lazarus 2-0 on Eagle Eye. Not a lot of time spent on this map. Both of their wins were against teams that are not in this tournament from the CFWL. Of course, their stats coming in.
Oh, is there going to be a wraparound here? It does look like Jin is going to be able to get that wraparound. He does take out Creed and then takes out Awesome. And 7 does eventually get down Jin. Rain takes out Snock. 7 gets Bees. And 40, last man standing on the side of Lazarus in a very, very explosive opening exchange.
Yeah, Lazarus getting the wraparound. Good read on where the push was coming in. And now 40 with an AK, actually. He's going to get peeked on, but still the flick is there. Nearly takes out FaZe as well. Not quite meant to be. Now we got a one-on-one between the two Cypher players. FaZe just with his pistol at the moment.
That was insane. 40 was looking the other way, then suddenly just turns around and absolutely slaps the taste out of GV. And yeah, FaZe is the last man standing, took quite a bit of damage. 40 almost felt invincible in that exchange. Like, he didn't really take much of anything. So he is going to be able to, he has a little bit more to play with, which allows him to do these kind of aggressive pushes where he might actually get caught out, but still be able to turn it around as the bomb is going to be planted over on that A side.
Yeah, FaZe just running on over, and he's going to get sniped out from the tower in mid. 40 just going to take him out real quick as as FaZe was not really able to set up. So a little bit anticlimactic to end the round, but 40 gets the job done. Very strong stuff there from our Lazarus players. So close round when it does come down to it. A lot of trades back and forth. The aggression already coming out here in round one.
Yeah, I mean, getting that shot almost instantly with the AK from that range, just insanity from 40. We saw him pop off yesterday. Is he going to pop off again? It's looking like, you know, he's 2-0 already, and he seems to have no signs of slowing down whatsoever. So the team's just feeling each other out, trying to find out. This one's a bit more of a standard movement around, find out the information, see what you can do, and then make a decision on A and B. It's not both teams looking for a straight deathmatch in this one.
A little bit of a boost up here. Snox trying to peek in a hotel, see if anyone's going to try their luck in there this time. But as we can see, nobody actually doing that. Rain just going to sit there on the path and Vise all the way back, just holding down the entrance to B. And they will wait for them. They do have a bit of a push up in A, out of A long, but not generally a spot where you see a lot of teams will push from the BL side. So GV expected to push in here through Hotel.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't look as though Lazarus are going to be able to wrap around quite as quickly. We do have Jin and Loons kind of in no man's land, but they're now making a move across over to the Hotel. It looks like Jin is going to try to catch everyone unawares from behind, but it gets a couple of shots down. Does get 7 from the back. Nicely done there by Jin. Just taking the rear of this push, and then Jin also gets Creeds, who tries to come and clean that up to protect the rear quarters of his team, and it's just not working out for them. Jin is on absolute fire right now. He's 4-1, and can he make it even more?
Yeah, I mean, the wraparound was pretty nice, but I think that GV have to be aware of that. Obviously, 7 got caught off guard, and then Creeds went alone to challenge him. I feel like if you're going to try to clear out that player, either you go with more than one member or you don't go at all. Nice snipe here from FaZe, but we did have Vise just hanging around up on top of the stairs, just waiting for that almost. So a very strong start here from Lazarus on the GR side. We'll have to see if they can keep it up, because that round was extremely dominant, very different from our first round.
Yeah, 40 got 2 more kills as well. He is 4-0 with Jin. 4-1. I mean, that is the sign that your star players are playing out of their minds in this match. And there is a lot of history between Lazarus and GV, right? They have faced each other numerous times, and maybe there's just a little bit of bad blood between them that's causing Lazarus to, you know, want to just dominate this match and close it out as quickly as possible.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, as much as the guys are probably friends, like, they probably see Awesome on the other side, and either way, it's still a competition, right? They're like, oh, we want to take them out, you know, just so, even if it's friendly banter in the future, right? So outside of the obvious, well, we just want to win the tournament, right? So as you're saying, you know, that little bit of extra emphasis on this one for sure.
Yeah, GV here holding the tower, grenading out, looking like they might just make a massive push up here, but are they going to get caught unaware? GV do get 40 and Jin. That's 2 big players off the board, but Loons now trying to do what he can. Does get 1, but does immediately get taken down by Awesome. It's 3 against 2. It's Rain and Vise against Creeds, Awesome, and 7. 7 is very, very low, but he does have that sniper. He does have a chance to just eliminate one player almost instantly. Rain here getting into it. Oh, 7 is down. Awesome is down as well. It's Vise against Creeds. They know where each other are. They're just peeking. Doesn't quite connect there. But connects there, and that's nice for Creeds. Getting 1 back for GV.
Yeah, good showing. I liked that little rotation in through mid onto A. Getting some of those entry kills from the side of GV really opens up the site. Loons, even though he traded one, he was caught with a knife in his hand. Kind of unfortunate for him. And that was the end of that, essentially. It did come down to the wire 1v1, but this time, Creeds was able to clutch it. Now they're going to run it back. Might as well. Worked last time, but this time, Jin is in perfect position up in the house here. As okay, Awesome and 7 at least trade back a couple, but 7 all alone picks up a second. Has a couple more members of Lazarus, though, that he has to root out, and he's already taken some damage.
Yeah, he's got it all to do. C4 is on the opposite side. It doesn't even matter. Vice does manage to take him down. I mean, look at Jin's score right now. 8 and 3. That's 2 kills a round.
He's having a fun time. He's getting some really great angles, and his shots are ringing true, like the double kill on the defense there. Just reading the push that was coming in. It's really good stuff, a good look for this player.
It looks like Snox and Creeds might actually run into Rain and Vice here. If they move up into the hotel, they are not going to have a good time of it. Going to push slowly but surely. GV looking to come into hotel, but they are going to be met with gunfire from Lazarus, and that is an absolute slaughterhouse. Those stairs just not doing well for GV, and Rain keeps going, gets another, and it's Creeds and FaZe left for GV. Make that just FaZe. This is almost an unwinnable position, and it is an unwinnable position as Lazarus take round 5.
Yeah, 4-1 so far, and I don't know what to say. I mean, they got totally destroyed as they tried to push in a hotel. They did it without a lot of utility, not a lot of information. Awesome got a massive flank off, yet he still was not able to get much done. This time, they get the flash in, yet still Vice is able to take down 2 of them. As finally, okay, they are gonna trade back a couple kills. Awesome this time, once again, getting that big flank. Jin is not able to clutch it this time, so at least GV are able to strike back hard and fast.
Yeah, these are incredibly quick rounds for these teams. Like, that one was just, what, 40 seconds, 50 seconds? That's
that.
Rapid for Crossfire terms, because usually we see a lot of slow play, just feeling it out, getting the information. None of that today. They're basically saying, all right, let's play team deathmatch for a few rounds and see how it goes from there, because, I mean, this has been intense. And we see the grenades coming down. Oh, walks around. Does he manage to get anyone? No, he doesn't. Creeds gets Vice. Rain gets Creeds. And look at that, Rain. Just popping off Loons as well. Jin to finish it all up. And when Lazarus turn it on, they turn it on full.
Yeah, it does feel like both of these teams as well. I mean, GV are just sprinting into the hotel. They're throwing in one flash. They're saying, okay, this is our turf. And yeah, they may take it, but the follow-up from Lazarus is fantastic. It feels like if GV ever get like one round, immediately it's red, and the mid-round IPLing is fantastic from the side of Lazarus. And of course, the second I begin to praise them, they get absolutely wrecked. But it's okay, Jin picks up 1. FaZe, this is looking good. He picks up 2. Let's see if they can close it out on the side of GV and try to at least get 3 rounds from the BL side.
Yeah, 40 here doesn't know that FaZe is coming around behind him. They basically just passed each other like 2 ships in the night. But is he going to be able to come around here? No, he is not. Just absolutely gets massacred by Creeds. And pulls another one back for GV. And although it was looking like a rout, right? Lazarus looked like they were, you know, absolutely slapping the taste out of GV's mouth. They are pulling it back. They're getting the wins they kind of need. But they just need to be a little bit more consistent. And these hotel pushes kind of not working out for them whatsoever. And I mean, Vice is there again, hiding behind the counter. And Awesome goes down to Jin.
Yeah, Awesome have been looking for that flank multiple times, but Jin is in position. Vice also here, but they know that as the peak timing was not great. And this time, GV absolutely getting a massive runaround on them. Just rotating entirely. 40 has, it kind of looked like he tried to shoot the flashbang. That's going to be the end of him. As down he goes. 2 quick rounds do go the way of GV. So at least we have ourselves a even half, 5-4.
Yeah, definitely was looking like a rout. Didn't turn out that way. The last 2 rounds, sorry, very important for GV there, just to keep things in check. And they're now within touching distance of actually taking the lead between these two teams. Dudes there, almost getting caught out by FaZe. Just moved a little bit too slowly into that nook that he was looking to get into. And it looks as though Lazarus might be tempted to push through Hotel, but there's no one on the side of GV down there.
Yeah. Nobody over. Very curious to see how Lazarus are going to handle this Blacklist side. Eagle Eye, based on the stats, actually relatively even in terms of, you know, Blacklist versus Global Risk side. We saw that over in the Americas division as well, and from the Brazilian league that we did have. So we do get the wraparound here on Hotel, and they'll note that, well, GV are not holding this at all. Jin in a very curious spot. Unfortunate timing for him. He's not going to be able to get the jump rather, on Creeds, who was rotating all the way around.
Rain almost put himself in position for 7 to take him out, but the bridge was covered, so it doesn't matter. They move out, and Rain is down. Bias is down, and this is looking great for GV here. They are controlling this match, and all that's left is 40. Gets 1. Can he get 2? He gets 2. Can he make it 3?
FaZe is like, never mind. He's heating up. I'm just going to back off. I got another teammate. Definitely a good idea. As they do try to group up in towards the Hotel. Can 40 land this initial shot? No, he cannot. FaZe, knowing he's low on health, just picks up the kill. And we're all tied up for the first time after the half. And that is going to be a very close match so far.
Yeah, 40 was surviving on pretty much fumes there, and did get to, oh, did you see that? Straight through the smoke. 40 gets
somehow.
That's the spider sense tingling right there. That just, I don't even know how he knew someone would be moving through there, but got the information down, did get FaZe off the board, and that is actually a very important pickup for Lazarus in this round, because he has been popping off. FaZe has been absolutely integral to GV's pushes right now, so losing him might just affect the defense. Oh, and a peek! And 7 does take out Rain. Absolute lightning reflexes from him there.
Yeah, 7 able to hop on to the AWM from time to time. We see that he is absolutely capable. And even though he's not the main sniper on the team, probably could be a main sniper on another team if you really wanted to. But with FaZe in the lineup, no reason, as he will be quite strong.
Awesome actually gets the drop in. Doesn't manage to pick up much. Did get FaZe, but Loons took him out instantly thereafter. And it's 3 against 3. I feel like he played that a little bit slower. 40 goes down. Just have it all to do. It's 2 against 3. Creed's looking to, you know, capitalize on that position, but smartly, Lazarus decide to pull back. But they do have to group up here, and they are going to be pushing up into B. But I do believe.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, I was going to say, I do believe 7 is over there.
Yeah, 7 gets the info that, okay, they're probably on B at this point, especially since he went down, and now they know. As Jin still waiting here. Kind of funny they don't really check for that, and Jin will pick up yet another kill. He's got 15 already, easily over the 1 kill per round, which is quite a high number already. And yeah, just a nice rotation over towards B. They catch 7, and then from there, it's just one by one the dominoes fell.
Yeah, almost caught FaZe there, 7, but just a little bit slow on the flick. And FaZe is down. Jin is an absolute monster on this map right now.
He is just kind of insane. And even though 40 takes a bunch of damage, Jin is there, and he does clean up for it. Creeds finally takes out the monster, which is definitely going to be pretty nice. Nox here on the flank, not quite able to get anything done outside of just announcing his presence, and that's pretty unfortunate. He's not having the best match so far. Lazarus now, a couple in a row, getting closer towards that map point.
Yeah, it's... I mean, even when Jin takes 3 out, the rest of the team are there to, you know, somehow hold on and somehow, you know, finish the map off without him. But everyone is putting up numbers on the side of Lazarus. And even GV, who have been struggling a little bit in this match, are still playing incredibly well. And I think if this was against any other team, GV would be dominating right now.
Yeah.
But Lazarus are just far too strong.
Lazarus are quite strong. It does feel like, you know, even though we did have those results from the CFWL and GV was able to 3-0 them, Lazarus so far are getting their revenge. It's still early on in this match as we are only on map 1, but definitely looking like at this point Lazarus are in major control. Let's see how this goes. Vi's very nice angle for him. Picks up a second one as well. Rain gonna push into the hotel. That makes 3 for 0. As nobody finally, FaZe picks up 1.
Yeah, that was a very nice flick of the sniper. That one too. Can FaZe pull this back? Awesome actually takes Jin off the board, and now it's 2v2. So GV defending very heavily in that corner there, but that leaves everything open on A. And it looks as though 40 might want to try to make a move there, seeing if there's going to be a rotation from FaZe and Awesome, but they seem very happy in their little house together. And I don't think they're going to be moving out soon. Yeah, 40 reads it. He does start to move, gets the plant down. That's going to be the go sign for GV to push in and try to clear out Lazarus from this position.
Yeah, they have some time to go for the retake here. As 40 not quite spotted, but FaZe finally gonna pick that one up, and now Loons, he's got to do it all by himself. Okay, he's gonna pick up 1, but now FaZe knows where he is. Can he land that shot? Nice little poke from the side of Loons, just trying to buy as much time as possible, and he does pick up the kill. Doesn't even have to wait for the defuse attempt. He just pokes out and picks up the kill instead. He says he has enough of this map.
We've seen that happen so many times where, you know, you just have to kind of distract away from the defuse, and then you just go a little bit too aggressive. Perfect play there by Loons, holding it just enough and eventually managing to get the kill. So it didn't even matter that he was delaying defuse. And oh my goodness, Lazarus this time though, absolutely collapsing. Snox, Awesome, Creeds, and FaZe still up. Only Rain and 40 remain. As Rain does get Creeds. Make it a double. Awesome did take out 40, so it is Rain against Awesome and Snox. Where is the C4? The C4 is stranded all along, but I don't think GV know where it is.
Yeah. Well, they're running over to A. They're sticking together for now, which is definitely the strategy, especially when both Snox and Awesome are low on health. Rain in a 1v1 could probably just pull out a pistol, try to get that accurate one shot, and he'd probably be able to pop them both down. But if you stick together, at least you've got a chance to fight back. So Rain is just going to take it slowly. Still a lot of time in this round. Just going to check a lot of angles back there, check the spawn, see if they're hanging back. But as we know, they're just sticking together back towards the spawn.
I mean, one of the problems GV has of being so close together is that if Rain just sprays, there is a very high chance he'll get both of them because they are that low. They are a stiff breeze away from death in this one.
Yeah, a sharp leaf could get the job done.
A Lego brick on the floor could probably get it done too.
Well, that does a lot of damage, so absolutely would. Let's see if Rain can get the stun. He's also taking a little bit of damage, and, well, that's not going to do it. Not expecting them to push in that quickly. And so Snox will make quick work of him. They will not get their 9th round just yet. So 8-6 as GV. Nice little clutch there at the end of that round.
So here we go. We have, you know, Hotel always seems to be the hotbed of activity for at least the opening segment, and Rain just walking in pretty much uncontested here. Very different style of play, because we saw when Lazarus were on that global risk side, they always had 1 or 2 people in hotel trying to just, you know, delay, catch someone out. GV just don't seem to care that much about giving up the hotel.
Yeah, just letting it go, holding down the site, holding down mid, and they can get information through this window. We saw this last week as well, very common angle where you just hold here with the sniper and you can check through that tiny little slat in the window and say, well, I see them coming in. And you don't even have to challenge them, but you can if you want as well. So it's a very nice spot to get information and also potentially pick up some kills. And then you can defend from the B site.
Yeah, I don't think he knows Rain is just chilling behind the wall. Definitely just trying to get information, but there is no information being presented. And both teams now just, you know, calm before the storm, feeling each other out, trying to get anything, trying to know where anyone is. And I just don't think either team is giving much information away. Oh, here we go. I think just a slight engagement there. But B is the go sign. The C4 is very, very close. They're going to wrap around. Are they going to get the plant? Under the bridge. Oh, Rain.
Okay.
Did he see it?
He definitely is getting the info.
Definitely saw it that time, and that was the go sign. Lazarus absolutely now collapsing on this site. 40 gets knocked, 7 takes by, 7 then takes Loons as well, double with a pistol. 7 gets a third with the sniper on Awesome. 7 gets a fourth against Rain, and Jin eventually finishes that rampage. What an insane little push there.
He doesn't have the bomb. He's got 7 seconds. He will look for this kill on the Creeds, who is just running away. Knows he's got time, but the kill comes in at 0 seconds as Jin pulls up and takes out Creeds. Creeds nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, as he is not able to hit that last one little bit of shot and shore that one up.
He just turned around. It was like, all right, well, I think I've run enough. I think the timer is done. I'm going to rub it in his face. 0.3 seconds left on the clock. Cleared. Just enough to get it done. And now, Lazarus are 1 away. They have match point against, map point against GV on
Set
Eagle
point?
Set point, match point, map point, whatever.
Yeah.
It's all the same. Maybe not match point.
Yeah, not match point yet. We do have a double stack here on long.
Oh, there's so much. The push comes in. Creeds turns around, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. And what could have been a terrible situation for GV turns into an absolute win there. Jin goes down as well. Snox takes him out. And it's just Vise left against Snox, 7 and FaZe. And 7 finishes it off. And brings 1 more back for GV.
All right, nice little strategy there out on long, making it interesting. Creeds, you know, if you go for the double stack, it's pretty common to see 1 guy out there. But the second guy who hops out from the side, you don't expect him, you don't expect that timing, and Creeds is able to hit the spray. Very nicely done. So that's essentially the meat of the round, where they were able to pick up a massive advantage and then go on to win from there. So keeping it close, a couple of round wins could get GV in position to challenge in some extra rounds. And they are no stranger to those extra rounds, let me tell you. We did see some of those yesterday. Might see more today as these teams are so evenly matched.
Yeah, so what was interesting on this, on the GV side, is that Snox did actually get behind the counter in Hotel, but was just read by Rain. I think Rain heard his footsteps and just instantly pulled back out. And they're all going A. And this is an absolute slaughterhouse. 40 gets 1. He takes out Snox. Loons gets 1. Rain gets 1. FaZe does take out Loons, but Rain instantly takes out FaZe. And 7, last man standing against 3. Can he do it? He has a sniper, a dream, and a couple of grenades. Can he do it? It's going to be very, very hard. especially with Rain playing the way he's playing right now.
He took a big shot as he was up there on the tower as well. They knew exactly where 7 was. And there's not really much that he can do unless he's going to snipe 3 people. But you'll note that Lazarus are not going to peek it. It's down to 1 health. Hopping out here. And he's just going to have to go down in a blaze of glory because there's no other way that's going to do it. GG Lazarus take the first map 10-7 in a relatively dominant performance. And GB still looking for some success in this one.
Yeah, Lazarus there just closed every window, every door in the faces of GV. And I mean, what was it, 21 and 8 at the end or something like that from 40? It was a lot of kills. A lot of kills.
And Jin as well.
Jin.
Yeah.
They were matching each other pretty well, Jin, and I think, yeah, just insanity by Lazarus. Putting up massive, massive numbers. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights here, and there's quite a few highlights where a GV player will be going down. Look, that shot was insane. Just jumping up and gets him with the AK, not even the sniper at that range. Those stairs when Lazarus were defending, Hotel was just such like it was a no-go zone. They held it down, they built those nice little kill corridors, and the stairs just, anytime a push came up, they shut it down instantly. And that's what helped them win on that global risk side.
Yeah. Rain had some moments as well, but Jin, so many clutch moments where he was able to take a round just at the end. 40 as well, especially early on. Just a couple of rounds that get your team across the line could be the big difference maker for you in the entirety of the map. FaZe, I feel like he was really one of the guys on the side of GB that was stepping up to the plate. Unfortunately, you know, we saw some moments, Creeds, 7, but overall, just not quite the caliber that we saw in comparison to Lazarus. So definitely going to have to see some improvement from the side of GB.
Jin was 18 and 8 in round 12, 7. What on earth? What did he have for breakfast? Because the rest of Lazarus definitely need to copy his diet today, because he is playing out of his mind. That map just seems to be his map. And if I was one of the other teams, this would be the map I would ban out against Lazarus, because look, 20 kills. Make it 20.
Yeah. And we've had some moments, even towards the end. Creed's very nice little spray. And at the end of the day, nice little fast push onto A once again. You know, you would expect that after a double stack on A long, that maybe Lazarus would avoid that area. But no, they actually commit even harder to it. So nice little mid-round call to mix it up. As FaZe and 7 actually pretty decent KD. Whereas Jin, of course, nearing 2 KD and way over 1 kill per round. That is quite the performance on this first map.
Yeah, and Rain as well. 40 was much quieter today, I feel. So far.
So far.
He has plenty of time to pop off in the next map, which will be Black Widow. But he seemed to be a much quieter player today. Didn't quite perform as well as he did yesterday.
For now, we could definitely see him pop off. I think that Eagle Eye is certainly friendly towards snipers, but yeah, he was just kind of biding his time, not really overdoing it, getting carried a little bit by Jin, as everybody was.
Well, I mean, if Jin is eating that much, there's not much left at the table for anyone else, is there? So I guess that could be why his KD isn't particularly high. But going into Black Widow, if you were to make a prediction, Lazarus or GB, how do you feel it's going to go?
I mean, it's kind of difficult to call because GB certainly are capable on this map. I think that Lazarus is also quite good, but at the end of the day, I mean, we saw yesterday so evenly matched that even when one team took a decisive map, the other team, their opponent, just came out real quick and was able to show something better on the next map. So I think GV will come out extremely strong here. If Lazarus can match that and somehow overcome that, that's going to be really impressive. And I think we're really going to have to note that if it does happen. But I wouldn't be surprised as well if GV just come out really strong, get a nice little lead, and bring it home to a third map.
That kind of is the start they need, right? 1 or 2 rounds on the bounce straight away would definitely help rally them back after the rout on Eagle Eye. So yeah, we're going to be getting into this one very, very shortly. It is Lazarus who take the first map, which was Eagle Eye, against GV, who are taking us to Black Widow in round 2.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are loading up into that Black Widow. And we are going to have Lazarus this time starting out on the Blacklist side. So what can they show from this side, as it looks like we are into it already. It'll take a little time for everybody to just rejoin the lobby and make sure everything's spick and span. No issues.
All right, so we do see just checking those doors by Waterway. 7 guarding storage with his life right now. Just trying to get the information. Are they going to push in? It does look as though this might be Route 1 for Lazarus, as they're all getting ready. Grenades go out. Does he catch anyone? It does. And here's the push. The push comes in. Lazarus, Rain instantly takes down 7. Creeds does get Jin off the board. Vice gets Creeds though. Big kills both sides. Rain does have a little bit of health left to play with. And Lazarus commandingly take this B site. And the C4 is down. GV have 40 seconds to try and retake this spot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to push into B, you got to go real quick. You have to be sure about where you're going to land your utility. Is FaZe able to hop out and actually pick up a headshot onto Vice. Rain extremely low, but FaZe, again, B, bit difficult to retake, and FaZe, you know, he's just got to check too many angles. Really comes down to that first flash into storage, catches 7, and from there, they're just really swift about their entry. It was just really clean stuff from Lazarus to start us off. As here we go once again, little play outside of waters as some spray is going to come down. GV fighting for this area now. They don't want to give it up for free and potentially risk another one of those pushes.
Yeah, it's not very often we see Global Risk push completely through the storage area into Waterway, but sometimes it does work out, and that was a pretty even exchange for both teams. As we do see Awesome here. Is he going to get the drop on Loons? He does. He gets the drop on Loons, but Loons holds his nerve and takes out Awesome, and it's a 2 against 2.
It's kind of insane that he was actually able to win that fight. At the end of the day, just not even getting the drop on him, but yet still able to win it there. So Lazarus really firing on all cylinders. It's what I mentioned before. They're really going to have to come out strong to match the level of GV, who, you know, you never want to go down 0-2. That's really kind of when it gets to a dire spot, when you feel like, well, we're probably 3rd or 4th place. It's not good morale for the team. And obviously, it's just not a good, not a good seed. So let's see if they can get done. This is a very difficult match for GV after their loss to UNKNIGHTS yesterday.
Yeah, it's just not coming together for them right now. But they do have plenty of time to turn this around. They have the rest of Black Widow to be able to pull it in. And there's one thing that we do know about GV is that they can come back from anything Loons, holding a very defensive position, and that seems to be the go side for Creeds. Creed's going to slowly creep round. Does Rain know he's there? No, it doesn't even matter, he's out. FaZe gets Rain down, and it's Loons against 2, and he doesn't have much to play with either. So even if they run and try to defuse the C4, I think there's enough health between the 2 of them that they could probably tank one. And
they have no idea where he is. I mean, there's only so many angles, though. They got to check this box, but FaZe messes it up. They don't get the check, and Loons, perfect peek out, is going to spray them down. I mean, that was about as clean as it gets. Lazarus were not meant to win that round, but Loons shows up huge. And I think also the two members of GB just spent so much time clearing out waters. That's normally where you would see him, but Loon's low on health, chooses the sneakier option.
Yeah, he just bided his time, sitting next to that box, waiting patiently, and managed to get the perfect timing to pop out. No one was looking at him. No one really checked that corner. Great play by Loons. And he had it all to do, right? He had nothing left as we do see 40 go down. Rain goes down as well, but Snox and Awesome are out. Jin is taken down, though. Jin did pick up a double kill. Nice way to go to get 2 before being taken out. But Loons and Vise again, last 2 remaining on the side of Lazarus. Can they make magic happen? There are 3 on the side of GB, and they're all very healthy and have quite a lot of utility still to deploy.
Oh, Seven's really having trouble holding down that angle. This time, didn't even look like a flash was utilized to make their way in. He's just kind of getting rolled by quick headshots. Fantastic entries from the side of Lazarus. And now they gotta try to rotate over towards B to the other 2 members of GB here. Loon's actually coming out there trying to challenge into Greens, who was just taking pot shots behind the wall. Now it comes down to 1v1, and FaZe is easily able to clean up that one. As Lazarus, they do not go for the plant. They do not go and let GV go for a retake. They try to get aggressive, but GV were very ready for that.
I think the plant would have been the better option, but hindsight is always, 2020, right? It was a nice idea, and they do have rounds to play with, so I think perfect chance to, lay a bit more dominance on GV. Didn't quite work out that time, but the start of this map, they lay it down again. 2 down. Snox and Seven both nullified very early on. Vise is the only member of Lazarus to go down as well, as Awesome misses the foot shot there.
Well, Awesome is going to go down. FaZe is going to have to join in from the backside. Once again, the entry strong and fast. The biggest thing there is how fast they come in. They don't give any time for GV to rotate over. Now it's all up to FaZe, who is alone. He will get sniped out by 40. And Lazarus will continue with their lead.
This is looking very similar to Eagle Eye right now. It's 3-1. Lazarus, and can they continue to turn the screw? Can they continue to put the pressure on GV, who are struggling pretty much right now? It's not looking good for them as Jin does go down, so Snox hopefully trying to get his team reignited as Seven takes out 40 as well with a snipe through the smoke. Nice play by him. Can he continue? He knew Rain was pushing onto him, so he does retreat. Vise does get FaZe down, and Awesome is down as well. And suddenly, the collapse on GV it's rapid. This is the quickest collapse I think I've ever seen in this game by GV.
Yeah, they come in real fast, and Lazarus again not going to go for the plant. They're coming out here for the challenge, just trying to feel the pressure. Those first couple of kills were great, and I kind of like the idea, but it's not quite working out for them. I liked how Seven actually went back into the AWM. He's like, well, I'm not having a lot of luck sitting up in the front with an AK. Let's just sit in the back, try to play contact. Even if I don't get the snipe off, I can give information. Speaking of which, Seven is going to miss that one. Rain really playing with fire. The 2 of them are, they could just try to plant this bomb, but they're really trying to play with GV here.
We do see Rain. Seven again. Gets the shot. Nicely done there, Rain. Instantly turns around and looks straight at Creeds. Can he get him down? Can he get him down? Does land a couple of shots in there. Creed's a little bit hurt. Comes through the doors. Not enough on Rain, but Vise gets the kill in return. And it's a 1v1. It's Snox against Vise. Vise has nothing left. Switches to the pistol. Jumps off the box. Gets the connection on Snox. And that was a statement and a half.
Yeah. They're showing GV what they came with today. And it is some really high-level crossfire. GV, unfortunately for them, they are not able to match this. As it's getting close, it's getting down to the wire in a lot of these rounds, but Lazarus have brought in a very B-focused kind of strategy here. It's not something you see all the time. You generally see a lot of a long play, a lot of a short, or combinations, and occasionally the B push. But they're really putting on the pressure. It started all from round 1, where they were able to just roll over 7, and from there, maybe they just decided, okay, we see a weakness here. Perhaps we can exploit it. Perhaps we can try to really push those buttons. And so far they have. And they had that one round as well, where after that they just went straight down A long, and they got a free plant on A, and it was like a free round as well. So it really feels like Lazarus are controlling the entire pace of this match so far.
Yeah, and one of the problems GV faces is if they do change their setup and they do look to, protect B a lot more, they sit around quarter box in storage, we know full well that Lazarus is just going to go A. It always happens. You switch things up, you set up to protect B, and that will be the one round that Lazarus decides to go A. And then you're caught chasing positions again.
Yeah, that never feels good as well, because then it just feels like, no matter what you do, they're always going to predict and somehow know where to push. What is going to be the answer here from Lazarus this round, I wonder, because it looks like they're kind of gearing up for an A short push, which would actually be perfect. Little do they know, but there was a stack on B this time. And here they come.
I mean, they could have had a tasty run straight through center, but
that would be tasty.
It would be tasty, because it is unprotected right now, I think. FaZe gets the sights off. He knows this A push is coming. He goes down for the information. That is the price he has paid. But Awesome is sitting very, very deep on A long. He's going to be able to take pot shots and move up and maybe get a wraparound against Lazarus. So we're going to have to see how he comes into all this. But GV, they're not pressured. They're not rushing in as quickly as possible to try and take this for 7. Does get caught out. Rain takes him out, but didn't see the other member of GV coming down as Creeds gets the 1, gets 2. 40 picks up 2 as well. Creeds takes down 40, but Loons takes down Creed. And this is turning into a one-way street. Black Widow is pink today.
Wow, FaZe, at least he was able to pick up some kind of peek there from mid. And 40 is going to answer back. So, oh man, again, it feels like GV, finally they got one thing going positively for them, and then immediately 40 is like, nope, let me take that, let me snatch that candy back. No candy for you.
I mean, that's one of the problems of sniping down central door, right? Is that, yes, you get the 1 kill, but instantly, their sniper knows exactly where you are, knows what angle you're gonna be looking at, and firing roughly in that direction gets the kill. So, quick here. 7 trying to get what he could done to the rest of Lazarus, but not a lot. It's 3 against 3. And B is being taken very quickly by Lazarus. And if they can get set up before GV respond, it is very hard to break B.
They are going to continue in here. I mean, Vice is just going to plant it as Creeds is like, okay, well, where are his teammates? He's not going to take that shot. He's waiting. And so Vice is able to back up and get a nice little position there.
Creeds had all the time in the world to try and get a shot off and just didn't. Oh, nicely done there. Awesome does take down 40. Gets 1 in return. Creeds gets down Vice. It's 1 against 2. Rain has it all to do. Awesome does take a lot of damage. The C4 needs to be diffused, and it is. And GV finally claw 1 back here.
Yeah, pretty nicely done. Once again, we had that B hit coming in. It was a little bit wonky. It kind of felt like, Vice was alone as the other 2 members were in storage, and Creeds could have potentially had that nice little peek and stopped it from happening, but it wasn't meant to be. As once again, more fighting out here. Out towards Waters, right outside of storage. 7 takes another massive chunk. He has gone back onto the AK. And currently sitting on the lowest kills of anyone in the lobby. Still looking to see if he can handle some of that pressure, because Lazarus they keep pushing that button. And it's definitely making GV uncomfortable at this point.
Definitely is. GV just need to figure out how to get a foothold in this map, because it actually does really matter to GV, because if they lose this, they're going to be 0-2. And that is not what you want when you have one more match left in the day. They might guarantee their 3rd, 4th place after this one if Lazarus can win here. And Lazarus make a massive 3-man push in there. Snox is down, and B again is going pink, but it looks as though they're just going to pull back.
Oh, meanwhile,
Awesome went all the way around to take 40 out there.
yeah, and 40 was looking down mid. He was trying to cover the flank on mid, but didn't expect the flank to come out of A long. But to be honest, I mean, Lazarus have not gone A long for quite a while, so you have to be careful about that angle as well. And Awesome with a great read there to just pop out and pick up that kill, even things up here in this round.
Are they going to recover the sniper? That's the question. Is someone going to rotate into sniper, or are they going to stick with rifles? Oh, here we go. Jin. Nice shot there by Awesome. Gets the double. Takes out Jin and Loons as Awesome picks up a 3rd against Rain. And GV looking like they're going to repeat the first half of Eagle Eye with a 5-4 score. It is currently 5-3 Lazarus.
It does feel like GV are finally waking up here in this half. As you mentioned, very reminiscent of what happened on Eagle Eye. It's now another really insanely fast push. I mean, they are in through mid doors as well. Jin is just going ham in here. And that means that Lazarus, of course, will get this free entry on the B, as GV did kind of leave it open. They're waiting here. Oh, Rain turned around, thought there may have been a flash, but still he is able to pick up the kill. He's looking for Awesome as well, and he will be able to push in through those doors. 7 also gets taken out, and Lazarus will be able to pick up 6 rounds in the first half.
Very, very strong play from Lazarus, just completely controlling this game. And GV look no different from 0-0, right? This isn't particularly bothering them because they are guaranteed to go into tomorrow. They are guaranteed for the playoffs. So maybe they're just like, okay, let's keep a few strategies back. It looks as though, you know, Lazarus has our number. GV, we're GV, you know, we're still strong. Yeah. We're still great. Lazarus has our number. Let's save some of the pocket strats for tomorrow and have a massive run from that 3rd and 4th place match.
Yeah, absolutely could be the case. And, you know, GV definitely going to be... Oh. Hello. I wonder who that could be.
I mean, one of the problems is when you see that kind of little peak there, you become focused. You're transfixed on that location. And, I mean, anyone could wrap around him and he wouldn't have no idea.
Mm-hmm. GV...
Again.
Hello. Yeah, just jump peeking, getting information, saying, okay, well, FaZe is still here. I don't see anyone else, as he does want to chip away at Rain's health. That he will.
Look how strong the defense is for Lazarus on A. It's essentially a 4-man defense. Now they're going to rotate over to B. Checking down central, not seeing anything Loons. So maybe expecting this B push to come in real soon. And this is perfect reading by Lazarus. He seems to have got the drop. Look at that. Rain reads it like a book. He does go down, but has taken quite a bit off of GV. And that information might mean a game change has to come in. The plan has to change for GV, and they're now going to push A. Will they be able to take it? There's, again, perfect read by Lazarus. They know they're coming in this way. Creeds gets by his face, actually takes out Jin. Loons gets a grenade kill on Snox as 40 snipes down Creeds. GV have a good advantage coming in here. It's 3 against 1, and GV make it 6-4.
It's kind of a messy, crazy round. Vi's getting shot in the back. A little bit of a communication breakdown on the side of Lazarus. They didn't know exactly which angle GV were going to attack from. Turns out it was kind of a standard A push. I mean, they had a couple of guys from long and the majority from short. and they were not able to hold it down. 40 from behind the truck was not really finding too many angles, playing it very passively, and it kind of led to a bunch of his teammates' deaths before they were even able to get in there and defend that one. So now GB trying to go a bit faster. They got 5 guys rearing up to go into B once again.
So massive push through B. Looks like it's going to be on Will. Lazarus read this. They do have 2 people there. But it's a standard 2-1-2 defense here, and the grenades start coming in. I think they've read it, but there's no movement from 40. But I don't think it matters. 2 go down on GV. Snox is almost out. Snox is trying to get a little bit cheeky here on 40, but it's not going to matter. 40 takes a defensive position. 40 does actually read exactly where Snox is.
Ooh.
And Loons with the grenade on Snox takes him out. It's a 3 versus 2. It's Loons, Reigns, and 40 against FaZe and 7.
They're just going to back away. They say, well, everybody's over here and getting ready to defend this B side. So either we got to fake rotate and go back into B, or we're just actually going to have to rotate, and maybe we can catch someone who is on rotation on the defense from the side of Lazarus. You see Loons, he's on duty here, getting that peek. FaZe desperate for a snipe, but Loons is going to spot him, and of course he will not be, well, I say that, and he just sprints across.
But Rain getting very aggressive, trying to, push through. Doesn't see him anymore. Does he know he's behind him?
Well.
FaZe gets 40 down. Loons creeping up. Rain as well. Oh! Rain, last man standing, has to take out FaZe and 7. The C4 is going towards A. They're going to get this plant off relatively uncontested. I don't think Rain... All right, I'll eat my words. That was contested. Rain gets 1. 7, last man standing on GV. It's 1v1. Rain against 7. And Rain is going all the way around. He's going to try to catch unawares for 7, but no, peeking around. Is he going to see him? Is he going to see him?
This is close. 7 just trying to buy as much time as possible. He's hanging around in the back there. Rain making some noise. It's going to come down to this. Rain is trying to cover every angle, but it's just such an easy cleanup for 7, as you can't check every single angle on that site when you just do not have enough time. So either he had to go in there guns a-blazing, or hope that 7 would actually challenge him, which he did not, and it ended up being the right call.
Sitting duck. Had all the time in the world to lay that one down. Anyway, back into this round. It is 6-5 to Lazarus. So pulling it back, GV. Can they get this map? That would be a massive boon to them for this tournament, because they haven't been having a good run of it so far. They did lose to UNKNIGHTS yesterday. 2-1 map score. So they kind of need this in the bag just for the feel goods, and to put themselves in a great position when they go up against 3BL later today.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match if GV do fall here. The 2 teams at 0 and 2 to see, which one of them can actually pick up a win finally. 40 this time, he is going to get that snipe, but FaZe trades it back. Loons waiting, and oh man, he switches to the pistol. That's not going to be a good timing. Lazarus now able to hold on to the site here. FaZe caught with a grenade in his hand, as the timing not really going the way of GV here, but Awesome looking to change the luck for the side of GV, as Jin gonna pop out, and it's all down to Awesome alone. 1v2.
If anyone can do it today, he can. Jin not having a good run on this map, but Loons popping off on Black Widow might be able to close it for his team. They know each other there. They know where everyone is. Awesome doesn't know Loons is wrapping around, but does now, sees him through the window, needs to take him out. He does, and he kind of has to run a little bit, because that could have been go sign for Jin to come out. I'm not sure if Awesome knows that Jin is as low as he is.
What's going to be the choice here for Awesome? Looks like maybe all the way around to A. Looking to go long.
He does only have 20 seconds, but Jin is completely looking the other way. He's expecting a push underneath Ace short, but Awesome. Just going to pop through. And there you go. It's looking completely the wrong way. Awesome gets it. And GV tie things up 6-6. This sounds very familiar. Tying things up. Because the first map, Eagle Eye, they tied it up and then Lazarus went on a tear. Can GV do the tearing this time round? We're going to find out as we're on this 13th round here between these two teams on Black Widow. It's coming out 40. It's very, very open here. And that was one of the problems for Lazarus. They were out in the open, and Awesome loves open season, especially when it's Team Lazarus who are the targets for that hunt. It's Creeds, Awesome, and 7 against Rain and Jin.
Yeah, Awesome. Having a iffy first map. He says, now I'm angry. We're losing to Lazarus. This is my old team. I need to get in here and have a big performance. And that he is. Rain once again, familiar spot. 7 is, now it's his turn to try to get this pick. I don't really think that's going to happen.
Can you imagine if he takes a shot right now and it's just lands straight in the middle of Rain's head?
Well, I'm sure it's happened before at some point.
Let's switch to the AK, so they are going to push very heavy onto Rain and Jin. Last man standing has to make it all happen from this position. Does get 1, so it's 2 versus 1. Jin takes out 7. Jin is still very, very healthy. He's on his feet. The bomb is down. Creeds and Awesome now holding this A site. It's going to be pretty difficult to break in. Can he catch Creeds unaware? Oh, Creeds almost got Jin there. Awesome might just drop down. He does. Awesome drops down with Jin. Makes him pay the price for the aggression. Can Jin take out Creeds? Jin trying to get the wraparound with the pistol. Waiting patiently. Jin. Creeds is going to try to get the wraparound there and does get it round that pillar. And that is another win here for GV.
Yeah, and Creeds just played that like a god. That was getting really rough. I mean, Jin, we know how incredibly clutch he can be, and he nearly was able to get that done, but at the end of the day, he was running out of time. He had to just charge into Creeds, who felt the pressure and got that kill right at the end. As now it feels like both of these teams going back to, you know, standard strats, a lot of play around A long, and to be honest, Lazarus look like they're losing their touch. GV are on a massive roll. Both of these teams looking much stronger from the Blacklist side.
Very much so. It's 4 on the trot right now. And, but that might just change things. All 4 men, all down on GV in the blink of an eye. And Lazarus pull 1 back. It's like, okay, boys, you've had your fun. It's time for us to finish this off.
Yeah, and guess what? We're all tied up at 7 once again. That's just kind of the slogan right now at EUMENA. These maps all the time, getting down to the wire. And on the last map, at least Lazarus were able to pull ahead and then eventually pull the victory from there. And at this moment in time, it kind of looks like GV might be able to do the same. I mean, Lazarus finally got back on the board after losing 4 rounds in a row. So GV should technically still be in major control at this point in time.
Holding that door. Holding the central passage. Let's keep eyes on. FaZe goes down 40. What a shot through the smoke. With that sniper. Turns this map in very much a Lazarus favor right now. As GV looking to get this push into A, but they are going to get collapsed in on as Loons is coming in around the back and he's putting pressure on. Rain gets down Snox. It's 3 against 2. Creeds and Awesome trying to do what they can. Rain peeking. Almost didn't actually get any hits on Awesome. They just sprayed all the way around him as Jin looks through the window but does finish that off with the double kill and gets another for the side of Lazarus.
That was crazy. Awesome is like in the Matrix somehow, just dodging everything. And at the end of the day, it comes down to, I believe, Rain and Jin once again trying to clutch it there at the end. These rounds are getting so close. I mean, we had a round that ended basically with 6 seconds before the bomb was about to explode. We had Lazarus barely clawing their way back into this one, back into the lead, 8-7. And I wonder now how GV feel about how they're going to attack into this one now, because they've gotten stopped with some A pushes. They got stopped recently with the B push, and they rotated out there to go A, and they're not exactly getting clean entries at this point. So makes you wonder, you know, what might be their mid-round shakeup here. What is the next strategy on the block? Well, it might just be the same thing.
Could very much be the push up through A. Looks on as they're peeking through the central door here, trying to get the information. They're now going to push in on 2. Can they get anyone down? Snox is down. That's not the trade they were looking for. It's Loons, Vise, and Jin. Make it Loons and Jin now. They have to push over from that B side into A, and that's really hard to do, as Awesome peeks on the back of Loons and takes him out. But Jin has something to say about this one as he picks up a double kill. Can he make it the quadruple? No, he cannot, as GB tie things back up at 8-8.
It's kind of crazy. Jin, he's only sitting at 12-4. Like, he doesn't have a massive scoreline or anything like Awesome, but he's always left in those last-minute clutch scenarios. And 40, consistently getting these wins against FaZe. He's getting the first bloods. And then, you know, he goes down and his team is kind of falling afterwards. I feel like if Lazarus can get this first kill and really hunker down, they would be in a fantastic spot. But they are not reading the situation well. They're all rotated over to B, but we had oh God, grenade. He's got a grenade in his hand. He's trying to push out.
Snox goes down, but 7 does pick up a kill in return on Rain. It's 3 versus 3. And Rain was lucky to live as long as he did, because he pops out, as you said, with the grenade. And then he's like, oh, too many people here. It's time to move, boys. Come help me. Does die for the information, but it was information well earned for the side of Lazarus. Bomb is down. There's 25 seconds remaining. Jin, 40, and Loons need to break A. Can they do it? We see Awesome holding a very nice holding position there, just to make sure no one's coming deep through that A long, which they're not. So he instantly rotates over to help his team out. Can he get one? He does. He gets one. He makes it 2 and brings home the bacon for GV. And they are on map point, set point. It is all in GV's hands. Can they close this out? This was looking incredibly bad for GV at one point, but the resilience of the team has helped them come back and 1 away from taking us to a set 3, where we'll be going to port.
Yeah, it's clear that the experience, you know, they talked about it yesterday in their interview video up against UNKNIGHTS, saying that would be the key to their victory. I feel like it might be the key to the victory in this map, just able to stick it out, able to be tenacious enough to say, okay, well, we go on a blacklist side, we're comfortable there, we can put on the pressure. And to be honest, to me, I don't know, I think that Lazarus are kind of falling apart the last bunch of rounds. They did shore up a couple, but GV already with 6 rounds on this half. They're absolutely dominating them at this point. Lazarus now, they have opted to totally stack A short. They've got 4 people there, and it's a bit of a gamble. Could be the round that gets us into extra rounds at this point, or it could be the stack that loses them the B site.
Definitely could be. We have a big push brewing on that B side. A side, defense is looking very strong, and Creeds pops out at the wrong time as 40 takes that cap. But was that
somebody
a bit of a
misses nade? Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. That was almost a dummy there, because they instantly go push B. The C4 is down, and Lazarus instantly guns blazing, trying to take through the side road, and are getting punished for it. Loons and 40, last 2 remaining. FaZe, Snox, and Awesome. FaZe leaves a little bit too much, leaves a little bit of his head open. Can Loons get him down? Switches to the pistol, and Loons does get the kill. It's 2 against 2. Snox and Awesome need to get this work done. 40 trying to do what he can with the sniper. Does go down. Awesome picks it up, picks up 2. And GV pull it back in a 18 round absolute slaughterfest between those teams.
Yeah, they move over to the Blacklist side and they begin to just pound them as they don't even look happy about that win. It's probably after they already celebrated, of course, we get these shots, but they looked pretty pissed as over here on the side of Lazarus can feel similar energy, to be honest. It's a really stressful moment when both of these maps are so incredibly close and Lazarus were very much in control. Like, there were some of these rounds where they just looked like geniuses. Both teams obviously very strong from the Blacklist side. Lazarus's relentless beat pushes were something to marvel at. But then the second that GV got onto the Blacklist side, they began to just unrelentingly get in onto that A site, and there wasn't much that Lazarus could do.
Yeah, GV got 4 in a row on that Blacklist side, and then 3 to finish it off. I mean, Lazarus just all out of sorts when they switched to the Global Rift side. They just could not really string much of a defense together, and I mean, these pushes were just unstoppable. They ran through, took out everyone, everywhere, and just won the maps round after round after round.
Yeah. There was a time that Lazarus, as a team, not this roster, used to be known as just extremely strong on the GR side. That's not really the case anymore. It feels like their play style has changed a bit. They're a lot more aggressive. They enjoy being on the Blacklist side, and we definitely, you know, we had that as one of the key points coming into this matchup as well, that the Blacklist side would be key to either team getting the victory, and clearly we saw it here on Black Widow.
That dance around that column there was just phenomenal to see. The mind games at play between the two teams was insane, but GV just looked a little bit stronger every turn when they were on that Blacklist side. Just phenomenal. Nice peek. Awesome popping off. We talked about in the first map, 20 kills. I mean, Awesome laid it on there. He got 20 kills himself. I think he finished on 22 yet.
He very well probably did. The way this, yeah, he got that one on the 40 right at the end, and actually the 2 at the end. 2.1 KD, 1.33 kills per round. Awesome. The obvious carry when it comes to this map.
2.18. I think that's the best KD ratio we've seen this weekend, right? It's definitely up there.
Yeah, no, it's still amazing, regardless. And especially the kills per round. Like, he was in the thick of it all the time. Like, he died a decent amount. That's why his KD isn't, like, ballooned up to 4 with his ridiculous amount of kills. But really, the kills per round to me is, like, where it's really, really impressive. So, pretty close one. Even the numbers on the side of Lazarus were not bad. You had 3 players that were up above 1 KD. And, you know, at the end of the day, they got 8 rounds. They nearly forced extra rounds. Just came down to the powerful Blacklist side for both teams. So we will move on to Port for map 3. That's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's going to be the map that decides it all between Lazarus and GV. It's definitely going to be a slaughterfest.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Guys, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we will come back for map number 3. Welcome back, guys. We are here at CFSI for EUMENA here in 2023, and so far it has been a close match between Lazarus and GV Esports. They each took a map 1 apiece, and now we're moving on to Port for map 3.
Anything can happen right now because both teams have had their hot streaks, they've had their cold streaks, and it all comes down to Port. It's unusual having Port in this third slot. That was reserved solely for Black Widow yesterday, which
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel.
They got it early.
Yeah, I don't know how I
weird.
feel about it. It feels almost wrong, and I don't know quite why
wrong.
it feels wrong. I'll take that. I'll take it.
Yeah.
But how do you think these teams are going to perform on Port? We haven't seen much of it, right? Port hasn't really had much of an impact. Round win rate for GV was 44% when they went down, and we didn't see Lazarus on it yesterday at all. So
Yeah, it'll be a chance to see what Lazarus have to bring to the map and if they can kind of mix things up. GV, I believe they went down to UNKNIGHTS.
yeah, UNKNIGHTS on
that
this
one.
map.
Yeah, so there were some crazy aggressive plays that we saw out of UNKNIGHTS, some really good straightforward pushes that we did have coming onto this one, especially onto the B side. So definitely a common strategy. We might see it here from Lazarus, but it is going to be GV starting on the blacklist side, of course.
Yeah, and starting out, we just have Central Street just being looked at here by GV as Awesome, Creed, Snox, 7, and FaZe are looking to close this out for themselves. But on the side of Lazarus, Vice, Rain, 40, Loons, and Jin looking to bring home the bacon. That would make them 2-0 if Lazarus can win, and if GV win, they would tie with Lazarus at 1 each.
Looks like GV are going to take a little bit slow to start. No big crazy rushes like we saw out of UNKNIGHTS yesterday. I call them crazy, but they were very clean, of course. Just very well set up, denying a lot of vision, a lot of information before it starts. This time, a bunch of utility, a bunch of smokes thrown down. Just trying to buy time before this push actually does come in. Looks like they might go sideways into A. Having a couple of guys go A long and try to push on to, it looks like Vise who is there. 40 actually not with the AWM. He's just going to hold right below top.
And Rain is there as well. He's in a pretty good position to support his team, but he is having a little bit of a look over at B backstreet, but the push is coming in, and Lazarus are aware of exactly what's going on, and they just turn up the heat. Vise gets 2, Rain gets 2, and 7, last man standing, does go down to Vise. 3 kills for Vise, 2 kills for Rain, and a whole lot of zeros on the side of GV in that one.
Yeah, you know, a pretty standard push that came in, but Lazarus had a good setup to respond to it. It wasn't like they only had one sniper on top of A top who gets flashed and kind of has to back away. They had a couple of rifles right there, the M4 in the hands of 40, and essentially when the flashes came in, they turned their backs, they hugged a corner, and they just waited for the push and sprayed them down right as they came in. So very nicely handled, very well read. A strong start here for Lazarus. We'll see if GV want to mix it up, but at this point in time, they're setting up exactly the same.
Yeah, but will it be different? Lazarus, though, defensively are looking more towards that B side, thinking GV will make a rotation over there, and they want to be perfectly ready. And the C4 is moving up the B road. Are they going to go across now into center, or are they going to actually try to push through warehouse? They don't want to lose the C4 there because they could be easily cut off by Lazarus. At 7. In no man's land compared to the rest of the team as they push center and then start moving around, and it kind of works out for them but doesn't at all as 3 members go down. Snox, 7, and FaZe all out of the picture. Vice, Loons, Jin. Oh, Vice goes down as well to Awesome, keeping his team in this one, but gets another. He does get Loons. So now it is Awesome against Jin, 1-on-1, and the C4. It's in no man's land.
Yeah, Awesome's just going to have to run all the way in there. and essentially just win a straight-up 1v1 against Jin. It's the only way. I suppose he could try to run in, grab the bomb, and run to A, but at this point, Jin is getting a lot of information, just waiting. Oh, the timing! No. He's going to turn around right as Awesome is pushing in. He's about to get flanked.
He's going to get the jump,
yeah. Oh, Awesome. Okay, finally gets it done. And that was crazy. That started off very one-sided to the side of Lazarus, but GV on the backs of Creeds and Awesome just able to slowly pull it back and win.
Yeah, sometimes, like, the world just doesn't want you to win, right? Staring it down all that time, decides, you know, he might be coming up the other way. And as soon as he turns around, in comes the C4 pickup. And yeah, gets the kill on the back. But FaZe picks up 2 here. He gets buys and 40. And GV are not even scratched. Lazarus not putting any responses down right now as this C4 is down on A side and executes. A perfectly executed, rush onto A. And can they hold this position? 5, 4 up top, and 1 just chilling out by the bridge. As Lazarus get mowed down there. Absolute slaughter for GV. They just turned up and annihilated their opponents.
Yeah, nice rush. FaZe comes in, picks up the first blood, the snipe for Vyze, who was on top of A. And that ended up just being a wash, essentially, on the A site. Nobody was really able to get any damage on the side of Lazarus. As we did have Jin poking out, seeing what he could see there in the tunnels, but doesn't look like the push is going to come in to that angle anytime soon.
Yeah, if it had been half a second quicker, he'd have probably met the end of a bullet, because the whole of GV were threatening that position. But now Jin does take down 7, who was the last member of GV, hanging around through B Road. So it doesn't look as though there's an overreaction on Lazarus, thinking the push is going to be on B, which might have been what GV were hoping for, as they are going to make their way through sideways over to A by the look of it. As they're just poking this central passage, poking the doors. They get in. Oh, FaZe is on fire, but just behind him, Snox goes down. And it's a 4 versus 3. B does look to be the location now. It does look as though this might be where GV will try to breach.
Yeah, could be tasty to go in through that angle. There's only 1 guy on it at the moment, although Rain could be there very quickly. FaZe going to spot him and say, well, looks like they might have some decent coverage on B. They may still opt for it, because especially when you begin to lose members on port, you don't really have that many options. But instead, they are going to rotate out and look to head towards the middle of the map.
Yeah, this is being read perfectly by Lazarus. It's almost like they were reading the script as Loons gets Creeds through that door. And yeah, I think they read this perfectly. They know that A is most likely the location. Now they leave 1 on B as 40 takes a peek at FaZe, and Awesome stuck in no man's land all on his own. Not very many routes out of that location, and FaZe picks up the 2 kills and brings us to 2 each.
Not sure how 40 missed that shot, but the teammates are able to come in and shore it up at least to get them the round win. So once again, we're back 4th on this 3rd map, to the surprise of nobody. Here comes Awesome, but they had a big stack in here. Jin as well, getting a massive spray into them. Picks up 3 kills, and Rain is able to get over for his 2nd. So the full house, Jin and Rain, pick up 5.
Yeah, the perfect spray control there, just taking down 3 members. Jin, take a bow, because that was a phenomenal play. You love to see it, you hate to be against it. Doesn't seem like anyone is letting the foot off the gas right now. They're not slowing this down. They're still, GV still, you know, poking between A and B, constantly going down sideways, up through B Road, just trying to get a peek of how Lazarus have set up defensively. And this time around, it is a very standard defense. It's 2-1-2. one just hanging around the middle, trying to get locate like a little bit of information, a little bit of data, and everyone else just keeping their eyes on those channels, seeing if, you know, they could pre-spot any potential push. But take a look at that, Valdez. It's looking like it's going to be a 5-man rush on B.
Yeah,
can Lazarus hold it?
Let's see if it works out. They do have Jin and Loons currently in position to stop this rush. And Loons is doing the very defensive play, where you just hop with a flash. Not really taking any chances. Jin as well. They're going to throw a couple over, try to buy time with Jin. He's going to take this opportunity, pokes out. It doesn't work out for him as the entry is clean. 40 makes his way over with that M4. He's going to pick off one for now, but there's still 3 members. Creeds and Snox both very low on this site. And let's see if Wise... No, he's going to go down. It all comes down to 40 up against Creeds, who is very low, but 7 looking for his first kill. Might just get it here on this round. Will he see Creeds in the corner? No, he will not. Creeds is going to pop out. Deny 7 his first kill, but he doesn't care about that. That's just another round on the board for GV.
Yeah, that was almost a disaster on the side of GV. They kind of lost a little bit too much on that take, but once they broke Lazarus down in that position, Lazarus collapsed like a house of cards. And we see back and back. Rain and 40 picking up 2 very important kills. 40 makes it a 3rd with Snox, makes it a 4th. Awesome goes down, 7 goes down, and that is a very quick response on the side of Lazarus.
Yeah, once again, GV try to go back for that rush onto A, but again, Lazarus are going to deal with it very nicely. I think that's 2 out of 3 times, and I don't blame GV. They did have that one time that worked out really well, so maybe trying to catch them off guard, but once again, Lazarus ready for this push. And so I wouldn't be surprised if GV rather, they begin to mix things up here. They're beginning to poke through the mid doors. And that's going to be a starting kill here once again for FaZe. He's pretty good on this M4. I'm like, keep 7 on the sniper. Like, FaZe is actually doing a lot of work here in mid.
Rain might just get the drop on Awesome. It's not very often you see someone on the Global Risk side in this location. Completely unaware as Rain gets the kill on Awesome. Vice gets the kill on Creeds. GV kind of not getting the best of these engagements here. Losing 1, then losing a 2nd, and they have to try and stem this bleed. FaZe is in no man's land. FaZe is all the way over on B, leaving Snox and 7 to kind of do what they got to do, but 7 does get the grenade kill on Vice.
That's not a real push at this point in time. It is just FaZe, who's hanging out low on health, trying to draw the attention over. And you see Rain was in mid-rotation. Snox, though, is not going to be able to take advantage of that. So it all comes down to 7 now.
What can he do? He has got the C4, and it looks as though he is going to maybe push B. Rotates it perfectly over to A, and there is no one. And I mean, absolutely no one on Lazarus. I think Lazarus definitely feel like they could take A lot easier than you can take B. B is a very tricky spot to retake. Whereas A, you know, there's quite a few corridors, but it's a much easier area, I feel, for the Global Risk to retake. And now it is go time. Rain, Jin, Loons coming through these corridors, coming down through the bridge, round the back. Or will they be going over the bridge, around the front? They would know roughly where he is, right? You'd understand that he'd be up there.
Yeah, well, they know exactly where he is now, and Jin is able to hop up, pick up that headshot, and that picked up AK from the side of 7 is not good enough to lock it down. So, 5 rounds now to the side of Lazarus, looking pretty good from the GR side. They would love to pick up the 6th one and go into the half very strong, as they have been able to shut down a lot of these pushes very, very well. You got to give Lazarus the credit in this one, as Rain really stepping up. Jin once again with some big numbers. Some of the guys that were kind of carrying in the last map, not quite doing the same here for GV.
Absolutely, but we saw last time around, first half was very, very close. It was 6-3 in the last map, and then GV turned it on in the second half. Could that be the same result this time round? Because we do have a much slower paced map this time, a much slower paced round compared to what we have seen. As FaZe sitting in the center, just having a look. Look at that loot through that tiny little drain, trying to get what he can. Awesome gets down Jin. And look at the movement on the side of Lazarus, just making sure that B's covered. And they know that no one is really behind them coming up to A. Oof. Rain got a little bit too aggressive there, coming through sideways. Gets taken out near instantly. He gets taken out as well. Snox playing that perfectly. I think he was under flash at the same time as well. Around the corner, Loons is there. Vice goes down, Loons last man standing, and it is a 5-kill stomp in that one.
5-kill stomp, 5-4 for Lazarus on port from the GR side. It makes a lot of sense. Everything's kind of going according to plan. Will this be the round we get extra rounds? Already kind of feeling that energy beginning to brew, especially with a bit of a comeback there towards the end from GV. At least able to make it 5-3 after 2 rounds went the way of Lazarus when they were tied at 3. So let's see how this goes now. Lazarus will have to be on the blacklist side. Lazarus, you know, as we've said, both of these teams seemingly liking the blacklist side, but that was on Black Widow. I want to see what the port blacklist side looks like for Lazarus, because their GR side was very standard. You know, they didn't really mix anything up. They had some like little mixed like weapon choices and positioning around the A site. That was very nice to deal with some pressure. But other than that, it was very standard, and we'll just have to wait and see what their blacklist side is going to look like.
Right now, it's looking very standardly defensive. Like, but you'd expect that on the first round, right? You'd expect them to maybe have a little bit of a feel, see how the blacklist side plays out, see how their opponents are playing global risk. And a bit of pre-firing into absolutely nothing there, but just giving that information, seeing if they can force a rotation, someone to come out and deal with it, but no one on the side of GV is moving around as Jin makes an aggressive push and pays the price for it as 7 takes him down. Rain gets a kill for Lazarus, but Creeds takes down Rain, and it's 3 versus 4. Vice taken down by 7 here. 40 does manage to get 7. Snox takes out Loons, and 40 has it all to do, and he's not going to do it as FaZe descends from the heavens and takes a win for GV.
And we're all tied up at 5. GV able to claw a couple of rounds back and make this a very even affair. Lazarus on the attack, pretty soft overall. You know, they didn't really hit those shots as they were entering, so they got themselves in a really rough spot, which you never really want to be in, right? If you can get in real quick, hit those headshots, get onto the site quickly, you're going to be in a good spot. But if on A, you have to dilly-dally, you can't really get on top of A-top, it's never going to look great. And that's kind of the way it went for Lazarus. So not the cleanest beginning to their blacklist. What is going to come next? Maybe a try at B? They're rotating over for now.
Yeah, they definitely are taking this rotation, slowly creeping towards the warehouse, through the warehouse, and into the open arms of the B site. And it's all quiet for now. No one is pre-shooting. No one is having a dig. No grenades are going out. But Lazarus look as though they're going to make this explosive take happen as they come in. 40 opens it up. He is the first man through the door as it's all going off as Jin tries to wrap around the back of everyone. Awesome manages to hold his down, takes down Rain. Vice does though get Awesome, and Vice gets Creeds as well. I think that was a triple kill, right? Looked like it.
Looks like it. FaZe super low on health. Not much that he can do. Yeah, 40's just going to hop out. He's gotten in for easy cleanup. And that's going to bring Lazarus back into the lead. So that time, very clean over the top. You know, just another standard push. They get in onto B. And a couple of those guys on the side of B this time not able to hit those shots. Awesome. Waiting for very long, trying to get that drop on them unexpectedly. But instead, he kind of hopped out. He did get the one, but Vise was able to be the hero and clean up the majority of it.
So again, a bit aggressive here from the side of Lazarus, just for the opening sectors with those grenades, making sure they can get things deep. And Snox has already paid the price on the side of GV. Trying to get any information possible. FaZe seeing if he can find anyone, anything. He wants to just click his gun. Unfortunately, isn't really seeing anything at all, as Lazarus look as though maybe an A push through long this time. 7 is there waiting. Not anymore. He vacates the property. And that is all it takes for the squatters of Lazarus to come in and try to take A. And they're going to do it pretty much uncontested. But Jin does go down. 7 manages to take him out. And they're set up beautifully right now, Lazarus, to hold this position. And GV are going to find it very hard to breach.
Let's see if they can do it here, as Lazarus, they're not going to wait too long without planting that bomb. Retakes on A, as you mentioned before, can absolutely be done. FaZe, though, not going to hit that first shot. They only have 20 seconds. They got to make their way in now. But look at this, the way they peek out on the side of Lazarus. They buy so much time, and FaZe, man, he is just popping off in the last bunch of rounds here. He's able to get that spray down, bring 2 in a row to the side of Lazarus, as that initial push all started with that pick in mid. You remember, he got that pick on the Snox, and it was 5v4. 7 wasn't really able to hold down the site. They elected to go for the retake. And from there, it was a relatively easy cleanup for Vise and the boys.
It was, and this time again, it looks like the success of A could spur them to take it again, and I do not blame them. They took it pretty easily, but they do kind of need that early kill, because Snox is in that like flex position where he can move between them pretty easily. Giving away a position, but showing that maybe a retreat is on the cards, and maybe the rotation over to B would be happening. So you see GV still sitting pretty defensively over on B as well. And Lazarus here just taking their time again, slowing things down, making sure that GV play at their pace. Slow push coming up B now.
Yeah, you were talking about the pace.
It's a snail's pace right now for the side of Lazarus.
Yeah, I mean, they're really looking for some of those early picks, some of that early damage. It has benefited them greatly so far, but it is not the easiest thing to set up. And now they're trying to head over to B here, not trying to give up too much information. Awesome and Creed's holding the back of this site.
FaZe and Snox are expecting something on A, I think, and it's go time. You see the rotation, and Jin just shuts down that rotation from the back, but Rain picks up Austin. 7 and Creed's pop off against Lazarus, and things, the pendulum swung very, very quickly, and now it has stopped immediately in the middle as it is a 2v2 situation. The bomb is down. We're on board with FaZe. Can he get a shot? No, he misses. Rain does take quite a bit of damage, I think, from 7, wrapping around a little bit there with the AK. Can FaZe get something done? Can he find that angle on Loons? And we do have 7 with the wraparound. So the C4 is, he saw it there. He's going to pop up on, pop up, and gets the double. 7 with nothing left in the tank is going to be able to bring this back for GV unless something horrible happens with the defuse. And yeah, nice win. 7-6 for Lazarus.
I'm kind of curious that Lazarus, you know, they got that kill, onto FaZe on the backside of the site, and then they were like, well, where could the last guy be? I wonder. And then they got shot in the back. As now Lazarus, they are angry. Jin, he has had enough. He picks up 2. And this push is coming in quickly, but Awesome has something to say about that. He will spray a couple down. As Loons, he's going to run out of bullets here, but it is 2 on 2. Awesome trying to hold it down with a pistol, but Snox trades it back, forces the 1v1 with a grenade, and he picks up a follow-up kill. A quick round win, a wild one into the hands of GV.
Yeah, 40 breaching through the center there, getting 2 kills. Aggressive is the only thing you can call that. Nobody really ever pushes through those doors. You usually just smoke them up and forget about them, but it happened this time. And will they do it again here? Will 40 and Jin actually completely push up through this middle? They're not going to get anything this time, I don't think. I don't think there's anyone near enough or in a position where they can pick up that kill, but yeah, Lazarus slowing things down again, trying to dictate the pace of play. As we do see GV sitting very, very defensively over on that B side, not wanting to have the potential to give that up. A side is very exposed. Only Snox there, keeping the eyes on that. And I'm not sure how Lazarus are going to do this. They're positioned very deep in their own side, a bit undecisive of which way to go. You can see that 40 flickering between, you know, the mid and the B way, but they're... Oh, no. Are they actually going to push B? They're going to run in to the open arms of Awesome. The open arms of FaZe.
And
Creeds.
the open arms of Creeds as well.
With arms wide open, Creeds is waiting.
Oh boy. And I kind of like this strategy, right? They seem to be pretty confident at retaking A. And, well, they did not cover mid, but it doesn't seem to matter. The rest of them run straight into the arms wide open on the side of GV on the B site. And Jin is like, man, my team. He's like, maybe. Oh, that was crazy. But it is just going to be another round into the hands of GV. They're beginning to read the situation. Lazarus, again, losing confidence right at the end. Maybe this was the mental effect that 3DL were talking about in her original interview video, because, man, Lazarus started out really strong. They got the lead from the GR side, but perhaps just not able to pull it through from Blacklist on port. It can be difficult at times. And it just feels like some of those initial entry shots are not quite as crisp as they have to be if you are going to win consistently from the Blacklist side on this map. Against a team like GV especially. I mean, some of these guys, like Awesome, like Creeds, when put up against the wall, they just consistently get 2-3 kills over and over. It's really difficult to push into this team.
Yeah, I think it was it someone on Lazarus who said yesterday that, you know, a cornered puppy barks or something like that? Yeah.
I think that was Rain.
So we are just having feelers being put out here on the side of Lazarus, trying to see if there are any cracks in the defenses, if they can force someone to come out into a terrible position. But GV are planted in their spots right now. Pretty heavy A defense for GV. They're, you know, usually we see 7 a little bit more towards the B side looking through those doors, but bring it up just a little bit as Rain offering the boosts as everyone gets up and goes along sideways. So A looks as though it is going to be the target. FaZe is waiting. Snox is there too. Grenades come in. Perfect read. Having just a feeling that someone would be there at this point in time. And grenades come in, and here is the push, but Lazarus collapse under their own pressure. Slightly bringing it back. 40 goes down though. And Creed's Awesome and FaZe look as though they might be taking this one. But Loons might have something to say about it. Does get a pickup there. Awesome pops out, but not enough for Loons. as GV are 1 away from taking this match.
Yeah, that push, I like that they try into the A site, but once again, the execution not quite there. The preparation from GV, excellent. They're able to get in position, those defensive flashes to buy time, and to look for a couple of members that can retake over through the bridge. They had control of that entirely. As here comes Lazarus, gonna try to run it in this time as the shots do land once from Jin. But is it enough? As Rain comes in over the bridge, they finally clear him out after he gets 2. FaZe not able to get too much, and now it's all Breeds. With arms wide open, he is not able to do enough. And Lazarus looking to force some extra rounds.
Still match point to GV, but Lazarus still have something to say about it. They can still control it. They can still push us, as you said, to those extra rounds. But I feel like everyone ate a face full of grenade there, but it wasn't much. But this is a heavy B push. And Awesome knew it was coming, does get the kill instantly. Lazarus do pick up 2 though, and they are going to be able to control this B site. And now GV have to push in. They have to try and take this away from Lazarus, but it's so hard to do when you're set up. Nice. Does it, Lazarus?
Oh, FaZe.
Oh, FaZe. Loons gets 1. Can he get FaZe? He can! Loons with the pistol picks up the 2. And Lazarus are taking us to the extra rounds.
9-9, Lazarus barely get it done. Loons so clutch there at the end with the pistol. Crazy how he was able to make that happen and bring us to the extra rounds. Port, so even between these two teams. It is becoming a marathon as the pressure is really mounting from both of these sides.
Really hard to say what's going to happen here, because both teams showed that they definitely are very strong on the global risk side, right? On the blacklist side, sorry. So 6 rounds to play. Can they forge out an advantage? Can they take one off their opponents that, you know, sorry, take one off their opponents on their strongest side? That's what's going to matter. You need one win, kinda, of the global risk to be able to win this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it might just come down to one big clutch round on the side that both of these teams are not necessarily comfortable on to make it happen. And, you know, it's you can see very serious faces from everybody. A lot of chin scratching, a lot of deep thought about how they're going to attack this map on either the, you know, attacking blacklist side or from the defender side of global risk. And I don't even know who to favor from this. I mean, we had 4 rounds in a row from GV. That was the most dominant streak we had on this map so far. But then 2 insanely close ones that Lazarus picked up. I think I slightly favor GV at the end of it.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Lazarus might have the role of this one. Like, I think, you know, winning the last 2, like the 17th and 18th rounds might just give them the morale boost they need to take 19, 20, 21, and 22. Let's see how they go. Lazarus setting up, expecting maybe a heavy B push. But Jin is in absolute no man's land. Loons goes down. Does catch nobody.
Well, he caught them, but then he got caught himself. And this is a steamroller. I mean, nobody died on the side of GB, and that is a blacklist win to start us off from this side. Both teams able to get 5 rounds on GR the last time around, but GV come out strong to start us off. Let's see just how fast and how hard they will begin to push their advantage.
Because heavily throwing those grenades onto A, seeing if they can maybe take out 40 early on, because they know the sniper likes to sit in that nest. But again, this very quick rotation onto B might just be a bit too much for Lazarus to hold, because this is full power ahead on the side of GV. A 5-man push into B. And how good is the spray going to be from Jin? Jin, I think, is uncontested. Does pick up 2. He gets Creeds. He gets Awesome, and Loons picks up Snox. And this massive push that worked so well last time completely fails on the side of GV. I feel like they need to reset, and they're not going to have the chance to. Loons picks out FaZe, and Vice takes out 7. And blood has been shared. It's one apiece again.
So GV didn't lose a guy when they won, and then Lazarus didn't lose a guy when they won the next round. It doesn't really get much closer than this. I think we're going to a golden round. Round 25, let's do it. We deserve it here at the beginning of today. And, oh man. These pushes from GV though have been hitting hard and fast. I mean, they have come in really strong in the beginning of this half.
It looks like they're going to do it again. It looks like it's going to be a big 5-man push through B. And I don't know if Lazarus are prepared for this one, but there's 2. Almost 3. Jin makes it 3. That's the triple kill. Can he make it 4? Rain takes that away from him, but then goes down to 7. It's 4 against 1, and 7 is down, and Lazarus hold on against that pressure. And the 5-man rush into B failed a second time in a row.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you do it enough times and you're going to get a guy like Jin who just lines up right behind the box, waits for the perfect time, and peeks you all down. There's only so many angles that you can cover when you are pushing into that B site. There's the left side, there's behind the box, which we just saw, there's behind the right side box, and then, of course, there's the back of the site where there's, like, left back of the site, middle back of the site. There's the guy that's peeking from the middle from the back road. It's a lot to cover, and it takes a lot of utility. It's not an easy push, and this time Lazarus, you know, if they're expecting it, they can get in position. They can clean it up really easily, so that they do. And now they do have the advantage here, 11-10, as we are moving into the next half of extra rounds.
Yep, and you need 13 wins, right? If my math is correct.
Yes.
Yep. So still all to play for in the second half of these extra rounds.
Yeah, you got to get 2 if you are Lazarus, and you got to get 2 if you're GV to force a golden round and to have a chance for one last rodeo.
So Lazarus not being as aggressive as GV, where it was a 5-man push almost instantly towards that B. We do have Rain staring down Snox and Awesome over on that B side, but not looking aggressive. Maybe thinking about A. Really hard to say. They're in that no man's position where they're in. You know, they're stuck in neutral. They're just coasting down the road, waiting for something to happen. Lazarus 40 just seeing if he can get anything done. Doesn't get any connections. Very hard through the smoke. But we do have maybe FaZe might get caught out here.
Oh, that flash was very interesting.
Oh, Rain does go down to FaZe. So that's 1 down on the side of Lazarus, and 40 Vies. Jin and Loons have quite a bit to do. They have a big decision to make. Are they going to go for that A side, or are they going to go for B? And they got to start making it soon, because they need to start making the moves. They need to start getting those rotations down, getting into position so that they can plant the bomb. But right now, with the 1-man advantage, it does allow GV to fortify the defenses in a way where even if they go one side, someone can quickly turn around and join the fight and support the other 2 players. And we do see Snox in that position, just sitting in the middle. It looks as though Vies might be faking a push into B here, but does get taken out. And look at that, the fake, almost perfect there. I think the grenades kind of gave away the position a little bit too early as 40 gets Creed, 7 takes down 40, Jin picks up 7, Snox takes out Loons, Jin gets Snox. It's 1 against 2, but feels very much like a you're locked in here with me, but no, Awesome does catch Jin on the back, and GV, they take another win here and tie us up.
We're all tied up at 11. Will we tie up at 12? The answer is yes. It is going to happen. At this point, it doesn't take any predictive power to know that that is the case. We will go all the way in this first match. Lazarus, you know, a little bit of a iffy situation there at the end of that round, so they want to go for something a little bit more forceful, a little bit more team-oriented, as they will push as a unit here onto B. It looks like out they come. It is only 3 of them, but can they get this in? It's 40 actually on the entry. Don't see that all the time, but Vi's coming on in. He picks up 2. Jin from mid gets another. And it looks like Lazarus are in a great spot now.
Yeah, GV were kind of caught in between 2 different rotations. They were moving over to that A side, thinking the push was coming in there just as Lazarus breached into B, leaving only 1 man in defense. And they're paying the price for it as Rain from that corner gets the last couple of kills, and Lazarus take a win. And I believe
12 to 11.
12 to 11. 1 win for Lazarus will give them the match.
Just 1 push on Blacklist to avoid a golden round. Golden rounds, you never know what's going to happen. We've seen some crazy golden rounds in our times that, you know, sometimes the players wait until there's like 15 seconds left and then they push. But sometimes we've had people like 5-man rush mid because they're like, they're never going to expect this. And it actually has worked in the past. I believe Lazarus actually did it one time. So very curious to see if we even get there and if they have an opportunity to show this again.
It happened again. Awesome was rotating over to A as the push comes in, but it doesn't matter. He turns around quicker than anything else and helps stem this push. And Lazarus collapsed under the pressure. GV take the round. And as you say,
the golden one. We have laid the golden egg here in the first match. We're going all the way to the golden round as we will look to get into that lobby and see who is going to be able to take it down. This is so close between these 2 teams. This is the decider, this 1 round to decide who takes the entire match. We've had so many rounds up until this point that have been insanely close, insanely back and forth. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to 1.
Yep. Whatever happened before doesn't matter. Throw it away. Chuck it in the bin. It's all down to this 1 last round. And we do have Lazarus on the Blacklist side. It's going to be GV on the Global Risk side. So, again, it's really hard to say how this is going to go. Lazarus haven't looked that great on the Blacklist side in these last couple of rounds. So, let's see. Will they decide to go 5-man push through mid?
I don't know. At the same time, you know, they might do it because it doesn't feel like that's the energy we're really getting from this match. Although
right.
At the same time, when they do go for pushes, it has been fast and loose, so maybe they do. I would actually expect kind of like an A-long push. Let's see what they go for here. They did do the same strategy twice in a row where they sent a big unit over into B. And they pushed with 3 members and tried to follow up from mid, but I don't know if they do that again as they move into a golden round. Even though it is just 1 more round, same sides as we had in the last 3 rounds, it feels different just because of the weight of the 1 round.
There is a lot of pressure on this to perform. You can't risk losing someone to a stray grenade or being slightly out of position or peeking a little bit too early, because that 1 man might be the turning, could determine which way the tide is going to go. We do see Lazarus at least sniffing B out. at this point having a bit of a think. Are they going to go for it? The C4 is picked up. 40 makes his way across. And do GV know this is coming? Awesome. In position, and we've seen how well he performs in this position. Turns around at the wrong time, but does turn back around, and he picks up 2 very important kills.
Oh, that flash there at the end. Jin and Loons, they might have a, no, Awesome, gonna get another one, and Awesome and FaZe, they pull it together. They get a golden round victory here for the side of GV, as that was quite the marathon, but we did have GV Esports at the end of the day. They pick up the victory in one last golden round.
Oh, what a match between these two teams. I mean, back and forth, they were equally balanced, but GV just enough to bring it home. And that gives them the 1-1 position right now, I believe. They are 1-1, so are Lazarus. Yeah. So, literally anything can happen in this group.
That's the way it's felt in every single match we have had so far. This EUMENA division is just so tightly packed with talent, and it's so close between every single team. And nobody's really dropping the ball at any given time. Except, well, close that 110-0. But outside of that, it has been extremely close on pretty much every map that we have played. This one was no different. This one went the farthest distance that we have had so far. And man, it was a bloodbath. So many of these rounds came down to clutch, like 1v1 scenarios as well.
What's interesting is in the first 2 maps, we saw people just absolutely popping off, right? 20 plus kills. Like this one, it felt much more reserved. I don't think anyone really tried to get those highlight moments, tried to get on plays of the week kind of thing. It just felt very solid crossfire, and in the end, GV were just strong enough to take it. I mean, they were just the better team, getting, you know, the first shot off nearly every time. They just closed down these pushes real easily.
This is, we had so many highlights in this one, so many last-second decisions. At the end, once again, we saw trying to push in onto the site. It's actually, you know, funnily enough, I know this was a crazy clutch from Loons, but it's the same scenario, the same kind of push that got them into the extra rounds in the first place, and Lazarus went back to it time and time again, but at the end of the day, their former teammate, Awesome, comes up huge alongside of his teammates in some of these clutch moments to take them down on repeated pushes. Lazarus, they had a good start in the extra rounds, but they weren't quite able to close the hatch.
Definitely not. I mean, Awesome played awesomely, and we all know that kind of thing where when one player switches teams and the 2 teams play, that player is a thorn in the side of your team. Happens in sports, happens in Crossfire. Awesome just reading things perfectly, knowing exactly where everyone would be, and brings home the bacon for GV.
Yeah, there you have it. 25 rounds. The last 2 secured by GV. Jin had a massive map, so did Rain. Jin and Rain, 2 of the new pickups here in 2023 for Lazarus, but it was not enough to get them across the line. GV were the better team on today's match, but not by much.
No,
they get across, they get the win, but we know what really happened here in this.
This was as
really close.
Yeah, it's as close as it could possibly be, right? It could not have been closer. And just a little bit of affirmation here. Lazarus did win the first one 10-7. Then GV, they turned it up. They won 8-10 and then 12-13 in that golden round 25. And Awesome is the MVP, 1.29 kill death ratio, 9 kills a round. That would be insane. 0.9 kills per round.
Well, there you have it. Awesome comes in, joins a new team, 2023. They win in CFWL Season 1. They win here in the first rematch at CFSI. Is that going to be the story in the future matches? We'll have to wait and see if Lazarus and GV even face off against each other once again. We'll have to see if they even make it there in the face-off in the playoffs. But, guys, that was the first match. Lazarus just went through that entire match.
Yep.
And they lost in the golden round. It is the most devastating thing. And now they have to go up against UNKNIGHTS, who are 2-0, who are currently undefeated. We are going to take a 20-minute break and come back with that second match. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. We are here at CFSI, and we are getting ready for the second match of the day. This one is going to be UNKNIGHTS up against LAZARUS. LAZARUS coming off a pretty devastating loss. They got so close against GV Esports, but they lost in the golden round of Map 3 Port.
Yeah, UNKNIGHTS 2-0 yesterday, shocking the world over.
Shocking the nation.
Shocking the nation. We were expecting them to be good, but not quite as good as they showed up to be. And, you know, they didn't dominate their opponents. They won through so many super close games, right? It wasn't a walk in the park for UNKNIGHTS. However, they have had chance to rest. They've had chance to, you know, look at LAZARUS's play. They've now watched quite a few games, I'd assume, of what LAZARUS bring to the table. So I think UNKNIGHTS might actually be in a much better position today.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at that. And I think what you got to do is ban compounds. Like, don't let UNKNIGHTS play on that map, even though they did lose it once technically. In their first match, they then dominated 3BL on it 10-0. So they look very confident. They picked it twice. If I'm LAZARUS, that's the map I would go ahead and ban right off the get-go. And for UNKNIGHTS, I mean, what do you really ban here against LAZARUS? They seem pretty good on all maps. It doesn't seem like they really stick out as like super strong on one. So maybe just ban one that you're uncomfortable with here. That is going to be match 5, the second match of the day. Today, of course, as we introduce UNKNIGHTS once again.
Yeah, Pietro, MKZ. Then we have Beck, HZZ, and HDZ. Too many HZs.
The H brothers.
They performed yesterday. Like, together they were nigh unstoppable yesterday in their games.
Yeah, they really were. And I mean, so talented, this group of young pro gamers that have joined us here. Newer to the scene than a bunch of the other teams that are here in the same bracket as them. Currently in first after their performances, HCZ on top of the KD score and the KR score. So looking pretty good so far as a team, but certainly HCZ has been popping off.
Yeah, their blacklist was 57.4 yesterday, so we'll be looking out for that. But we are looking once again at LAZARUS as Vise, Loons, 40, Jin, and Rain make up this team. We've already seen them once today. As you said earlier, they did go down in a crushing defeat to GV earlier. They were so close to victory, losing out in that golden round. So hopefully they can pick themselves back up off the floor. And they look pretty happy, I would say.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell. We get this short window of webcams to see, you know, how the team are feeling, and generally everyone just looks super laser focused more than, you know, actually showing emotions.
Yeah. No doubt, you know, maybe they just go into the next match saying, well, crap, that really hurts, but, you know, whatever. Let's just go in and play our game. Let's play really hard here. And maybe it even boosts them to hit a new level of play, and they may need it. I mean, UNKNIGHTS were able to take down GV. As you mentioned, it was a close matchup, but the stats are the stats. It does feel like UNKNIGHTS are really on a big roll so far here at their first time at CFS, and they are kind of the team to beat after their performance yesterday. So certainly LAZARUS will have to come in here and actually pull out something new, perhaps.
Yeah, and the map ban, UNKNIGHTS ban Mexico, LAZARUS ban Compound. As you were saying, that seems to be the smart pick. So Ankara is going to be our first port of call, but Port is going to be the second, and Black Widow in that third set. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. What was interesting, I don't know if you caught it, but LAZARUS's global risk side is only at 48% compared to the 53% of UNKNIGHTS. So that might be the decider, because both teams relatively the same when it comes to global risk at 58 for LAZARUS and 57 for UNKNIGHTS. So it's going to be a very, very close match, but we got to keep an eye on LAZARUS's global risk side.
Yeah, it's definitely something to look at. I think that they were certainly struggling a bit, as we saw in the last matchup, but the Blacklist side does look pretty strong overall, so maybe they can kind of shore it up there. It has been really close between a lot of the different teams, as UNKNIGHTS, the unstoppable newcomer in the scene with the 2-win streak on day 1, was the story from yesterday. Will UNKNIGHTS secure a win in this series and become the first newcomer team to reach the finals with a 3-0 run? I mean, they look primed and ready to do it.
Yeah, they definitely did, and the power of friendship could definitely carry them all the way. And they will be, if they go 3-0, they are obviously the first seed, so they will be waiting quite a while to get into the matches tomorrow, because they will only have to play 1, whereas every other team will have to play at least 2.
Yeah. And you say at least 2 because, of course, there could be a team that comes up from the first match and has to play 1, 2, and then 3, and has to play in the finals. Could happen. Unlikely. Vise, he's like, wow, I guess I should work on my grenade lineups.
Yeah, you just kind of watch it explode in front of you, and you're like, I'm just going to sit here and watch, and if I die while looking at it on the floor, I deserve this. All right, so we do have Yard looking at B, and Rain off to a great start as HDZ taken out almost instantly. Peaked just a little bit too much and gets taken out. Well, Pietro is going to find himself on the end of Jin's gun, and Lazarus have come out all guns blazing in this one. Beck, MKZ, and HCZ have a lot to do as B-side looks to be completely lost to them. But we do have Rain waiting for this rotation from MKZ, but they're not going to see each other. Oh, they're going to bump into each other now as Rain gets the better there. HCZ does finish him off, making sure no one can come towards the back of Beck and HCZ, who are going to try a split approach to kind of break this. Beck loses very, very low as Jin gets HCZ. Jin takes out Beck and Lazarus. All guns blazing in the first round.
Yeah, very nice. They got those 2 couple of pickoffs as well to start it. Rain in mid with the first blood, and then the kill on the entry. And essentially made it much easier for Lazarus, as now they're coming in real quick once again towards Office. Rain kind of playing the lurk spot here for the team, hanging around mid, but the majority of them looking to push in here. They will take control of Office for now. And UNKNIGHTS kind of a sleepy start. You know, it didn't help that they got behind very quickly, but then Rain kind of getting the flank on the flankers was not exactly the best feel for them.
Yeah, but Rain has taken quite a bit of damage this time around, so he's probably going to be a little bit more defensive as we see him sitting down in quarters, trying to get the angles up A long, seeing if you can find out where UNKNIGHTS are.
Perhaps uncover where the UNKNIGHTS are. That could be the way to go with this. And yeah, it looks like just straight up under B push, and the side of UNKNIGHTS, the majority of them hanging over by A, but a bit of a step up here from Beck. Gonna come down to HCZ, but he is going to miss that first shot. Now hanging around in the corner. He does get 1, picks up 2 actually. A fantastic hold where you would not normally expect it. And that's going to give his teammates a chance to come in here and retake the site.
Yeah, not only did he get it, he got it with the pistol. So very good play from him, just slowing down this Lazarus push, weakening what is left over for MKZ and HCZ. So we're going to have to see them if they can push through here effectively. Oh, the Mario dunk there as 40 lands right on MKZ's head. And it's 1 against 2. Can he get the ninja diffuse off here? No, 40 I think saw it. 40 is down. Loons looking to come up. Oh, looked the wrong way as Loons gets the kill and makes it 2-0.
Yeah, definitely a pretty nice push onto the B site regardless. You know, if you can get a 2v2 situation and you get the bomb planted and you're all set up, still a nice spot for the side of Blacklist. And Lazarus showing why they did choose to go and start on the Blacklist, especially on this map. And a lot of focus already onto the B side, trying to draw people over, and now that opens up potential onto the A side. If you've got like 3 people on A, it becomes handleable, but if you've only got like 2 or 1 guy, it is very difficult to stop this push in. And Vise is going to get that first kill. Loons gets another. Beck is trying to hold down on the site. He will actually pick up 2 kills. Very nicely done. But 40 able to push up and trade 1 back.
Does 40 know that HDZ is there as Pietro catches Loons on the backside, and 40 coming up clutch here, gets the kill. He only has a little bit of health to play with. Pietro knows exactly where he is, so he's going to go on the chase. Did he see him run all the way down?
Oh, 40 just waited for him. Felt the pressure, knew he was going to chase after him. Excellently handled there. 40, big clutch that time around, able to somehow get the pistol kill up on top of A. I guess his opponent kind of ran out of bullets there. He wasn't firing for the second half of that firefight. And at the end of the day, he's able to catch out Pietro, who's trying to get in there. So, nice start here for Lazarus. Maybe taking that loss to heart against GB and trying to come out strong into the next match.
Yeah, and come out strong they did. Pietro is very low, and he is a pillar of this team. He is very, very good in those clutch situations, but now he's going to have to play very defensively. He is sitting in office as Central Passage looks to be, yeah, they are going to go towards B. B isn't as heavily defended as it has been before, so this might be a pretty easy take by Lazarus as they come out all guns blazing. But look at this, the kill zone has been activated as Vise gets HDZ off the board immediately. Pietro trying to do what he can, but as I said, he didn't have a lot to play with. Beck picks up Rain on the back, but it's 3 against 4, and Beck is very low again. And he is taken out by Loons. So 40, Loons, Vise, and Jin might just make this 4-0 and make it look like a stump is on the cards. Vise doesn't get anything done. Jin takes MKZ. It looked like it was going to be Vice's kill. Vice walks around the corner, does go down to HCZ. So HCZ has it all to do. He doesn't have a lot of utility to play with. Doesn't have many resources left. The bomb has been planted. He has to do this. And Loons comes up, gets the kill, but the bomb is going to go off regardless as Lazarus take a commanding 4-0 lead here.
Yeah, really good stuff. It does look like they are well warmed up from that first match. UNKNIGHTS coming out here a bit sleepily. These rounds, they're not really that close. Here in EUMENA, it's been a lot of back and forth, you know, close rounds, clutches. And 40 did have the one big clutch in the last round, but majority of the time, this has just been Lazarus all the way. And UNKNIGHTS have not been able to figure out a solution to this. That push in towards B, once again, very strong, came quick. MKZ was not able to handle the pressure. And they're just getting so much value out of this Blacklist side so far. We'll have to wait and see if they can keep it up, because this this formula they have is working.
Yeah, but the Lazarus have slowed things down a little bit here and just making UNKNIGHTS maybe anxious, maybe seeing if they can force these weird timed rotations and seeing if they can find cracks in the armor as Vise looks to be pushing up towards A. Might just get caught out because there's a pretty heavy defense there from UNKNIGHTS. Vise wisely backing up. HCZ might get an angle. Kind of hard to say if he could see anything there, but I don't think he is. I think Vise is safe. 40 goes down. HDZ gets the kill, but Vise does pick up MKZ. 1-for-1 trade here. Both teams playing this very, very slow. UNKNIGHTS not even rotating at all to any of this. They have the information, but there's just no movement. B is not the target, but they have HDZ and they have Pietro there, and nobody is rotating over to A. It's Vise. He's going to make it, but Beck stands in the way, sees the other 3, and that should be the call out. A little bit slow on the uptake for UNKNIGHTS. A little bit of hesitation from HDZ and Pietro, but they are now making that rotation round. Loons piling on the pressure if he can, but does go down. Pietro gets that kill. So 2 against 3. A slow crawl here by Rain, sitting in a very awkward position to break as Jin takes out Pietro. And there's Rain getting 1. Can he get 2? Can he win this for Lazarus? The control through the box, and there you have it. Lazarus make it 5 on the bounce, and this is looking kind of like Lazarus saw yesterday's 10-0 and went, we can't just let you do it on your own. We have to have one as well.
Well, it's definitely a very one-sided start, and I feel like UNKNIGHTS are somewhat second-guessing themselves. I'm not sure. Like, some individual performances are good, but some of the calls have not been great. They try to rotate over as a 3-man unit and just run straight into one of the easiest AWM lineups that you have on this map, which is on the backside through the fence. And it's very obviously, especially against 40, it's just really not going to work. And so, a bit confusing. I thought maybe they could come in from 2 sides, but didn't want to give up the back and the spawn area and maybe get rotated on again. Not 100% sure, but either way, they're going to have to really reconsider their options here because Lazarus are just steamrolling them right now. We might see another B push here. The C4 is still out in quarters, being held by Vise, but they are certainly poking in for now.
It would be very interesting if they feigned the push onto B, just allowing the push onto A and catching the global risk side on UNKNIGHTS. Not really knowing what to do, not really knowing where to go. But that's not going to happen, as we do see A looks to be the hot zone right now. There's already 3 people of UNKNIGHTS sitting there. Pietro, MKZ and HZZ defending this area as MKZ gets the slightest sniff of Jin and just takes him off the board as Loons goes down. And there's another one for MKZ. Rain, last man standing on the side of Lazarus. HZZ pops around the corner. Can he take him out? Pietro looking to get a little bit of pressure, but while Rain was looking up there, HZZ pops out and finally gets 1 on the board for UNKNIGHTS.
Yeah, finally UNKNIGHTS, they get a couple of those early picks, and that generally leads Lazarus to try to force in onto the A site, but it wasn't all at once. It was kind of 1 by 1, and that led to 1 by 1 them getting picked off. Now trying to force into office, but Beck is right here, very aggressively positioned, and he is going to be able to spray them down. Trying to push into the office, but Pietro also here. Jin, very nice angle, but he can't get more than 1. Now Loons is incredibly low. Doesn't look good for him.
Yeah, Loons sitting on top of this C4, maybe hoping that UNKNIGHTS unravel themselves and maybe try to push a position that they really shouldn't be going into. All they got to do is keep eyes here. As HDZ caught unawares, HDZ almost caught unaware as well, but turns around with the pistol, gets the kill, and UNKNIGHTS make it 2 in a row. This is looking much better for UNKNIGHTS.
Lazarus trying to force it in once again, kind of like they have on some of their other pushes, but it's just read very well by UNKNIGHTS. They're in position for this one. HDZ trying to push out in mid, but once again, the power of friendship. Everybody's there to support them. Beck does get a lot of value there in mid, but Jin as well is able to get 1 step up on him. As now HCZ, he has been spotted. It's a 1v2. Jin very low, but not able to get that spray down, and actually HCZ takes more damage than he does.
Yeah, and gives away the position, gives away his rotation, and it looks as though the bomb is going to get planted over on B, leaving HCZ a very long walk, a very lonely walk, all the way across the map to try and retake this. He's going to find Jin first, most likely. No, 40 could just peek at the wrong time. HCZ turns around, Jin pops his head out, takes down, and Jin is 13-4 right now.
Yeah, he is having a massive map here. Take a look at his teammate scores comparatively. Only Beck is close. His HDZ has been having a lot of these pickoffs, but outside of those, he hasn't been doing too much. So, kind of the 3 guys we're looking at. And
but catching Jin
that's
immediately,
big.
that's a big pickoff. That might just be the momentum that UNKNIGHTS needs to take another win and close this in at 6-3. And 6-3 looks a hell of a lot better than 7-2. I had to quickly do the math then.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But they're still going to group up here for a 4-man push against only 2. Note the position, trying to get information on the side of UNKNIGHTS. Now they just will be out of position, but it doesn't quite matter. MKZ and HCZ able to hold down the site. Only 40 is able to get the 1 kill. Now he has to have the magnificent clutch. It's just not going to happen. He's just flashed up. That's going to be the end of that half, as Lazarus will move into the second one, up 6-3, but at least UNKNIGHTS get a very dominant last round of the half.
Yeah, taking out Jin was massive for UNKNIGHTS there. It just gave them that window of opportunity to put the pressure on the rest of the team who, while having a great game, are just not performing as well as Jin is today. And look at that, 40 actually got the drop on everyone and drops the ball as he goes down. MKZ, oh, Pietro popping up here, gets 2, does get taken down by Loons, and HDZ does get Loons in return. It's 3 against 2. Rain and Vise against Beck, ACZ, and HDZ.
Yeah, that was
planted.
A really aggressive push. I mean, these guys, they came out swinging. Even 40 couldn't keep up. He's like, wait, they're already pushing right onto the site. And it didn't seem like as a team they were really ready for that one. As now Vise and Rain going to try to catch up to this one. Get the 1 kill, hopping down. They try to get more, but it is not enough as HCZ was able to push up the stairs at the same time as they're dropping down. Gives a nice little advantage over to UNKNIGHTS and gets them 1 step closer to tying it all up.
Yeah, this is where Lazarus have been struggling this tournament in this Global Risk side. So we'll see if UNKNIGHTS can capitalize and get them in a row. And HDZ gets Loons with a wicked shot there, but Jin does take out HDZ. Love to see Sniper Wars. There's more battles going on across this map, but it is 4-4. And Lazarus has a slight health advantage, but that's about it. They don't have much else in the way of advantages here, and they're very low on utilities, where MKZ still has 2, Beck still has 2, and Pietro hasn't thrown a single grenade yet.
Yeah, not yet. Just saving it for next round, perhaps. As, let's see when this push will come in. We just had UNKNIGHTS. They started off the half. They just sprinted into A. Like, they just waited for grenades, and then they just all ran in. And now, you know, they lost 1 member. They're taking their time. Bomb picked up. Now they are here in the central passage. Which direction are we going here? It's looking like B bottom, but Lazarus are very well set up for any kind of B push.
Yeah, very, very well set up. But Beck is also going to be able to just turn around and support this. Trying to get someone on the back, but Pietro taken down by 40. And can he get HCZ? He does get HCZ, but MKZ closes that one out. 40 just stopping any kind of flood that was coming through there. And Beck is going to find himself facing Rain, but Rain goes down. It's 2v2 as Vise gets MKZ. And it's all down to Beck, who has been playing phenomenally today. And doesn't quite manage to get Vise. Gets him very low, but not quite enough as Lazarus take a round on the Global Risk side.
Yeah, again, taking it much slower there on the 4v4. They eventually decided to push into B bottom, but 40 starts off with that pick. It really puts a thorn in their side, and it slows down everything for the side of UNKNIGHTS, so they're not quite able to put on as much pressure. I thought maybe they'd try to run into A again, try to really keep up the tempo and keep Lazarus guessing in a big way. But after the presence of 2 guys are seen by UNKNIGHTS, Lazarus going to rotate over 3 people in total.
And is it going to be the right call? Are UNKNIGHTS actually going to commit on this A side, or are they going to make that rotation? The C4 is still in that neutral position, but now it looks as though A is going to be the call, so they are moving over. It's 5 against 3. Make that 5 against 4 in this corridor. Jin popping up again. Still going here. HTZ takes quite a lot of damage, and Lazarus are fully up, fully healthy. They are ready to fight here.
Yeah, pretty interesting stuff. If HTZ gets that one little pick, could have been huge, but to be honest, his GR sniping has been great, allowing him to set up, and same, I guess, for 40 here, as he's able to get that one Jin through the air duct, picks up another. They're trying to get this flawless round. Only Beck is alive. And, well, that's not going to happen because Beck will take down Jin, who had no idea where Beck was. Will pick up the C4 and try to run away from the swarm of bees that is Lazarus, pushing in through connector.
And he's going to get it done, too. He is going to be able to sneak away, and Beck is in a lot of trouble here. He has to bucket over to B, try to find a place where he can set up because it's completely open. But that would mean they know where he is, and maybe they're going to wrap around the back of him here. Oh, Beck is like a cat living on 9 lives right now. He turns around. He didn't see anyone. I thought he might have caught them there, but they were inside, so didn't get a glimpse. He's going to go A. He's going to find Vise here. Tries to get the C4 planted, but that was a mistake as Lazarus pick up another round win.
Yeah.
Puts themselves in touching distance of taking this first map.
Beck trying to get a little bit fancy there at the end with some of those cool rotations, but at the end of the day, it's still 1v4. And Lazarus did have the one guy on A, was able to shut that down. So not meant to happen. MKZ now getting flashed out here as did have actually a push. We have a guy getting into connector. Loon's going to clear that out as now Lazarus, they have been unleashed after that last round. They are really putting on the pressure now. They are just wiping them up here. Only HCZ is able to get the one kill, but Lazarus make it to 9 rounds real quick.
Yeah, and they have so many set points remaining. We're only on round 14 between these two teams. So 4 set points for Lazarus. Can they close Ankara out and take us to port? We'll find out as we do have Vise down there. Senses Beck in that corner. Beck responds, confirming the suspicions. But no damage really done for Vise. Vise does take quite a few hits, though.
Lazarus are pushing into here, and it's going to work, actually. HCZ all alone at that point in time. And, I mean, generally in this scenario, if you're in a position to push A, you try to get in there as quickly as possible. You can see that HDZ is actually going to follow up here on MKZ, so they will do exactly that, but the clearing on the site is not clean enough. Janice is here, taking everybody down nearly. Only Pietro is able to trade it back.
Yeah, unfortunately, ran out of ammo, had to switch to that pistol, but Beck does pick one back. Rain is down as well, and now, just like that, the blink of an eye, it is 2 against 2. Pietro and Beck against Loons and 40. Beck is on fire right now as he picks up another one and then runs away. Flashes. Did he flash himself there?
I think a bit, yeah. Pietro is spotted, but he is able to hit that shot at least. And barely keep their hopes alive in this one. Not the cleanest round, but UNKNIGHTS will take it. They lost the first blood, but then they went on to push on to A site, lose a couple of members to Jin, and still they went on to win that round. So kind of a messy one back and forth, but UNKNIGHTS will take the win.
Absolutely. Has the resistance started? Can UNKNIGHTS take down Lazarus here? As we see, we're on board with MKZ. Just pottering around. Beck, who has been popping off this time, has a sense that Vise is in that window. He's going to come around the corner, see that that's the case, and take his sweet time. Wait, what?
Yeah, he's just waiting.
Wait,
seeing
what?
if he can catch anyone else because, oh man, he is just slipping into the back.
What did I just witness?
He is doing the ultimate lurk play.
I thought Beck was going to knife Vize out the window, but now he's going to get to knife 40. He doesn't even use the knife, just takes him out. Could have saved the ammo. I knew the rotation would come in. Beck is a slippery snake right now. He's just in no man's land and has helped secure this for his team, Pietro MKZ. And Vize is just under so much pressure. Does manage to get the kill, but does walk in to HDZ. And B is an absolute slaughter right now. Jin gets Pietro, MKZ gets Loons. HDZ does get the kill on Jin. And that is an UNKNIGHTS win.
Yeah, it all comes down to Beck just sneaking past Vize, saying, okay, well, they think they've got this angle covered. I'm going to sneak on in. Of course, 40 would never check that angle because Vize got it covered, right? Well, he did it. So 40 goes down for free. The entry onto B is free through the bottom, as they had already taken down 40. And they get on in. They clear it up. Lazarus, nice try to shape up from there. That's kind of a tilter for sure, but still, they're on the cusp of winning here on this first map with 9 rounds for now 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, still 3 set points here for Lazarus. So still a lot to play for, still a lot to play with. UNKNIGHTS cannot afford to let anything slip now. They have to play perfectly. And they have done for the last 2 rounds. Can they do it for a third? Grenades are thrown. And it looks as though A might be the option here, but there is a very strong defensive quarter by Lazarus, as they have Loons, they have Rain, and they have Jin on that side. And running into Jin right now is always very tricky because the guy is on fire.
Yeah, 20 and 9. It's pretty good. Look at this timing. He's just going to check on out right as the flash is going to hit into them, and he's got HDZ behind him, but he doesn't even seem to care. Not going to pick up a 23rd kill. Oh, boo-hoo. He's doing fine. He doesn't care. Doesn't need number 23. He'll give one of those over to his teammates, no doubt, unless HDZ has just the cleanest clutch we've seen in a while. He's trying to get that shot on the 40. It's not going to happen. And Lazarus will get across the line 10-6 on the first map.
Very, very strong by Lazarus there. That was calculated. That was an absolute, just nothing really went right for UNKNIGHTS, and they couldn't quite get things going. They're very slow on the trigger. Their strategies don't seem to be as perfectly executed as we saw in quite a few games yesterday. So we'd have to see how that goes. I do hope that the slippery fish makes it into the highlights, because that is one of those things where you put a bit of meme music to it and
yeah,
share that around.
No, that's definitely a funny highlight for sure if we do get to it, but it was pretty much all Lazarus all the time, especially early on. 5 rounds in a row. And even this round, I was a little bit confused. I'm like, why are they just going to push straight into Jin, actually, who was holding on to the sniper at that point. Some decent moments, individually especially. Like, you can tell that the level of play, at least individually from the UNKNIGHTS members, is still there. But Jin was popping off, and I think as a team, especially Lazarus, were just a little bit more tight-knit.
Yeah, neutralizing Jin was very important in those earlier rounds because he was popping off. He was holding everything down for his team, and when he was gone, the rest of the team almost kind of fell apart, and that's what gave UNKNIGHTS round 6, 7, and 9. But eventually, the rest of the team kind of picked up their fair share of the kills, and yeah, the rest is it. Lazarus do take this first.
That they do. Not the first time Beck got the drop on Vize on this map. As here it is, slips by Vize, gets the free kill onto 40. It's the free plant for UNKNIGHTS. And it was a big round actually from there. Picked up another one, but then Jin says he has re-entered the lobby. He's going to put an end to the nonsense. And that he did.
There's a part of me that was hoping, like Jin said to his team, like, guys, look, I want to reach 25 kills. If you could just throw this 3v1,
Yeah.
just let me get a couple more kills and then I'll be good. But no, look at that. You can see Jin's dominance in this kills per round. 1.38. Insanity.
Yeah. He basically had all the numbers. Even his headshot rate was really high. Like, he was just all over them. A fantastic round, or rather map overall from that player, as he has been a huge addition here to the Lazarus roster for 2023. We will be moving on to Port for our second map, and this one will be interesting. We just saw Lazarus play 25 rounds on Port against GV, so we definitely have a lot to go off of. UNKNIGHTS definitely have a lot to go off of. Will it make the difference on the second map?
We'll soon find out, as it is UNKNIGHTS and Lazarus. UNKNIGHTS down one map so far today. Can they bring it to a third map on Black Widow that has been so good for them this weekend thus far, as they have been there twice already and they have 2 wins on Black Widow? Can Port be their redemption arc in this match? As we see Lazarus kind of just setting up, looking over towards B maybe, having a bit of a push through the warehouse.
Where have we seen this before?
I have no idea. Would it be Lazarus versus GV maybe?
Yeah, it feels like this happened about 15 minutes ago. Maybe a little bit longer.
Can we ask production to check if this is a replay? Because the push comes out in a very aggressive style again, and Jin is on fire, picks up 2 around the back as the rest of his team push through the front. And look at this, Lazarus just collapsing on UNKNIGHTS, and HDZ is last man standing. Pistols at dawn, does pick up a rifle, so he will have at least something to play with here. But he's got to make a lot work. It is a 1 versus 3. The C4 is planted, so the timer is down. 40 is right in front of him. Doesn't even get 40 down, and that is a dominant win for Lazarus again, and that is what we call a statement of intent.
Yeah, Jin once again lurking in mid. Comes in right after everybody on UNKNIGHTS sees the push on the B and is rotating over. The timing of that is extremely important. As now the spray onto Pietro, as he was trying to get the drop on them here in tunnels, but it wasn't meant to be. As, you know, maybe did a little bit of damage to 40, but that was about it. Nearly loses his life in the process.
Yeah, it looked as though Lazarus were going to go for that 5-man push again onto B, but Pietro, he only took a little bit of damage, but completely thwarted that push because everyone else could have rotated. They had all the information, and Lazarus decided, no. We don't want to give this a try yet. So they pulled back, went into the neutral zone, and are now looking at long A. See if they can pick off anyone. I think it's HDZ up on top. And maybe they're rethinking their B strategy. Are they going to go for B again?
Pietro is in here. Not actually in this.
Oh, it did look
entrance,
as though he was in.
But he is in the corner. In here in the corner, let's see if he can get the drop on them as he's low on health, but they expect it. And now ETZ alone on the back of the site. He will actually pick up 1, as finally they do get in there and clean him up. That was looking a little bit scary. Jin also getting that kill onto one of the members, Beck, I believe, as this should be another clean plant on the B.
It should, but there's still a lot that could go wrong. HDZ is walking around the corner thinking, maybe I can go out. Nope, teammates down. MKZ, last man standing. Jin's in front of him, does get Jin. Has 3 more to go. Cannot do a shot through the wall as Lazarus take another win.
Yeah, might as well plant that. Feels good. And once again, critical kill comes in from Jin, but also another clean push onto the B side, and a lot of rotations that UNKNIGHTS aren't really able to get the read on. It can be difficult on this map. Pietro comes in, nice blast, nice push, comes out onto a long. Get a bunch of damage in as well, with 3 members pushing out here.
Yeah, and everyone just kind of backs off and leaves the battlefield there. And can Lazarus... Lazarus going to try and force the issue here on this side. I don't think they are. I think maybe they'll go back into a bit of a more neutral position. So we do see HCZ maybe taking a look, see if he can pick up any information. But I mean, right now it really looks as though they're giving it away. UNKNIGHTS, MKZ picks up Jin. And all the information was kind of just given away by Lazarus there. They were still firing from that bottom corner through loading dock up towards A long. And that just gave UNKNIGHTS all the information they needed to know, hey, it seems like there's a few people down there. Don't worry about it. You have a little bit more time to relax. But Rain catches HDZ completely unaware. And look at that. 40 takes down HDZ, who was in no man's land. He was not even paying attention. Was taken out. Beck and MKZ, last two remaining, as Beck gets the drop on Rain. And now there's a bit of a sandwich coming up. MKZ does get it and gets two. That is a very, very important win for UNKNIGHTS.
Yeah, MKZ stepping up to the plate when they needed it most. You don't want to start getting, you know, a bunch of rounds in a row going to your enemy team once again. As a bit of damage comes in there, the little pea shooter, as HDZ nearly gets tranquilized. Not picking up a kill just yet on this map. Lazarus looking to push now quickly onto the A site, trying to use this advantage that they have. Jin, very aggressive, right in the front door, and he is going to get a lot of value. Takes out MKZ. Vyze is able to help him out on the back of the site here, as they will be able to get on in a lot of low members, but back from behind, they did not cover this flank.
Yeah, but he does have a good position now, does Rain. He knows where Beck is. Does he know where Beck is? He knows where AZZ is. And Beck is rotating up next to him. So they are going to try to have this collaborative push up into A. Will they split around the silo? Beck, a couple of pot shots there, and HZZ perfectly aimed. All the time in the world to defuse this one. And UNKNIGHTS pull it back to 2-2.
Yeah, nicely done. Great retake, good timing on the rotation to come out from Beck and the lurk behind them. They were not expecting that. Lazarus, they have been really quick on these rotations. I think that's part of the reason why they kind of got caught off by that, not expecting him to get in there that quickly. But it does feel like UNKNIGHTS finally beginning to feel the pressure and actually be able to respond to it. Look at this lineup, actually. But the real push from Lazarus is coming in here onto A.
Yeah, and HCZ running as far as he can, making sure that he's not going down. And HCZ, the perfect wingman, pops around the corner, and all of UNKNIGHTS running down here. Vyze trying to get that kill site. Loons now trying to do what he can. One man standing. MKZ and HCZ are very, very low, but Loons is also low, so he's going to take a long way around, see if he can get the drop on somebody. He actually really needs to get the drop, because otherwise he might just get taken down by MKZ and HCZ. So he's slow pushing this one, taking a slow walk. We see it again, MKZ and HCZ just let the C4 go. The grenade comes in, doesn't catch anyone. Does he have? He has the C4, so he is going to plant it. And MKZ and HCZ, they knew where the C4 was. They just let it go.
Yeah, basically just trying to regroup as a unit and try to push 2v1. They should be able to do that at least, but can Loon stop this? No, he cannot. He checks right as they get the double stack. The double peek there on the backside in the spawn, and that will be the defuse coming in. So 3 rounds in a row to the side of UNKNIGHTS. They're making this map a lot more interesting on their map selection. And, well, actually, no, I guess this is Lazarus' choice.
Yeah.
But either way, still a good performance from the side of UNKNIGHTS, able to come back in a big way. And HCZ's not even really performing up to his usual levels. So imagine if he's able to kind of like level up here could be a big resurgence from this team that maybe started off a little bit slow.
Yeah, Lazarus are allowing UNKNIGHTS to kind of dictate the pace of play a little bit here, because we saw in the first 2 rounds that massive blitz into B worked so well because it was so aggressive. UNKNIGHTS were just not prepared for it. Lazarus, some reason decided, you know, 3, 4, 5 that they had to play slower. They had to slow things down, and that seems to be playing into the hands of UNKNIGHTS here, as we do see a little bit of poking. They're in a very aggressive position, are Lazarus. They're very high up on the map. They have to make a decision. Which side are they going to go to? And they're leaning towards A, but very easily they could move B as they push through up under the bridge. MKZ does go down. Rain takes him out. Vise gets HTZ. Jin gets Beck. Vise gets HCZ. And an absolute collapse here of UNKNIGHTS as Lazarus control this one and finish it with a grenade to the face. Lazarus tie things up 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? They didn't quite have the defense on the bridge. It's not a strategy that Lazarus really even showed against GV. So UNKNIGHTS were just not expecting a lot of pressure around this area of the map. Lazarus were able to group up for it and get in there really quickly. They sprayed down MKZ, and even as they were getting shot in the back, all 3 of them on the bridge were able to turn right around and get another kill. So here we go, now aggressive into B. We do have 3 members here from the side of UNKNIGHTS. We'll see if they can actually stop this push. Yes, they will. At least for now, as it is up to Jin, who is alone 1v2. This is going to be difficult for him, but we've seen Jin clutch it before. He's up against MKZ and HDZ, who is still looking for his first kill.
Yeah, Jin going the long way around and actually might catch them unaware. I think both of the UNKNIGHTS members assumed he tried to push through the door, and now it's a 1v1. It's HDZ, who is 0-6 today, against Jin, who is 8-5. Jin might actually get the drop. Turns around. Ooh. Oh! Jin takes down HDZ, who is 0-7 on this map. And let's take it.
Yeah, that was pretty rough, but again, Jin clutches another round. This guy is so incredibly valuable to this roster right now, and is a big reason why they were even able to get it close against GV, why they were able to take down UNKNIGHTS on the first map due to his crazy performance there especially. And now again, he's not missing a beat. He's just back in action consistently, dunking on the enemies regardless of who it is. And that's the kind of performance you need if you really want to take down some maps in a very competitive EUMENA.
Yeah, we can't understate how important Loons has been so far as well. 7-4. Been playing pretty well as HDZ does get Vice.
First kill.
Deserved.
Nice.
Is that going to open the floodgates? Is HDZ going to finish this 30-7? We'll find out.
Not a single death from here on out. Just clean.
They are going to push through B here. They're going to start coming out of the warehouse. And here we go. Oh, Pietro just left himself wide open as HDZ gets one. Can he make it two? Rain is the unfortunate victim there. KZ. A dance in the smoke there. And it's HDZ against 40.
Yeah.
Surely HDZ can make it two here, and he does. Nicely done, jumping over the back. Oh, Jin's still up. I thought Jin was out.
Oh,
he is now.
Yeah, he was trying to get that one tap on HDZ, who tapped on the bomb and was running away. So didn't quite hear the footsteps behind him, but that shot does miss, and then HDZ is able to get it. So you talked about opening up the floodgates. He didn't get 30 kills yet, but he did get 3 kills without dying in that last round. So shout out to HDZ. Slow start, but now is picking it up.
Yeah, I assumed Jin was dead there. He had nothing left in the tank. I think it was a 1 hit point left. So, well done for Jin for taking that one out.
See how how this one goes. Lazarus considering their options. The last round on Blacklist. What is the strategy? MKZ up here on sideways, but he's spotted as he tries to go for the shots. Will get sprayed down. And Beck trying to peek through mid. He's going to get punished as well. And all of a sudden, Lazarus in a very comfortable position here on this last round of the half.
Yeah, they might take this one down. There's Jin looking to see what he can do. He is 12-6. Coming into the halfway point as Pietro took a couple of pot shots. I think he did know Vice was there. Vice. Pietro does go down. And it's 2 against 5. 40 and Vice are very, very low, so they could be used as the sacrificial pawns here to bait out HZZ and HDZ. But we've seen the H brothers yesterday perform absolutely perfectly together. They were perfectly in sync. And now they're I feel like they're too separated right now. Like, one is sitting in A, one is just glancing over a B. HCZ making the moves. I think they read this perfectly. I think, yeah, this is a nice move over. Both now moving over to B. As we do see Vise in no man's land at A. I think, I didn't see who was in charge there. ACC playing very aggressive. Gets the kill on 40 and backs it right up and moves over to A, but Vice might actually catch them off guard here because I don't think they'd be expecting him to be sitting there. HCZ is wrapping around. He does see it, does go down. HCZ, last man standing. Vice proving his worth right now, waiting there all that time, catching UNKNIGHTS unawares.
Well, HCZ was able to come in from an unexpected angle, but it wasn't quite enough all alone. So Lazarus, good start to this half as well. Not as dominant as we saw in Ankara, but still able to win from the Blacklist side. So definitely a good look. Lazarus from the Blacklist side against GD only got 4. So they get that 1 extra bonus round and take the lead for now.
So how are UNKNIGHTS going to play the Blacklist side? They're playing pretty slow. We usually see this, though. The first round, after the half is usually a much slower affair than every other. And Jin kind of gives his position away. HDZ knows someone is there and I guess could infer which direction he was moving based on the bullets there. It's a punch shot. Looking towards Jin. Grenading down here. Pietro goes down to Rain there, right in the middle of this map down Central Street, gets taken out. UNKNIGHTS now have it all to do as MKZ goes down as well. Jin, not much left in the tank, but enough to get another kill. The game's most dangerous man right now, Jin, still has a little bit left to give to his team's cause. It's UNKNIGHTS, Beck, HCZ, and HCZ have to go in as a 3-man against all 5 of Lazarus.
Yeah, not going to be easy. Looks like they want to poke in and get a pick here first. Let's see if it works. Jin right in position, picks up yet another kill, and Loons is there to support him. The 2 just pick up a couple, and now Beck is all alone. They know exactly where he is. Nobody goes down on the side of Lazarus. That is a extremely dominant start to the half, as their GR side also looking pretty broken. I love how they were able to push out and get some of those early picks. This is a great thing to do on this map where, you know, 5-man pushes into B, 5-man pushes into A are very common. If you can pick off one person, it just takes away so much power from the common pushes from the Blacklist side.
Yeah, Jin, as we were saying, had nothing left in the tank. He expended everything and still managed to get another kill at the end, but does go down this time. And that is good news for UNKNIGHTS because Jin has been instrumental for Lazarus in every strategy they do. So they are going to go into a 2-2 defensive position here. B is going to be protected. A is going to be protected. We do see Vise up in the sniper nest. 40 kind of playing a flex role here, as we do see Loons maybe going for a bit of a Bit of an adventure here. Is he going to actually find someone? I think he is. I think he's going to see this coming. That's a big push. They gave it away again. There's Loons hiding around the corner. Pietro is there. And Loons smartly giving up the position for now. But it's been read. I think Lazarus, no, that was a bluff. Rain does move over, and so is 40 now. I think they've decided that, yes, they're going to reset. They're going to retry this push. Because you also see Vise moving over. That grenade might just give it away. Yes, it has. We see the quick rotation by Lazarus as HDZ takes out Vise. And they are going to move into A. They now hold the position. Grenades going down these little corridors. It's going to be enough. HDZ gets 2 there. Takes out 40. Takes out Loons. The spray control. Unbelievable by them. And Pietro finishes off Rain. And that is an UNKNIGHTS victory. In round 11, 5-6.
Pretty good look from them this time around. Able to get some of those early pickoffs from the Blacklist side. One of them actually punishing one of the Lazarus members that was pushing up mid and was looking for those aggressive picks. As this is happening pretty often now where, you know, one guy is coming on in and trying to peek in, and Jin's going to get picked off for a second first death in a row, which is really not what you want from the guy who is carrying you, right? We saw this a little bit from some other teams where, you know, the carry, he's doing so well, and then all of a sudden he kind of falls off out of nowhere and the team really struggles. Jin's got to be careful because UNKNIGHTS, we know what they're capable of. You don't want to give them an inch.
Because they will take a mile. We see.
A kilometer.
A mile, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
All right, so we are seeing UNKNIGHTS kind of just moving around this back end in the neutral zone, trying to see where Lazarus are. They're pretty central right now, actually, Lazarus. So B is unprotected if UNKNIGHTS wanted to go for that route, but Rain peeks through, picks up a big kill here on Beck as Pietro takes out Rain. Slowly damaging each other, taking down this war of attrition, paying off a little bit more for UNKNIGHTS now as they do have the man advantage, but again, Pietro could, you know, stub his toe on a wall and fall down and go to sleep for the round.
Might just do just that, but 40 tries to come out, tries to rotate on them, gets punished for it. The other 2 members of Lazarus are still on B. And they may have just made some noise here. Let's see what UNKNIGHTS wants to do. As they are still waiting with the bomb towards the middle of the map. So they're sending over Pietro, who is low on health, to just check A and say, well, there's nobody here.
Well, they only have 20 seconds to go. 15, 13, 12. It's going to be a KD here. Loons goes down. Vise picks up HCZ, but HCZ gets Vise. And nice round.
And we're all tied up at 6. UNKNIGHTS able to claw this one back here, even after Lazarus went ahead 6-4 with a couple of strong rounds in a row. So let's see how this can go here. 40, you mentioned he's kind of flexing. He's not really going onto the AWM today. He's actually just holding an M4 for all of Port, which is something that I believe he also did against GV, but not really having the numbers to back it up, so not really supporting too much in terms of, you know, even if you're playing the AWM and you don't hit your shots, but you can see a little bit farther and kind of like get more information potentially, or just hold down a site by yourself potentially. He's not really able to do that here.
Bit of a peek here, seeing what they can find. HDZ kind of catching the sights here. Is he going to see Jin rotate around? It's going to be close. I don't think he caught sight of it. The movement's still undetected here as HDZ having a bit of a peek. Loons. Yep. Loons almost got the drop on him completely as he was focused on that little window. But UNKNIGHTS wisely backing off, but there's nowhere really for them to go right now. Lazarus are very well set up. Vise around the tower there at the top. And everyone else ready to move at the go side. And 40 takes out Pietro, but HCZ gets 40. Rain picks up a double kill on HCZ and Beck. And it's looking like Lazarus are going to take this one. And they do, as Jin gets the kill. And that is 7-6 Lazarus.
Yeah, great read from the GR side from Lazarus. They get that first pick, and then they have Loons spotting for B, who throws down a smoke, buys them time there. They say, well, they're probably not pushing B, so they're able to get a double stack for the bridge, which is not that common. As both 40 and Rain were able to hold down the fort there. They also had coverage on A nearby with those two guys, and they were just able to hold on very, very easily from there. So very nicely done. Lazarus back in the lead. UNKNIGHTS struggling once again to find an angle here. Not getting picked off will be, once again, pretty obviously very important, but it has been kind of a thorn in both of the team's sides on this map.
As the central area is where UNKNIGHTS kind of want to just hold. They want to try to find that position, to find any information. They have nothing right now. The smoke constantly down on that bridge through the doors, so they're not going to be able to get any sights down there right now. As the smoke starts clearing, they might be able to get some news, but they're taking a peek over at B. And the C4 is picked up finally by Beck. Where is he going to go with it? Are they going to see Jin? Pietro slowly creeping out. He's going to have to face Loons and Jin. Pre-fires there just to see if he can get any kind of movement. And Jin wisely just kind of sits back and doesn't overreact to those shots into the box. And I think that might just throw UNKNIGHTS for a loop here. I think they might think B is very loosely defended. They are going to move towards A now.
Yeah, definitely one of my favorite defenses on the B site. You just have that guy on the back side of the site just hopping up and down with a smoke grenade or a flash, depending. As wow, that was a quick shot from HDZ. The sentry is super clean. Only 40 is over here now. He's got the M4. This is not going to look good for him, as they even know where he is. They try to spray him down, as they don't really get him at the end of the day. He survives with very low health. Beck finally gets him, and Loons, the last one to survive, does go down. We're all tied up at 7 now. As UNKNIGHTS, they feel the pressure on B. They're like, never mind. Let's go to A. And a very clean entry from them.
Really interesting that, you know, they fired into the box. There was zero movement on the side of Lazarus, and still UNKNIGHTS decided to go for A. Normally you'd take the bait and go for B, you know what I mean? Like, it looks empty, but we have a massive engagement now onto A. This is a complete rush. Vice gets Pietro. MKZ picks up a double kill, takes out Rain as well. 40 gets Beck. 40 makes it a double kill with MKZ. And it's, I was going to say the numbers, but HCZ picks up a double kill, and HDZ finishes it all off as he takes down 40. And that is a win on the side of UNKNIGHTS.
UNKNIGHTS are coming back strong. They have 4 rounds already from the Blacklist side, as it seems like a little bit flipped from the match against GV. Both these teams getting some really strong pushes on in. We saw UNKNIGHTS. They had a great port earlier on, just yesterday, actually. I believe it was against 3BL, not 100% sure. Maybe it was GV, but either way, they were able to push on in super cleanly once they moved over to the Blacklist side, and that has been favoring them here so far. As even with Lazarus, like guys like 40 picking up 2 kills, Rain at times getting big pickoffs, it's still not really enough to get them across the line.
Yeah, we do know that Lazarus struggle on the Global Risk side. Generally, it seems to be playing a part here, as they're not looking as solid as we. They either look super solid or they look like sand. Like there's no consistency within Lazarus on this Global Risk side so far. They do need to pick it up. They do need to get consistent if they want to close this match out in 2 maps and put themselves tied overall with UNKNIGHTS at 2 wins and 1 losses.
Well, here comes UNKNIGHTS once again towards A, looking for the pick-off buys. Again, not able to get it, and Pietro and Beck are there. Rain trying to support Vice here, who is on top, but he can't quite land that shot. As Pietro still alive, just barely down this ladder as up they go. Vice in a lot of trouble, feeling the pressure. He does get one, but this is looking good for the side of UNKNIGHTS. They pick up a 9th round and force at least the extra rounds.
9-7. If UNKNIGHTS can close this out, that would be great for them, as they will go on to Black Widow, where they are undefeated so far this tournament. So UNKNIGHTS kind of just taking a breather here. I think getting a little bit of information. We can see Rain on a bit of a journey. But I think Pietro would spot any kind of drop down into center. We all know that would not work well for Rain if he even tried. So just trying to get that information out, trying to see what they can find. They're not getting anything. HDZ taking a couple of pot shots down B road. I don't know if he can see Jin there. I think he's just anticipating someone to be over there and just putting on a little pressure, maybe feigning that they're gonna rotate onto B. Because right now it looks like A is gonna be the side. Are they gonna move up A more? Rain gets flashed and taken out by MKZ, who was all over him like butter on bread. And we do see MKZ continuing this reign of terror. Loon gets Beck, 40, takes out MKZ. And now it's 3 against 2. Loons and Jin against Pietro, HCZ, and HDZ. The bomb is planted. The timer has started. There is 40 seconds left for Lazarus to try and retake this position and defuse the bomb. HCZ stands in their way. Loons and Jin are both very close. Flashed out. HCZ is taken out through the box. And HCZ, last man standing. He's not going to be able to do it yet.
He's just not able to get up there. And Jin, on top of that, is able to get the kill. So all of a sudden, Lazarus, a little final breath of life at the end of this map. Can they force the extra rounds is really the main question. That was intense. I mean, that flash was really what got it done. Like, we saw it exactly, I think it was HCZ's point of view, where
he was ready to pounce.
Yeah, he was like the perfect position, but one flash, and all of a sudden he's just out, and they knew exactly where he was. They sprayed him through the box, and Jin was also able to get the pick on top of the site. And right from that, HTZ was just too far away. Like, he just couldn't get in. And it was just a super clean retake. Very nicely executed from Lazarus. They are not giving up hope on port just yet.
Rain, I thought he was going to get peeked there by HDZ. But it looks as though UNKNIGHTS are going to play a bit cryptically. Rain and HDZ doing the little peek dance there. Not really seeing much of anything though. I don't think they even know each other that close. Pre-shot there, not catching anything, but just keeping Rain on his toes. As B looks like it might be the target here. There is a little bit of a rotation here from UNKNIGHTS as they start moving up B. But Pietro sitting in wait. Jin does know he's there, doesn't get a couple of hits, but is taken out. And this is a big push on the side of UNKNIGHTS. They look as though they want to finish this here and now. They want to take us to that map 3. And we see they're doing it. Vise is the only man standing. MKZ, HDZ, HDZ, they're the ones remaining. Grenades go out, flashes are in, and that is it. UNKNIGHTS take the map.
Just what an insane push we did have there at the end of that one, as they were able to get onto the B site so cleanly. You can see Lazarus not too happy, but at the end of the day, we do have yet another third map. It goes back to Black Widow for map number 3. UNKNIGHTS get it done, 10-8, and man, they were looking strong there on that blacklist side of port. Just really insane stuff. The reads that they had, the angles they were taking, the pushes were pristine, as Wow, just really, really good stuff from the side of UNKNIGHTS. They are making this a super close match.
Yeah, UNKNIGHTS were down in the first half, pulled it back, closed it out at the very last chance to take that map. And we're going to be going to Black Widow, which has been UNKNIGHTS. That's been the location of every match they've won, because every final game yesterday was on this map. We'll see. They are 2-0 overall, so that means they did win both of them. But can they make it 3 in a row? It's going to be a hard ask. Lazarus have looked very, very good today, even though they did go down in that first match. It's still anyone's game. I don't know who you could even say has the advantage at this point.
It's, I don't know, it's really hard. Like you mentioned, we're going to Black Widow. UNKNIGHTS, they clawed this one back, like they barely got across the line. Even in that last round, it was getting close, but the play was great there from UNKNIGHTS to get them across the line in that 9-8 scenario where the pressure was on. So you can tell, like, these guys, they're relatively new. They're definitely new to CFS I, and they come in here, and even when the pressure's on, they're able to get some of these crazy clutches and make the maps theirs. So for me, I'd have to favor them. I think, you know, 2-0 coming into this, they force another map 3 again.
Yep. Every match so far has gone all the way.
They just get powered up when the pressure's on.
We have to see how Jin performs. He has been the talisman for Lazarus, and when he goes down first or very early on, Lazarus do generally struggle to stay in the game. So I feel like if Lazarus, if Jin has a bad map on Black Widow, I think Lazarus are going to crumble. I think UNKNIGHTS are going to go 3-0, which was not what we were expecting when we were coming into this.
Wow. We'll take a look at some of the numbers. HCZ had the highest KD on his team, also the highest KR, and on the side of Lazarus, Jin 1.5, but I feel like a lot of his numbers were very front-loaded, right? He had a great BL side. Went over to GR, he was serviceable, but he wasn't necessarily carrying from there. And I think as a team, Lazarus did play well as a 5-man unit, but they didn't quite have that extra bit of power to push them over the edge. So they do get forced into another map 3. Lazarus, you know, this is their 3rd time where they have to go into a map 3 as well. Every team basically is having to deal with this pressure, and UNKNIGHTS have dealt with it best so far in this tournament.
Yeah, and I think they're going to continue to deal with it well, because Black Widow seems their home. Like they seem to know, they have their fingers on the pulse of that map and know exactly where everyone is.
I guess this would be the pulse.
Yeah, this is telekinesis.
This is like,
telekinesis, pulse. They're very different things.
I mean, they're one and the same in my mind. So that was map number 2 of Port. It is all tied up 1-1. We've been saying that a lot today, and yesterday on purpose at this point. All tied up 1-1 between UNKNIGHTS and Lazarus. We are going to have set number 3, map 3 on Black Widow once again. But first, we're going to take another 10-minute break, and we'll be right back. guys. We are here at CFS I 2023 for the EUMENA division, and so far we are all tied up between UNKNIGHTS and LAZARUS once again. 1-1, we go to Black Widow.
We do indeed. Every match so far has gone to this third and final set. And Black Widow has been there, how many times? 4 times out of 5.
Yes.
And looking forward to seeing how this one plays out, because LAZARUS have been pretty good on this. UNKNIGHTS are undefeated on this. So it's a very interesting balance, and we're going to have to see how LAZARUS can adapt to UNKNIGHTS and how UNKNIGHTS can absorb that pressure, because that's what they were doing yesterday quite a lot, right? They were absorbing pressure and then eventually sending all that power back into their opponents.
Yeah. And I'm a little bit worried for LAZARUS at this point, because not only did they lose on Black Widow here against GV, they did win yesterday against 3BL, but the issue is today's matches. So they take the first map against GV, then they drop Black Widow, and then they go on to lose a golden round. That's really got to hurt. Then you come to this match, you kind of stomped them on Ankara. That was a relatively one-sided map that we had. It was 10-6, but like in the scope of EUMENA so far, that feels very one-sided. And then we go to port, and it's so close, like you almost force the extra rounds. And once again, you're forced to fight in a third map.
Yeah, and they were so far ahead. I think they had... It felt like LAZARUS was so far ahead, but they really weren't. They were far ahead in the first half.
Yeah.
By 1. But they still felt like they were further ahead than they were the whole time. Like they were controlling things. And again, I think it's just there's only ever one player on LAZARUS who seems to be popping off, where to win a match you need 2, maybe 3. Like you need more than just, you know, Jin popping off. You need Jin and Loons to be absolutely slaying things. You need more than that one player doing the work. As I talk about Loons, Loons actually picks up a nice double kill as Jin takes down HDZ. Vice actually goes down as well. Oh, he's the only one down. I thought Loons was out as well. I didn't quite catch that. But UNKNIGHTS completely lost control of this one.
Yeah, and just a push on the short, and UNKNIGHTS were not able to handle the pressure. And LAZARUS, I mean, they do this, right? They come out really strong. The blacklist side, this is kind of the way they operate on all maps, to be honest. I am a little bit worried about their mentality coming to this one. I hope they can hold it together. And I would love to ask them questions after this map if they do get there. But let's see if Beck can somehow clutch this. No, very low on health, so that will be LAZARUS picking up yet another first round win.
But it's true, like, LAZARUS come out all guns blazing, they put this pressure down, they win the maps when they are pressuring UNKNIGHTS. But then they just decide to, you know, turn down the gears, they decide to slow the game down, and that's when UNKNIGHTS seem to thrive, is when the game is a little bit slower, when the pace is reduced. And we'll see if that plays this time round, because this one looks quite a bit slower than the last one. Still no kills on the board.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Now LAZARUS today, they've played 6 maps. Well, this is their 6th map. They've won the first round in all 6. So, you know what you were saying, they come out guns blazing. They oftentimes start out on the blacklist side. Not quite the case against GV. They played 2 of them starting off on GR, but they have just really had a strong start on all of the maps. And it's just getting across the finish line that they do struggle with sometimes. So I want to see if they have it in them here against UNKNIGHTS. The unbelievable Knights. The unreal Knights. The unknown Knights.
The not Knights. It's UNKNIGHTS, man. It's UNKNIGHTS. All right, so both teams just posturing right now. Like, we do see a little bit more pressure on B for LAZARUS. And we do see we're on board with Beck, who's gone on an adventure, but is going to find the backs of so many people. Pietro goes down to Vice as Beck finally makes his presence known. Picks up the double kill, does go down to Jin, but MKZ instantly retaliates, takes down the killer of Beck, and it's 40 and Loons against HDZ and MKZ. HDZ with this sniper, can he lay anything down?
He seems to have an idea that Loons is still on the site. I think he's also checking. Maybe he doesn't. I'm not 100% sure. They are getting the wraparound, though, so I think they're slowly confirming this as Loons gonna get this plant down. HDZ still checking for this 40. May have a sneaking suspicion that somebody is flanking him at this moment in time. They have storage cleared out. 40 getting that information as HDZ gonna go down. As they're gonna push out here and wait for MKZ to maybe tap on this bomb.
It feels really weird that HDZ went then when MKZ was just around the corner for the support. The 40 does close it out, and Lazarus take a second round here. Yeah. I feel like if he waited just like 3 or 4 seconds more, they would have had more pressure. They would have had more oomph in that push, and they just went in 1 by 1, and that's not what you want to do when it's 1v2.
Mm-hmm. Another stat for Lazarus starting off strong on maps. 5 out of 6 so far, they have started off with 2-round wins in a row. So not just the 1, but 2. 5 out of 6 times. The one time they didn't was on Port, which was the 3rd map against GV. Not the Port in this match, where they did get the 2 rounds in a row. Can UNKNIGHTS stop them in their tracks and begin to slow the game down and force Lazarus to play UNKNIGHTS' game again?
Well, we do see Pietro just moving around central door, taking a look, having a quick peek. Can he see anything? He is going to actually maybe catch eyes with Jin, and he does. 40 does take down Pietro. Kind of in no man's land right there, wasn't he? Like, that's not really where you want to be all on your own. And it looks as though UNKNIGHTS have maybe abandoned the power of friendship for now and going for the power of just being good. And it's not working out for them.
It's a good power in general, but it doesn't really fit them, right? I mean, they are good, but they don't use the power of just being good.
Yeah,
they use a lot more than that.
They're the anime protagonists. They have to use the power of friendship. That's just how it is. It's a Shonen Jump anime. Anyway, we're going into it. HCZ does get flashed out of existence here. And all guns blazing. Vice gets Beck. Loons takes out HCZ, and it's 4 against 2 as MKZ goes down as well to Loons, who is still almost at 100% hit points. He has everything to play with. And unfortunately, HCZ isn't going to do much through the smoke, and Lazarus make it 3.
Yeah, very dominant 3 at that. The second round was the closest, but they still were able to clean it up relatively easily. Since we're doing, well, might have to hold that thought, big push out onto long, but Lazarus just feel the pressure. They're not going to rush things. They will cede control over to Unknown Knights. I don't. That's probably not what their name actually stands for. We'll never know. But Lazarus have only gotten 3 rounds in a row on one other map. That was Ankara earlier, and that one was the most one-sided. So we'll see if they can keep up this pressure. It's looking good so far on Blacklist on Black Widow.
Yeah, you say it was one-sided. It still went to 16 rounds.
Yeah. That's
just how close this has been so far.
Yeah.
This weekend has been one of the closest weekends of Crossfire I think I've ever seen. There hasn't been really a blowout except for that one UNKNIGHTS versus 3BL map where it was 10-0. But
yeah.
And Compound is not picked here because it was banned by Lazarus. Very smartly banned by Lazarus.
Mm-hmm. They have learned.
They have indeed, but look at this. Beck is going to maybe get to see all 4 of them here. He's crouching out, seeing. Takes the shot, gets a triple, gets a quadruple. Beck is on fire. He took Jin, Vice, Loons, and 40 all the way down. And Rain, last man standing, would die if he sneezed too hard. Has to take out Beck, who is 8-3.
He's going to get a leg cramp here and fall off the map. Yep, there he goes.
Yeah, leg cramp. Yep.
MKZ will take credit for that one. And, yeah, finally, back on the board here is UNKNIGHTS. That one just Lazarus trying to retake a long. Beck's in a great spot. He has the perfect spray. And really all credit goes to Beck. Bunch of great damage to the guys over there and a bunch of bullets as well. Lazarus trying to force this push on in, but UNKNIGHTS. Now I'm calling them unknown. UNKNIGHTS are just going to slaughter them, essentially.
Yeah, lots of damage put in, and Beck again almost had a chance to drop down another quadruple kill. You know, he seems to be in the thick of it all the time. He's never really left alone by Lazarus. Maybe he's a Lazarus magnet or something like that, but we do see over at storage a little bit of a peek, a little bit of a pull, but nothing doing, and we do see UNKNIGHTS kind of resetting everything and allowing Lazarus to push in to them because, well, they're blacklist. That's what they have to do. They have to push in and get the bomb down.
They are legally required to do that, of course. That was in the contract when they signed up for Crossfire. Yeah, but let's see what angle they do decide to take, as it looks like a short is where the bomb is going for now. Still a minute left, though.
Plenty of time to change tacts, plenty of time to rotate over towards B instead. But Lazarus, the amount of health they have left remaining surely has to be on their mind. Like, they know that they have to take every engagement perfectly. They can't afford a slight mistake. They can't afford to peek a little bit too far out. So that's why they're playing very, very slow. But Beck again with the slippery fish. Look at that. Gets two. 40 turns around, but it's too late. The rest of his team is down and out. Beck is on fire right now as Jin goes down. 40 goes down. And HDZ picks up 2 kills, and UNKNIGHTS take a second round.
Yeah. Nicely done there, as it all starts off with that, the slaughtering outside of storage, essentially. Remember, with the 1 kill and the tons of damage that was done. Vi's gonna just push his way, force his way into a long, as this time UNKNIGHTS are gonna be the one that cede control of that. HCZ is looking to push out here, try to get some more information about if they rotated out or what. Maybe try to get a pick, but not going to amount to too much. And Lazarus, once again, they're going to slow things down. They had a couple of really strong pushes. They won 3 rounds in a row, being very aggressive, getting onto sites, and getting those smooth entries in. But then they got stopped the last round especially, and I think that kind of is going to start making them think twice sometimes on these plays.
Well, 3BL called it with Lazarus's mental state. You know, they're very mentally manipulative. They're manipulatable. That's not even a word, but they're very easily manipulated.
It is now.
Yeah, they're very easily manipulated into playing and getting into their own heads. And you know, UNKNIGHTS seems like they've forced Lazarus to take the foot off the gas, but I think it's all mental. I don't think UNKNIGHTS have done anything different apart from Beck being an absolute monster. Does go down there, curse the caster, but ACC goes down as well, and this looks like Lazarus might have just got a successful breach onto A, as only HTZ remains, trying to get it done with the quick scopes here. Isn't going to be able to. He's going to have to try and make a move, but wherever HTZ goes, he's going to find a Lazarus person.
Yeah. Maybe a quick scope into pistol angle, but he's not buying himself any extra time. 40 going to take him down. 4-2. Lazarus still in control. Mental state off or not. Foot off the gas pedal or not. They do get in onto a short. And even though UNKNIGHTS were very prepared for that, I mean, that was... They had like a huge setup. They had a sniper there. They had an extra guy. They even had Beck, who was waiting in the bait spot, who hopped out, and he wasn't even able to get any kills. It was just Lazarus tapping on some heads and now playing them in that round. So they're able to get across the line there, and now 40 opens up with a snipe here on a long.
Yeah, MKZ going down, putting his team at a slight disadvantage, but we'll see how it plays out. Beck is still up, and we've seen the kind of ninja stuff he can do.
He already got some great information, actually.
Pietro a little bit slow on the withdraw there, but Vice, Rain goes down. HCZ picks up that kill. Vice takes out Beck, but HCZ then takes out Jin. Big kills coming up now. 40 gets HCZ. Vice goes down to HCZ with a big sniper shot there. Really important, that is, just to equal the teams out. And we see a big jump in. HCZ, last man standing. 40 gets him with the pistol. Oh! HDZ living on cat's lives right now. He almost...
I feel bad for him. He almost had that one.
Yeah.
And Lazarus, like, again, we were just talking about how slippery Beck is. He hops out and he sees them jumping from spawn towards the B site. And then by the time Lazarus finally get to the B site, there's 4 members of UNKNIGHTS there. So they nearly were able to put up that defense due to some great information gathering. But it barely was not enough. Lazarus are still playing really well. And they are putting on the pressure so well from this Blacklist side. I do have to say, though, in order to have real confidence in Lazarus, personally, I want to see them get 7 rounds on Blacklist. Because their GR side has been kind of a... how do I put this nicely?
A weak spot?
Yeah, well...
A thorn in their side?
We use both of those a lot. So I was looking for kind of another answer, but... We'll have to go with one of those.
Their bogey side?
The bogey side, yep. Not their strong suit. Let's go with that.
Oh, yeah. That one works, as we do see Beck hiding in the corner. I think Vice just kind of knows that Beck will be slippery and will find his way somewhere he shouldn't be. We'll see if he turns around here. Trying to bait out a little bit of movement. But didn't get anything done. Jin chilling in the middle. Trying to get any kind of information. I think Lazarus here struggling to find out where to go. Like, I don't think they know the current setup because they are moving towards A, where 3 members of UNKNIGHTS are waiting for them. And the peek comes in, but HTZ, Loons, absolutely quick on the draw there, takes him out, takes out HTZ. And Beck is very low as well. Jin gets MKZ. The bomb is down. Beck, Pietro, and HCZ have quite a lot to do. It's 3 against 5. Grenades flying in from Vice. As 40 looks to get an angle in here. He might see HCZ does miss the flick. And HCZ survives to live another day and does manage to take down 40.
Whoa.
Yeah.
It's a wild spray. They got there in the end. Jin and Vice get one apiece. HCZ is down as well as Rain picks that one up. And it is 6 rounds now for Lazarus. They're in that comfort zone now. They got 6 on Ankara. Blacklist, they came out just as fast. And they were able to take that map. So far, UNKNIGHTS not able to... And again, 40 just keeps on getting like bonus kills out here on A long for free.
Yeah, I mean, UNKNIGHTS finding themselves in unknown situations, in unknown territories. That's where I was going. Yeah. In unknown territories, like being a bit too far forward, being a bit too aggressive, going down that A long so quickly. And of course their sniper is going to be able to see you. Like, he's not going to be moving that far that quickly in general. Obviously, we have seen Lazarus absolutely steamroll by this point. Oh, MKZ slow on the draw there, is taken out by Rain. And it's all collapsing for UNKNIGHTS. Will they be able to mount a resistance as HDZ taken out by 40? And this is looking signed, sealed, and delivered for 7-2 lead at the half for Lazarus.
Well, let's see if some kind of craziness can happen from UNKNIGHTS. It's unlikely, you can say. It would be unbelievable. But we do have the rotation coming out here. Jin is bringing this bomb all the way around. Now, long, and that's going to be another snipe here from 40. It's all up to Beck. Kind of has been all up to Beck so far.
Yep.
That has been the storyline here for UNKNIGHTS. It's Beck or Keck. I'm happy with that one.
Oh, okay. you can be the only one happy with that one. Okay, Beck looking for a site, just missed Loons, like zoomed out, I think at the wrong time, and Loons picks it up, and that is 7-2 going into the change of halves, and this is going to have a massive effect on the standings. I think this might actually unseat UNKNIGHTS at the top of the table.
Potentially it would, as long as Lazarus, I think, get more than 10 rounds above them. I think it should, right? Will depend on how Lazarus did in their earlier match as well. But we'll get to the math later on. I want to see if UNKNIGHTS has any potential to really get some ball rolling, some momentum here on Blacklist, to really throw a wrench in the gears. Because Lazarus, we know, I mean, it's got to be on their minds as well, where it's like, okay, well, we really pushed it forward this time. If they start losing now, they're going to get really tilted, right? Like, they just have been so good on Blacklist side, but really haven't been great on GR. Vi's good positioning here. Jin is right there to back him up.
Yeah, Vi's gets one. HDZ does get Jin. Grenades going out, flash grenade. Unfortunate bounce, I feel, there on the flash. HCZ goes down. HCZ does get Loons, though. Rain takes out HCZ, and it's Beck against the rest of Lazarus. And Beck is kind of... Why was he over there?
He's just lurking.
Yeah, trying to be a slippery customer, but unfortunately, like, the rest of his team died, and he got nothing in return for this expedition.
And at this point, you wait enough, Lazarus will say, okay, well, there is a possibility he actually comes from the B site, and Viz is looking right at that door. This is not going to be an easy quest for Beck.
And this is something we saw, like, UNKNIGHTS would be in this position where the C4 is dropped, they know exactly where it is, but they would go hunting. Lazarus showing their experience here. They're just camping around it. They know he has to come and pick it up. Excuse me? Beck? Oh, okay. Rain. Beck with the very quick double kill there. Very nice, but unfortunately not enough as Lazarus go 8-2 up on Black Widow. Wow. Talking earlier about how this seemed to be UNKNIGHTS' map, it's definitely Lazarus territory at the moment as grenades are just flying in and out. Again, just trying to find some kind of information. Pietro walking around, chilling. C4 is at the back. Maybe a slight push. Would they go central? I mean, 40's sitting there looking straight at it, but going up central door when you're 6 down doesn't seem a terrible decision because, you know, they don't have much to lose right now because everything else they've tried has been shut down by Lazarus.
Yeah, I think maybe give it another shot on the Blacklist side. Maybe you've got another strategy in the kit that you can try to throw out here. They have taken control of water. They're playing it very slowly, trying to see if Lazarus will be peeking for information. Nobody really has done that just yet, but Lazarus are gearing up for a bit of a push down on A road as Pietro going to be the one who gets the pickoff here, and apparently does a little number there to Viz, and now MKZ comes over. Viz will go down. Jin is the only one with the kill here on the side of Lazarus. He will pick up 2. Now it's all up to 40.
Very well played there by UNKNIGHTS. They kind of just got in these positions where Lazarus, I don't think we're expecting. Everyone was going like stealth mode from UNKNIGHTS, and it all just unfurled in front of their eyes as Lazarus collapsed under the pressure. And HCZ does get taken out. Actually, now it's a 1v2 situation. 20 seconds left.
Pietro's so low, but he's going to get the job done anyway. 3rd round, finally, for UNKNIGHTS. It was 5 in a row to the side of Lazarus, so they were really wanting to pick up at least 1 more to try to get something going. At least not on match point just yet.
UNKNIGHTS will need about 3 or 4 in a row before losing to put themselves in a comfortable position. You don't want to be 9-3 down and requiring 7 in a row when that hasn't been done so far this tournament. So they do need to capitalize on that win. They need to duplicate it, triple it, and continue to replicate it. Yeah, I forgot that word. Quintuple. But as we see, grenades coming out. Just being bluffed, I feel. But, you know, Lazarus, they are sitting deep in A. They're sitting on that A short. Expecting maybe a push up there, but again, UNKNIGHTS now putting it into neutral. They're slowing down. They're sitting in towards their spawns. Pietro just kind of poking. See if he can get anything. We do have Beck moving all on his own alongside. Does cross that central passage, which, you know, can be a hotbed of activity, but Lazarus they're piled up there, and I think it's gonna actually pay dividends. They've put all their eggs in this basket, and I think Rain, Loons, and Vise are gonna actually get this done as Beck gets one, Pietro gets one, but Vise picks up a double kill. 40 takes out MKZ and makes it HDZ as well. And now it's HCZ against 40 and Jin, and 40 absolutely on top of everything there. And Lazarus now have 6 match points.
Really good stuff. I mean, 40 able to hold it down where maybe his teammates were not quite able to, because, I don't know, they had that stack there on short, but UNKNIGHTS got in. I guess Rain peaked a little bit early, and that kind of like messed with the tempo. UNKNIGHTS were able to push on in and get it going very quickly, as we will have a little bit of time. Looks like one of the players needs to get back in. Unfortunate timing, but we will be back into the match in just a moment. Guys, 9-3 in favor of Lazarus. You see here, not a lot of happiness on the side of UNKNIGHTS.
No, they look rocked. Yesterday they looked absolutely solid, and today all of them just look a little bit downtrodden, I would say. But they have nothing to be ashamed of. They 2-0. 2-1 is enough to at least guarantee second place now, it feels like. So
yeah, I mean, it should be at this point. And not 100%. You know, we don't have the math in front of us, but I do agree. I mean, it would be rare for them to get 2-1 and be put in third place at this point, unless Lazarus and GV both hit 2-1 as well, and then they have to have better tiebreaker scores than UNKNIGHTS.
GV needs to beat 3BL. If Lazarus beats UNKNIGHTS, then we'd have 3 teams at 2-1 and 1 team at 0-3.
Yeah, which means one of those teams that's 2-1
would have to be
has to be third place. We just don't know who that is yet.
And that would be the worst for UNKNIGHTS, because like they were so dominant on day one. They went 2-0. Yeah. But Pietro finds his way into Vise's sights here and goes down relatively cheaply. I don't know what he managed to pick up there for his team, but MKZ, HCZ, Beck, and HCZ are a man down. It's almost like they're $1 short too, because they don't have much to work on here. They're going to try and rotate over onto B by the look of it. But where's the C4? Oh, it's still back in base. They're generally okay there. Beck having a little bit of poke at Loons and Rain here. Poking that beehive. He knows where he is, give or take. And puts the pressure on, and Loons gets HDZ through the wall. The pressure there was intense, but Vice takes out MKZ and steals all the thunder. It's Beck and HCZ against 5. HCZ makes it 1. He needs to make it 2. He makes it 2. He gets Jin. Can he do it? HCZ is on fire right now. Beck kind of doing what he does, sneaking around. Where is Beck? HCZ goes down.
Where is Beck?
He's down at Central Passage.
Yeah.
What's he doing in spawn?
I mean, he had to pick up the bomb. It was kind of a rough position because I guess that HCZ guy kind of got isolated on B. He wasn't able to really escape and join up with Beck, so...
Oh, Rain is right on the other side of this box. Oh! Beck gets one.
Wow.
Beck needs to make it 2 and 3 to keep the UNKNIGHTS dream alive here. He's going to take a peek. I think he knows where Loons is. He could just, you know, back away into A and see what he can do in there. It's not a bad position to be in. Because it still looks like Loons and 40 are assuming he's going to go for B, but choosing not to risk it, goes for B and, goes for A, and he's going to have a great position. He has all the time in the world to set up. He's going to go deep, looking down under there, seeing if he can find him in the alleyway. He's going to get caught. Whoa. He almost got caught there. Loons looking in the window. Gets caught. That's one. He needs to make it 2. Can Beck do it? He's going to poke around this column. 40 jumps out. Oh, my goodness. Beck, take a bow. That was insane.
Well, Beck is able to clutch it somehow, some way, and picks up a 4th round for UNKNIGHTS. It's small, but it could be the beginning of something big. And obviously that round was huge for him as he was able to pick up 3 kills and defend the bomb at the same time. And now we'll have to wait and see if they can build upon this and do something bigger. But Lazarus still very much in control of this map. They just need 1 to close it out.
If this goes all the way, Lazarus are going to be absolutely shattered.
Yeah, I mean, they'd have to lose 5 more rounds in a row as well, which wouldn't exactly help their, you know, their feelings.
Yeah, and their GR side is, you know, considered weak already, but if they lose these 5, then it's going to be considered probably the weakest in the region right now. But UNKNIGHTS playing it very slow, keeping all the eyes on the central passage. Maybe having a quick peek over to see if they can see anything downside. It doesn't look... Oh, Beck.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello, Beck. There's one. 40 is down. And Beck was completely unpunished for that little excursion there. Takes all the rewards, and we see now that like the Blacklist side, UNKNIGHTS, they're like, okay, we have a man advantage. Let's go. B is the target, and we're going to see what we can do. Rise is in water and is taken out instantly by Beck again, who is standing tall for his team right now, trying to keep their dreams alive. Jin gets Pietro, Jin gets MKZ, but HDZ jumps over with the pistol, takes out Jin. Lazarus are collapsing under the pressure. Beck gets another against Rain and Loons. Last man standing. Can he do what Beck just did? Loons pops out over the top. They know where he is. Gets 1. Loons takes out HCZ. But Beck waiting around the corner. The UNKNIGHTS reversal.
7 kills in 2 rounds. Beck is carrying this team on his back, trying to make the miracle happen. That small 1-round win doubles to 2, and it is the start of something new. Let's see if they can continue with it. Pietro doing a little bit of damage, and uh-oh, Beck has taken damage. That's not good for the side of UNKNIGHTS. They really need him to stay alive.
But we got to give it to UNKNIGHTS. Like, they have freed Beck. They've let him do kind of what he does best, and that's sneak around, get these random incursions. Like, he doesn't... None of his encounters make sense. Vice goes down. Rain goes down as well. MKZ picking up. Beck gets 40 as well. And it's a 2 versus 4 situation. And the resistance is real. It seems like UNKNIGHTS are going to mount one of the most unlikely comebacks. They still have so much work to do. Loons and Jin. And Jin gets the shot. That's the is that the start of the stabilization? Is that the start of the end for UNKNIGHTS? Loons is taken out. Jin, last man standing, pops around the corner. He's going to get done. He is. UNKNIGHTS make it 3 in a row.
And Beck still hasn't died. He's 8-0. We got back into the lobby, and all of a sudden, Beck is carrying this team on his back.
Oh.
See what I did there?
Oh, that was that. I feel like I need a shower after that one. Okay, so what have we got on Knights? They are 3 in a row. They are mounting one of the most monumentous comebacks. Beck,
okay, they got him.
Yeah.
It's over.
The dream is over. He was all on his own on A long, and you know what? That might just work out in Knights' favor. Maybe they think the push was coming on A, not realizing that Beck has been going on these adventures all on his own.
As we know, they should be scared of B.
Yeah.
Because Beck was on A.
Beck's on A. If he's all alone over there, maybe they thought that he wasn't going to be all alone, but they're spending these resources they really don't need to, and Unknights might just be giving away a little bit too much information here. If they go now, they have a chance, but look at this. AZZ might just get the drop. Oh, he got dunked. Loons gets the kill on HCZ, and this might just be it.
Well, they're trying to enter now. Smart from Vice to just back away. He knows that they can just wait for reinforcements. Jin, he's lurking on the back of the site. He's not going to show himself until the very last moment. And really, the pressure and the onus here is on Unknights to make a move. And they're actually going to try to rotate. So Vice survives. Jin's still getting information. He says, well, I took out MKZ. There is a chance they go for B, but I don't see anyone else. So it must be on A. They're going to realize here eventually as Unknights will be able to push onto the site.
Yeah, they do manage to take it. HDZ is sitting, waiting for someone to wrap down through Access Road, and he is going to see Rain. Oh, he's turned around. Rain was looking for that push. Vize. It's 5 versus 2. There's just no way they can do it, right? Pietro and HCZ have it all to do here. Can he make it 1? He makes it 1. HCZ gets Vize. But Rain takes down HCZ, and Rain gets the double on Pietro. Lazarus. They take it.
They finally do it. They get across the line, and they don't have big smiles. They just say, okay, finally, we have gotten this victory. And it was rough to go down to GV Esports in a golden round on the 3rd map the last time around, but this time they won't even let them get there, as a very strong Blacklist side leads to them taking a big 7-2 lead. And although there was a very scary moment where Beck was beginning to lurk to the victory, it was not quite enough here on the side of Unknights to get across the line and force any extra rounds. So Lazarus, although you can see, not entirely, ecstatic after the victory, it's still going to count big for their stats going into, tiebreakers and seeding and stuff like that into the final day. And we'll have to wait and see what they bring to us tomorrow.
Maybe they're trying to work out what their position is going to be, and that's why they all look very confused, because this could go any way. And I think Unknights might be 2nd right now, and Lazarus top. We'd have to wait and see. But they did take quite a heavy loss. But I mean, they pulled back quite a lot of numbers in this one. So yeah, we have to wait and see. These highlight reels, though, Beck surely should feature quite heavily, especially in that 2nd half where he went on an absolute tear.
Yeah, all started with Lazarus, their Blacklist side. We keep mentioning it because it deserves the frequent mentions. 40 got like so many bonus picks as well, even sniping from this Blacklist side, and it's kind of got them across the line. And then things started to slowly turn around. The stack on short that 40 was able to shore up was pretty important, just to get them that 9th round at least and go from there. But we had this Beck moment, many moments in a row where he was able to clutch a bunch, HCZ as well. But at the end of the day, it was Lazarus who took it home.
Yeah, I mean, Beck just
this, what was a triple kill there, and then he went on to get like, there's no way you should be able to do it. Isn't it illegal to do that kind of thing?
Yes.
Like, the guy absolutely slapped. And we've talked about like the key players, right? When a key player goes down, things seem to go wrong for their team. That's exactly what happened to UNKNIGHTS here, right? Beck went down in that last round, and yeah, from there it was almost pedestrian on the side of UNKNIGHTS. Like, Lazarus just strolled through, took everything out, and that closed out the victory for them. I mean, Beck, superstar for his team, but as soon as he went down, everyone else on UNKNIGHTS kind of just collapsed. And look at that. The stats tell that exact same story. Beck, 1.92 KD. No one else on his team went positive. And Pietro, 0.25.
Yeah, I mean...
Not that he played badly either, Pietro. Like, just unlucky in the draws, you know? Like, you pull out the gun, he laid down damage that allowed people like Beck to get the kills. But yeah, 6-10, 10-8, 6-10. Lazarus take the victory over UNKNIGHTS.
Yeah. So they do get that second victory overall. We do have Jin as the MVP. Not a big surprise, as 1.63 KD, I mean, just glorious. Like, he was so consistent. Without Jin, Lazarus, they would have been in trouble, but I think you can say that about a lot of teams. You know, Lazarus as a team were great, but Jin especially shining this time around.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see, like, 40 will shine, then Jin will shine, and if their whole team shined at the same time, how much better would Lazarus have done so far? Because they only ever seem to have one player popping off.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is what it is. UNKNIGHTS 2-1. Brilliant, brilliant debut for them so far. Don't forget, every team in this tournament will make it through to tomorrow. So this isn't going to be the last we see of UNKNIGHTS. It's not the last we see of Lazarus. The playoffs are going to be tomorrow. It will be third versus fourth. Then the winner of that plays second. Then the winner of that plays the winner of the overall group stage, which right now could literally be Lazarus or UNKNIGHTS.
Or GV.
GV would need to win the next match against 3BL, and then they would have their hat in that competition as well. So all to play for GV, who could really upset the balance of the scheduling for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to have GV up against 3BL Esports. That is going to be our next matchup. We'll have to see if GV can force their way into that kind of tiebreaker situation, or will 3BL be able to play spoiler from here. But guys, we're going to take a 20-minute break and come back with that final match of the day. Hello and welcome back to CFSI 2023 here at EUMENA Division, and we are getting into the final match of the day, the final match of the group stage as well. It will be 3BL up against GV Esports. And this one, I'm not really sure what to expect. 3BL kind of starting off slow, but they've had some time to now consider their options and maybe watch the match that GV played earlier.
They definitely have, but they don't really have much to play for. Like, we talked about this before. Like, 3BL, they went 0-2 yesterday, which unfortunately means the best they can finish is third if they beat GV. So it's not going to be much on the line for them, but for GV, this could actually put them first. Like, it's such a weird situation right now where...
first or fourth.
Yeah, like, it's so weird. Like, it's so close at the top of this group stage, especially with, you know, UNKNIGHTS losing that last game really has thrown a spanner in the standings. So we're going to have to see how this plays out. But Lazarus, they did go 1-2 against GV earlier this morning, evening, whichever time zone you're on.
Yes.
UNKNIGHTS then lost 1-2 to Lazarus, and then 3BL, GV Esports. They're up next, and it's going to be probably a bloodbath. Based on how 3BL played yesterday and based on what we saw of GV earlier, it really does feel as though GV have the advantage.
It does. But maybe 3BL can play with enough reckless abandon to come in here and show us their best stuff. They are still a very capable team, and they still have been able to take down 2 maps at least. Even though they haven't been able to quite cross the finish line, they have gotten close many times. As Hudson's having some fun, and Penguin has changed his webcam angle.
Yeah.
I notice everything.
I can't believe you picked that up. I legitimately didn't see. To me, I was just like, oh, you know, it looks a little bit different, but I don't really know why. But yeah, is it a change in webcam angle or a change in cam? Actually, it might be a new camera.
Maybe he has too.
Maybe yesterday's was just not working. But look at that, 3BL, 46% on Blacklist and 35.1 on Global Risk.
Well,
both below that 50% magic number.
Doesn't help that they lost 9 rounds in a row against UNKNIGHTS on the Global Risk side
10
on Compound.
Was it 10?
But,
it was 10.
Yeah, but it was 9
on
Global
yeah,
Risk and then 1 on Blacklist.
Yeah.
So
Alucard has been the standout player for that team. Can he drag the rest of the team up to victory against GV? It's gonna be rough. We saw them earlier. GV did beat out Lazarus in a 25-round thriller of set 3. They did go all the way to that golden round where they clinched victory and have put their hat in the ring of people who could finish either first or third and even possibly last.
It's kind of crazy, the range, of course. And we say this, you know, we haven't done the math. We don't know exactly the amount of rounds. We do know that everything has gone to the maximum amount of maps at least. So we know that map differential probably not going to make the difference, but round differential certainly could come in to the tiebreaker standing. So if you're GV Esports, you want to win, and you also want to win as cleanly as possible. So especially because you lost a bunch of rounds in terms of going all the way to the golden round against Lazarus earlier on. So trying to win as cleanly as possible will be the goal today for them. As a team, they've been playing quite well.
Yeah, they have, but this man Awesome has been on fire today. 1.23 KDs and 0.9 kills a round. Very healthy numbers to be putting up. And of course, he now has an opportunity to improve those numbers and continue to carry his team forward to victory.
Yeah, he absolutely does. Alucard was popping off at times in their matches last time. Let's take a look at the map pan pick. So we are going to go to Mexico for the first time. Black Widow, of course, cannot be missed. as it will be definitely played here as number 2. And then we go all the way to port for our 3rd and final map.
Yeah. Besides, like, Mexico and Eagle Eye, you could swap those around. This is Lazarus versus GV again, isn't it? With Black Widow being map number 2 and port being map number 3. So it's going to be interesting to see how these play out. Mexico is one of the maps that we don't see all too much. Very similar to Eagle Eye, where, you know, it either gets banned or just not picked.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, generally we don't see it too often. And we did see it a bit yesterday. I think we saw it a couple of times, actually, but not always the norm. So pretty cool stuff. 3BL, they want to go back to Mexico.
Yeah.
And I feel like out of their maps that they did play, I remember Alucard sniping on this map. Of course, it was a very close map, just like every other single map we've had outside of that one compound.
Yeah.
That's the story we've had so far. So CFSI 2022 defending champion versus CFWL 2023 Season 1 champion in GV. And then can 3BL overcome their 2 straight losses and win the series and start making their momentum for the playoffs?
They kind of need it. It will definitely help their mental states moving forward in for the rest of the tournament, because the playoffs are where things really matter, because some of these players will be able to play 3 absolutely mammoth matches in a row and spend that, I don't know, 8-9 hours.
Yeah.
That it would take to do the run from lower, like from the lower seeds all the way up to the top. So
it's happened before.
It definitely has. We've seen it once or twice in the history of Crossfire, so we might be able to see it tomorrow. But for today, we're on Mexico, and it's 3BL against GV.
Curious what we're going to see out of GV mostly. As we mentioned before, 3BL, you know, they're playing for 3rd. And that'll get you a slight advantage in terms of having, like, selection in terms of when you get to ban and what maps you get to pick and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you still will have to play in that first match tomorrow. So for them, as was mentioned, you want to build up momentum. You would love to get 3rd. You'd love to play spoiler. I mean, everybody kind of does. They are competitors. They are pros. So they will try their best to take down GV. What does GV have in the tank here? They had to wait and watch UNKNIGHTS versus Lazarus until they got to this match.
Almost stuck out awesome there, Alucard. Like, we've seen him do that time and time and time again. But Tutson takes a massive hit here. And it must have been a grenade at his feet, or was it awesome? I'm not sure how he took that damage there. We didn't quite catch that, but FaZe moving around, trying to get it done. Travis looking for anything he can, and it looks like Penguin might just get the drop. Horse goes down. Oh.
Uh-oh. That was quick. FaZe completely unfazed by the 2 people that do poke out at the same time. He just sprays them both, a couple headshots. And now it's up to Penguin with 30 seconds left. Not looking good for him.
No, he is underneath here. Everyone's moving around on top, so he will be able to catch some footsteps. 7 takes him down instantly, and that is a statement of intent from GV, who take that almost too easily as 3BL just collapsed nearly all at the same time, where Tutson, Travis, and I think it was Alucard just disappeared off the ground.
Yeah. Quite fast. FaZe now coming in with a shotgun is running into them. He is a sniper player, so even though the pistol doesn't have the highest firepower, obviously, he still is quite good at it. So this is one of the maps where on the GR side you can run into the stairs and try to get a pick-off or a couple of pick-offs if anyone tries to run through the stairs with your shotgun. Otherwise, you have your Colt as the backup, as the sniper.
Yeah, same amount of power, really. Okay, so Alucard's taking a look, seeing what he can find, but he's not really getting many angles on this map. It's so vertical compared to a couple of others that, you know, it's difficult to try and get the information down, as Alucard has taken quite a bit of damage. Snox cuddling that door there. as FaZe goes down, Awesome goes down. Snox is taking quite a beating here. It's 3 against 5 on GV, and whatever the statement that GV made in that first round, 3BL seemed ready with a reply here.
Yeah, they just waited essentially for the push. I was surprised that FaZe actually pushed that, but was hoping to catch the timing of the pressure from 3BL, as now it's all up to 7, but that's way too much to ask. 5 people there, as one by one the GV bricks dominoes fell. And I would recommend they don't do that again.
Yeah. Yep, that's some professional advice right there. Just don't die.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do see that was Penguin jumping underneath the map. As grenades start flying out. What can Todson do here? He's chilling right now. He's carrying the team. He's really far up, actually. He's right next to A. So he's going on a little bit of an adventure. The grenade comes out. And a couple of pot shots fired at 7 there. New Creeds is there and instantly retreats. Very smart call just to rejoin the rest of the team. FaZe is looking with this shotgun. Can he get it? Todson is there. Todson goes down to Snox. The shotgun does nothing. Horus takes him out. Horus takes out FaZe. And we'll see.
Ooh. I guess it actually amounts to a kill. Grenade plus shotgun equals Horus down. So they got there eventually, although it looked a little bit silly. Alucard's still chilling around here. And 3BL's strategy on this map is wait until GV push into them. So far, that's essentially all that's happened. They have tried to push into mid in the first round, and it didn't really work out. They will have to make a move eventually. Snox waiting for this. Nice damage already. 3BL in a bit of trouble, but Alucard does get 1. 7 able to pick up 1 himself. As the snipes will have to be clean. They are running out of time.
Yeah, Snox is just holding this down and eventually gets a bit of backup. And that's going to be enough. Snox gets Alucard, and Snox takes out Travis. And another round here going the way of GV, who are now 2-1.
Good start for them, although it has been a little bit of a slow start for 3BL. Maybe they want to come in here a bit faster, though, as they push on in. Everybody's been flashed, but guns a-blazing. They try to mow them down through the smoke. It does not work out for the side of 3BL, as now 7 pushes forward and declares that he will take them down. Todson on 4 health was able to pick up 7, but a quick round. As 3BL, you know, they were sick and tired of just waiting around, and they decided to do the push themselves.
Yeah, it all ended in tears as 3BL go down again. 3-1 now, the score. What can they do? Alucard goes down very, very quickly there to FaZe's AK. As we see Todson creeping around. And again, Todson is very high up here. He's almost in A. And if he peeks out at the right time, he might just catch FaZe completely unawares.
Yeah. It's, you know, GVF kind of just left the stairs open, and this is something you can do, but eventually someone like Todson is just going to waltz into the site and say, oh, hello, you know, get like a little pick in from behind. Now, Creeds is watching this entrance. So, of course, Todson, if he does push a little bit too far, there could be consequences, but certainly he's getting a decent amount of info by at least pushing up there and then pushing back and saying, well, they're not on the stairs again, so we have a decent idea of where they are.
Yeah, but it looks like Snox might be coming on the hunt right now. He's going to peek around. Todson might be his first target. Awesome gets Todson. FaZe takes out Horus. FaZe then gets Travis as well. Penguin takes out FaZe, and 7 cleans it all up very, very nicely here for GV, who take a sizable lead here. 4-1.
Yeah, 4-1. This is Global Risk side on Mexico, so at the end of the day, it's definitely the stronger side. But remember, 3BL, they chose this map, and you can say, well, maybe they're waiting to play on GR themselves, but at the same time, I feel like their Blacklist side has been a little bit one-dimensional. It's kind of like the same setup every time. Sometimes they rush in, sometimes they wait, but you know, you peek in, you wait and see if you can get a pick with Alucard, then they kind of push into mid. And so far, they haven't even gotten past that spot. Like, the one round that they won was they actually just cleared out GV in mid. They haven't planted the bomb yet. Like, it hasn't happened in 5 rounds yet.
Also, I feel like B has invisible walls all the way around it because nobody seems to be looking that way at all.
It unlocks after the 7th round.
Oh, is that how it works? Okay,
Yeah,
I gotcha.
You got to fail on A like 7 times, and then you're like, well, yes, we should try B at least once.
Oh, Snox picks up a massive triple kill here. And Travis gets a double kill in return.
Okay.
Make it a triple. Travis popping off. And Creeds has so much to do. Travis walks around the corner. Creeds does tag him. Doesn't take him down. And Penguin will be able to rejoin his teammate here. And this time it looks like the C4 might actually get planted. Unless Creeds gets the drop on Penguin, and Penguin wisely looking around. Yep, there we go. C4 finally planted here.
Wow. Crazy.
What a game. The C4 goes down. What a game. But yeah, Creeds knows where they're going to be.
Oh, he's making some noise.
He is, yeah, but doesn't matter. Penguin goes down. Creeds knows he's got a little bit more to play with. Then Travis, that early attack might come into effect here as Travis comes all guns blazing. Creed does manage to take it down, wrapping up another round victory here for GV. They're 5-1.
Yeah, it was getting a little bit dicey there after everybody actually did go down in mid. Everybody's got a big smile on the side of 3BL. They know that things are not going great, and they're a bit more lighthearted about it this day. You know, as you mentioned before, they had to get it done during the first day, at least in some aspect, like a little bit. But since they did not, now it's a little bit of, okay, well, we'll try our best, but at the end of the day, we're just going to have to play through tomorrow, essentially, to do, you know, to make a mark on this tournament. GV are trying to play as airtight as possible. They're playing a great game so far.
FaZe might actually get a nice catch here. Horus peeks around the corner. Totson takes quite a bit of damage. FaZe, 8 bullets to the face. So unfortunately his position was found out and got punished for just being in that locale. But again, like 3BL is struggling to get over the halfway point of this map.
Yeah, it's rough. I wonder when they will consider actually pushing out from water. Obviously, Penguin's kind of been holding down the fort down here. He is the new IGLer of this team. So he can kind of play point down here. Now they're actually going to look to push, but he's spotted. And Alucard declares, well, I would not like to try to snipe 7 different angles, so I'm also going to back out of here and look to push elsewhere.
Yeah, well, Alucard picks up the C4, and it might be a rotation over onto A. But A is so heavily defended by GV right now, it's going to be very hard to crack that nut. As 7 looking for the angle. Horus briefly moved over that crosshair there, and bullets fired. Alucard also getting away the crosses. What a shot there from Alucard. We've seen him do it time and time again, and it's always beautiful when he lands that shot.
The B site, it's unlocked. It's round 7. They're pushing into the B site. But Snox is just going to be that invisible wall instead. He picks up 3 kills and is now 11-3. And let's see if he's going to become 12-3. 4 KD so far. He actually had the weakest stats out of the 5 members, but coming into this match. But now he's on top.
Well, you did say the invisible wall lifted after round 7, so they went one round a little too early.
I see.
So we'll see if they can do it this time round. Alucard just gets picked off there by Awesome. Travis trying to just lay some suppressive fire down, see what he can get done. Penguin is underneath, probably in water coming up. Looking around, can he get anything done? And Totzane on a small excursion towards AC, and if he can see anything between the boxes. Or are they slabs?
They're boxes.
I think they're slabs.
Actually, you might be right.
Yeah, I think they're slabs. Anyway,
Okay.
Penguin joins his teammate. I don't think they know Creeds is there. I think they can guess. And they do get flashed. So they know someone is in the area. The C4 is making its way up. We do see Snox, Awesome, and 7 here. Like, holding mid, just holding around B just in case the invisible wall does actually lift. And here we go. Totzane makes an aggressive play. Snox takes out Horus. Travis takes out Snox. FaZe beats Travis. Totzane is back and forth. FaZe did get the double kill. 7 gets a kill as well. And GV look like they are ready to close this one out. It's 7-1.
Yeah, their global risk side has been airtight, and I don't feel like any of the invisible walls in this map have been taken down at this point. There was that one time they broke through onto the A site, and that was it. That was the one time they planted the bomb. That's not even the time where they got the round win. They actually lost that round. So 3BL, they're trying their best, but they cannot crack into any of these bases. GV are just playing too strong right now. And 3BL, you know, we keep saying this, they are trying to do as best as they possibly can, get some momentum into tomorrow. FaZe and Snox will put an end to that, though. Travis has been good so far for the team, but not good enough, as GV will take 8-1 in the first half.
That is the second biggest difference between the two teams at the half. The only other one was 9-0 yesterday. And 3BL were on the receiving end of that one as well. So mental states, maybe not that great today, but they do seem to be having a good time. So they do know they're in a position where there's not much they can do about their situation. Just try to have fun today and, you know, put the serious hats on tomorrow. It definitely does happen. Sometimes you just need to have fun with a game, even when you're playing competitive.
Yeah, sometimes you play even better in that scenario. Sometimes when there's no pressure, you actually begin to pop off, and like sometimes you begin to win even harder. So we'll see if they can actually manage it, and let's see what does happen. I wonder how 3BL feel about, you know, going down 0-9. We talked actually with Beck after their victory, and we knew their mindset, but I'm actually curious how 3BL felt after what happened then, and now what's happening now, as they only took the one round. But I'm not sure that we'll get to talk to them until potentially tomorrow, unless they can turn something around.
Yeah, well, 3BL, their global risk side, we're going to have to see what they can do. Can they shut the door quite as hard as GV did, or will GV just, you know, steamroll through this one? Penguin and Totzane are down. So 3BL looking for anything they can do here.
They tried to push fast through water from the GR side, which is not normal. That's like not something you see very often. As Alucard and Travis able to get one apiece. 7 is just on a massive roll as he picks up, I believe, 5 kills on the round. I think he was the one that was waiting for that push. Not 100% sure, but at least picks up the 3K at the end on top of whatever he had before, which was quite a lot. And now we're sitting at 9-1.
Yeah, look at the smiles. Like you'd look at that picture, right? And you wouldn't assume 3BL is staring at defeat. Right? You wouldn't assume they're 9-1 down, one map away from losing, one round away from losing Mexico. And
their map pick.
Their map pick, all smiles.
It is a little bit sheepish. Like I look at at Horus and Alucard, and both of them are kind of like, well, this is not very good. This is not a very good look. But yeah, We're going to have to wait until the players get back into the lobby. Just a moment, guys.
Yeah, bear with us. It's just not going well for 3BL so far this tournament, is it?
Not very much. I mean, they got close, too. Like, there were some maps where they, a couple of rounds away, you know, even like one round away, they definitely lost like 8-10 at least one time, where they could have forced some extra rounds and potentially made a comeback happen and maybe go from there and take a match, but wasn't meant to be. They're kind of living that old Team Myth story, now reformed with the new brand 3BL coming in, acquiring the team. A lot of the same players, which in the past, of course, the story was you start off really slow and things do not go well. You lose a lot. And then it comes to the playoff day, and all of a sudden they look like a totally new, refreshed team.
I mean, they could definitely have a good run. Maybe they're just keeping all their strategies available for tomorrow.
Maybe.
Maybe that's the four-head play, you know?
Yeah. The five-head play.
The five-head play, holding everything down, and yeah, going in, holding all the strategies until you have a mammoth run ahead of you, and yeah, we're still waiting for who is it that needs to get in? Someone needs to get back into
somebody.
The lobby. Yeah.
Meanwhile, how did they stay so still like that? That's really impressive.
I mean, to be fair, if they turn the camera on us right now, we're very still just chilling and waiting for this one to start back up.
Now, speaking of which, you know, you guys might see us here in a little bit, as it seems like the issue is taking a slight bit more time to fix than we expected.
Yep, which is unfortunate. I'm pretty sure GV don't want this to be delayed any longer. I think they just want to close out this map and then head on over to Black Widow, where anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you guys may have guessed, the issue does lie on their side. So of course they're not delaying on purpose or anything like that. They want to get through. They want to get this win and move on as soon as they possibly can. I am also very interested in seeing just how the tiebreakers will work, right? Because we're getting to that point where, okay, seems like GV are on their way to stomping 3BL. Still a little bit early to call it, of course, but it's looking good. Does that mean they will pick up the first place spot if they get like a really one-sided 2-0? If they get a 2-0 at all, I think they do make it just on map differential.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And we're going to take a look at some of the highlights here. I was like, oh, hold on, we're not back in the game yet.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, some highlights.
Mostly highlights of GV just storming into 3BL when they were on that Global Risk side. Is this map heavily Global Risk favored?
Yes.
So 3BL do still have a fighting chance.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a chance. You know, you put up a solid defense in mid, and GV don't have an answer. But at the same time, it is unlikely, given the dominance we've seen. Like, it's GR favor, but it's not supposed to be like, you know, 100% 8-1 like, every time. But definitely a bit of dominance from the side of GV, as we did see there, and the prophecy has been foretold. Here we are, on camera once again.
Yep. Thought we'd be on camera a little bit quicker. Like, I was so prepared, and then when we actually did go onto camera, I was like, oh, come. Oh, just relaxing back in my chair.
Yeah. No, we're just waiting for one of the members to get back in, as, you know, sometimes we have these issues. That is the vehicle of esports.
Yep.
Of course.
Yep. The internet is a cruel beast.
Yes.
Sometimes it will just cut out.
She giveth, but also she taketh away.
Yep. Yep. Mostly taketh away in my household.
it feels like we noticed the taketh away a little bit more. We expected it to only be giveth, and then the moment it's taketh, we begin to complain.
Yep. Straight on the phone with the customer support, and then they're like, hey, we'll send an engineer out to you as soon as possible. How does 3 months from now sound? And you're like, well, I can't really live without the internet. How am I going to get my game on, you know?
Yeah.
Well. Yeah. Go on. What were you going to say?
I was going to say there do exist some single-player games out there, but...
what's a single-player game?
Not the one that we're playing.
What is the meaning of single player?
Yeah. I don't have the answer for you, unfortunately.
Oh.
We are just waiting for the internet to be not a cruel beast this time, to not taketh away this one time.
Oh, I think everyone's in.
Maybe.
Oh.
Maybe.
We gotta
Just
go.
maybe we could be ready to jump back into it.
So it's going to be... do you think GV are going to close it out right now? Or do you think 3BL are going to put up the storm gates and slow things down? You really don't think that they have much of a chance to slow the things down?
I think GV are going to take this next round.
Ooh, I think 3BL
10-1.
I think 3BL might be able to get like 5 or 6 in a row and take us all the way to, the 17th, 18th cent. If they do that, I will be so impressed because they're in one of those positions that is really hard to do where you have to win 8 in a row. And it doesn't happen very often, especially when you're on the back foot. So we're back in game, on board now with Snox. So grenades coming in from 3BL. See if you can get anything through that crate. Nothing doing. Still just staring down the grenades. And, yeah. Where are we pushing?
Good question. Good question. Where is going to be the push? Oftentimes on Mexico from the BL side, you take your time. You see if the Global Risk wants to peek out, if they want to go for anything aggressive. And if not, maybe you wait until 1 minute is left, and then you try to form up some kind of push. Sometimes this map can be taken into portions, a push into mid and then a push onto the site. Because from mid, you have a couple more options, right? If you don't have control of mid, then you're either going under into water, and then that's very difficult, or you just have to do some kind of fast push into A, which also, if you don't have control, it can be difficult. So, generally, a big fight over mid is what we see.
Yep, and that's what we're probably going to see. Penguin does have the vision all the way down mid right now. So grenades coming in, Tutson in position. Travis there just making sure Creeds takes a couple of bullets for his troubles from, I think that was Penguin, yeah. Penguin gets a couple of tags, but nothing really major at this point. And we do see 3BL sitting on B, which, as I said, we've seen no movement towards B from any team, but it does look as though GV might actually have that in mind. They are chilling out in mid. They did get control over that area. Alucard sees everything and doesn't get the shot on. Penguin goes down. Tutson, though, does get one back. He does take out Creeds. Alucard, nice shot there on Snox. Travis takes out FaZe. And it's 3 against 2. Awesome and 7 have it all to do against Alucard, Travis, and Horus. Free-firing around the corner. Doesn't catch anyone but Horus. Playing with fire there, moving from one side to the other. Opening himself up. And Tutson gets Awesome, and Travis takes down 7. And 3BL, is this the beginning of the comeback?
Well, you're right about one thing. 3BL were able to get onto the board at least one more time, so that's good news for them. It did come down to a retake onto the B site, so GV were able to show kind of one of the ways you can push on this map, which is throw about 15 units of utility into mid, then push into a site, which is kind of what they elected to do. They tried to push on to B and go from there. but they were met with quite a lot of resistance. So let's see where they decide to go here. As 3BL, they got 3 guys looking into the water. They're not going to really see anyone there.
No, even though 7 did go on a little excursion and took a massive amount of damage, I don't think we saw any of that. He's down pretty low. Moving to rejoin the rest of his team. Probably uses the sacrificial offering for any push that's going to be coming through, because he can just take all the attention and with so little health, maybe eat up far too many resources, as we do see the push coming up over through mid. Nope, still sitting back. This is as slow can be. Grenades primed. They are moving all the way through mid. Are they going to be able to push up through mid into A? They control the middle area now. They have taken it. And it does feel like 3BL kind of gave it up very, very easily. And look at where Creeds is right now. Sitting right up in the corner of Alley. And here comes the push. Snox gets Horus. Travis takes down 7, gets Creeds as well. Awesome takes down Travis. So Tutsin gets Awesome FaZe, takes a kill on Tutsin. Alucard takes him out. Snox picks up the double kill. And GV, they do close out Mexico.
Yeah, they get there in the end. They gave up that 1 extra round over to 3BL, but a very clean Mexico here from the side of GV Esports. 10-2. They declare that they want to get into first place if possible. And this is a very good start for them. Again, this was 3BL's map choice. Did not go the way they wanted it to, as of course they had to start from the blacklist side. And we all know what happened from here. It was a lot of carnage as they tried to push into mid without a lot of utility. This is generally very risky. And the shots, like the gunplay was just much better as well from the side of JV. Like, they were hitting their shots, even when we saw them on BL, pushing onto the sites, like able to push in and actually win in what was like a straight up 5v5 a lot of the times is quite impressive.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the way this map played out, these highlights are going to be very, very GV heavy. We were on board with Travis there. Travis trying to do what he could, but Creeds was just far too strong in many of these engagements, and 7 with nothing left in the tank. I mean, what can 3BL even do? They do just seem second to every gunfight, right? They always seem to be coming in last. There seems to be something slowing them down, whether it's, you know, they know their position in this and know they can't really change their destiny, or maybe they just chose Mexico because they fancied playing something different.
Perhaps. 3BL put up a nice fight. This last fight was really kind of where I felt it the most, where I'm like, okay, GV look like the better team today. Like that one fight where they're just able to push in and 3BL are just really ready for it, right? They got basically 5 members on the site, and yet they were still not able to hold on to that one. A very strong push from GV. Travis, he did pretty well, 1.3, but nobody else really able to back him up this time around. Whereas, of course, on the side of GV, you win 10 out of 12 rounds, you're going to have some good stats.
Yeah, Snox and 7 both sitting above 2 with FaZe above 1, and that's very encouraging for GV as we move on to Black Widow, that they just controlled everything. They dominated 3BL, and I guess they really want to carry this momentum forward and take Black Widow in a similar style, giving them that first place, which we're assuming they're going to get if they win 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, the map differential will definitely be in their favor. So we'll see where it goes from there. You know, we don't want to call anything early because, of course, we don't have all of the numbers right in front of us. But either way, guys, we have Black Widow once again. I know, big surprise. If you guys like Black Widow, I mean, EUMENA is your region. This is the one to watch.
All right, so 3BL on the blacklist side this time round. GV on global risk, and Horus instantly deleted there by FaZe. I don't even know where he got that angle from, but through the doors, I think. Just getting the big hit onto Horus, taking him down. Now GV have the man advantage, and they are heavily stacked right now onto A, just making sure that they have everything set the way they need it to be set.
Let's see what Alucard can get going on this map. This one definitely a lot more sniper friendly compared to Mexico. Sometimes even sniper dependent, you could say. And certainly, you know, from the blacklist side will be a little bit more difficult, but
Travis is going to walk into trouble. Does get awesome, but Snox picks up a double kill here against Tutsin and Travis. What? Where is he? Snox. All right. Well, picks up the kills here as FaZe, gets Alucard down.
Oh, FaZe stole that kill.
Yeah, he did.
That was all Snox. He had the perfect flank going. I can't believe he's done this.
Well, Penguin has everything to do right now. He is going up A long, taking the long way around to try and rescue the C4. But if he peeks out just a little bit too hard, there is a sniper rifle waiting for him, and he does connect. Trying to finish it with the pistol at range. Not quite working out for him. So Penguin does get the kill on FaZe. Can he get 7 Creeds and Snox down? Oh, no. 7 gets the wraparound. And Penguin just caught looking in the wrong direction, checking all his stuff. Yeah, takes the win here.
Yeah, and if GV are just getting confirmation of this as well, if GV win in 2-0, in fact, they will be first place. Of course, they do need to get the 2-0. And the first tiebreaker, of course, is wins, but then it goes straight into map differential. So that's all you need to know. GV looking for that first place if they do pick up the 2-0 here. And so far, off to a good start. 7 back on the sniper, and Alucard is...
You don't see that very often. Alucard missing those kind of shots. Has to pull out the pistol to kind of set himself back on the right path as Snox takes him out. And it's looking very balanced right now, actually, between 3BL and GV. C4 is down. So GV do need to... they're on the clock. 3BL... to sneak it in. 7. And Awesome trying to push in here. Do get Travis down as Awesome picks up another kill on Tutsin and Horus. Last man standing no longer as GV take a very commanding lead in this series.
Yeah, 2-0 here on the second map of Black Widow. They get off to an amazing start. And these rounds aren't particularly close, as now Alucard getting a bit frisky. He's trying to look for those opportunistic peaks, if we're being kind with our words.
Yep.
It's a nice way to put it.
I mean, he has been missing some things you'd never normally see him miss as well. So Alucard having a very difficult time with this, but Horus getting Awesome down is an awesome feeling for him.
Yeah.
Making sure he can. Oh, Creeds with Horus. All the way down.
Hello.
Oh, nope. 7 aware of what was happening. Yep.
You say hello, I say goodbye. That's the way that song goes, right? Probably the kids who are watching.
No, I don't think the Beatles is on everybody's playlist. All right, so Alucard taking a peek. Can he get Creeds here? Oh, decides to turn around. So it is looking as though B might be the location that we're going to for this bomb plant again, but they are rotating. It is 4 versus 3. Only Awesome down on the side of GV, but Horus and Tutsin down on 3BL. And nice rotation over to A. I don't think GV are expecting this because you can see on your screen Creeds has just vacated the area and
handed it over without even checking anyone is behind him. Did he catch Penguin there on the corner?
I think they know now. Yeah, the rotation is coming in. But you're absolutely right. It's like the perfect timing for 3BL to push in. They just kind of slip through the cracks here. Now GV have to go for the retake. They have been good for it in many rounds before. Can they pull it off this time once again? Flash comes over the top. Travis underneath. That is a fantastic place to lurk, as now Seven and Creed's both coming in through the catwalk. That snipe once again going to miss. Travis goes down. Alucard has to go 1v1 against Creeds, and he will be able to pick up that headshot, or not the headshot, but the kill from the pistol. 3BL finally do get on the board.
They do indeed, and Alucard finally getting those shots on target, and that's going to start feeling good for him. All it takes is 1 or 2 good rounds as a sniper to snowball down into, you know, 5, 10, 15 kills. Like, all you need is that first couple of kills on the board, and you do start feeling much better with that gun in your hands. As we see Seven, he did catch Totsane moving over there. Didn't fire, but definitely could have taken him out. It was a very risky move. So he knows they have some information here, as it looks as though we're going to be all of 3BL, except for Alucard actually sitting in storage as they start to get absolutely steamrolled by GV. Horus is still standing. And I said steamrolled by GV, but GV end up on the worst of that exchange. Horus and Alucard both still standing. FaZe might be able to get the drop in here. He knows exactly where they went.
Oh, the timing. And now he can just secretly follow them. I think he's going to pick up a free kill here. Horus may have noticed him right before he went down, as the light flashed before his eyes.
C4 is down, misses the shot. Alucard doesn't connect there, but does connect there. And 3BL take another round here.
Alucard put in 2 clutch situations back to back. He's able to get it done, so that's very refreshing for me, because they've really been missing that as a team. And if they do have Alucard being able to clutch situations like that time and time again, they'll have a much better chance in the future, especially tomorrow. As we're peeking around the corner here.
I thought FaZe just gave a little bit too much of himself away there. I thought he was going to pay for it, but I don't even know if he was seen there. Grenades pulled. We do see Penguin sitting very deep on A long. Trying to get a view and FaZe. Of course, he does have the AK, not the sniper, so it's going to be a little bit of a tricky to see what's going on down there, as we do see the push coming over onto B. Horus leading the way so far. C4 is in tow. And just making sure, you know, waterway is cleared, that they have that all sorted. Seven pushing up, though. It's going to ruin this position here. Grenade comes in. Totsane does take a little bit of damage there, I think. As Seven peeks around the corner. What does he see? Nothing but Alucard's sniper. Gets the kill on Seven. And Awesome sitting high and mighty in the corner of this room. And Alucard still peeking. Travis takes a big hit there. In a bit of trouble. He's going to have to disengage for a little bit just to reset himself. Grenades coming in as Penguin is taking a big hit. Horus goes down, but so does Creeds and FaZe. 3BL pick up 2, but Snox gets Penguin, and Penguin is leading the charge for 3BL. It's going to be Snox against Totsane here. 1v1. Totsane looking. Snox almost left his head open there. C4 goes down.
It's good timing. Snox electing to go for the rotation. Not a good angle from underneath, so he'll choose the catwalk. A common choice, as he is trying to make his way in. Just needs a couple of shots into Totsane. Would get the job done. Snox has been so good, but can he do it once again? Totsane is holding his own very, very well in this 1v1. Couple of shots being exchanged. Snox getting closer and closer. And there it is. The headshot comes in. Snox will just barely pull that one off.
Yeah, 18 HP left. I mean, that could not have been closer for Snox, but that was a beautiful dance of death between the two of them there. Both peeking the right ways, making sure that they're not easily read so that they get picked off too early. And it's game on here. 3-2 for the side of GV as Snox goes down to Totsin pretty early on in these opening exchanges.
Yeah, a lot of aggression out from Storage. They tried to capitalize, but actually it is 3BL who get the advantage here as FaZe was very much out there looking for the pick. Alucard's going to scare him off for now. That was kind of funny. And now 3BL once again in control, getting those first picks. But as I say that, FaZe able to trade it back.
Yeah, 1-for-1. Penguin down, and Snox is down. FaZe having a pretty good game so far. Alucard easily one of the best on the side of 3BL, 6-3. So if he goes down, 3BL have a lot of work to do. Oh, he caught a leg, he caught an arm, and he gets the kill. Alucard takes down Creeds. 3 against 4. 7 thinking about popping out here. Would actually catch them if he decides to give chase down through the spawn. But isn't going to. We're going to get the rotation onto A, and Awesome's feeling pretty lonely there. Ooh, a bit of a feint. I don't think anyone's looking. Yeah, no one from the side of GV is looking down center, so they're not going to see these movements. They're not going to see the rotations. They cleared out water themselves, left it all alone, gave it over to GV, who had a look, didn't see anything, and then moved back in when the coast is clear. Great movement on the side of 3BL. And FaZe decided, yeah, well, no, that's not going to happen. As you see, 7 trying to do what he can. Bouncing the grenade off the wall. Is it good? It is. Putting that pressure on, forcing movement out of both teams here. Both teams forcing each other to move around. The C4 has been planted. There's 25 seconds remaining on that. Awesome makes the breach and pays for it. Travis just all the time in the world to spray that down. Travis pressured here, but it doesn't matter how much pressure is on him. He's going to perform now. 7 goes down. It is FaZe against 3, and he's going to unfortunately walk out there right into the open arm of Totsin. And that makes it 3-3. Game on.
Yeah, 3BL putting up a great fight so far as Alucard has really stepped up to the plate. He got those 2 clutches, and it was like a breath of fresh air for him, I think, because after that, now he's just getting the first bloods in the rounds, and he is getting, you know, multi-kills and stuff like that, and the team is following up great. Horus now able to get 2 of the members, FaZe and Snox here on Axis Road, who are trying to get in and poke out and see what they could see, but all they saw was death from Horus.
Penguin goes down to Awesome, so Horus is trying to get one back, but doesn't. Awesome manages to take him out as well, and it's 3 against 3, all tied up in terms of players. Oh, 7 just walks around the corner, whips out the pistol, and pistol whips Travis off the top of that window. And GV now have a slight advantage coming in to the dying moments of this round. Totsin and Alucard very, very healthy. Awesome and 7, not so much. If you combine their hit points, it's all equal, but Awesome does go down. Totsin gets that one. So now it's 2v2. 7 and Creeds have a lot of work to do here. B is open. 7 tries to get the shots in. He is looking. Totsin manages to take him out. They could plant the C4 here. I think they're just going to keep moving over to A, check that one out, and then plant it there as Creeds is on the move. He knows roughly, I think, where they are. Yeah. Alucard gives a little bit too much information.
Creeds? Again? The rematch?
Dance around the same pillar, and Alucard takes it this time. Creeds goes down, and 3BL, they're in the lead here.
Yeah. again, I mean, at the end of the day, we talked about it, 3BL, win or lose, they are third or fourth place. Whereas on the opposite side, of course, GV, if they win this map specifically, they will secure first place. But 3BL would love to play spoiler if possible, and they're playing carefree, but they're playing great crossfire.
It could be them thinking, hey, we got 10 O's yesterday on a map. We're not going to, you know, just let that team fall off first place. Like, we're going to come in, we're going to destroy you on Black Widow, and then see how we feel after that. Both teams just feeling each other out. We do have a little bit of movement through B-Long. Over to Waterway, just keeping things open. Salakard takes a look. Doesn't see anything. Might actually see 7 move around in a second. If he keeps his eyes in that location, which he is, will 7 make the move? I don't think he will. I think he knows. Yeah, I think he just knows.
Yeah, he's just going to sit on the box in storage. Alucard is trying to get sharper angles over there. But 7 is not moving. They have 3 guys over near this location. Creed's hanging, looking towards mid, potentially here.
I think Travis got spotted there, and that's kind of given a little bit away on the side of 3BL. They kind of know, GV now know roughly where they're going to be going. Will the wraparound be there? GV probably assume that they're going to pull out of this location and try to quickly push on B. And you can see that in the way they're set up, right? There's 3 on the side of B side. Only 1 person, which is FaZe, who we're on board with now, taking a look, protecting a site. Snox going on an adventure. Will he get caught out? He does. Penguin takes him out, but 7 does get Alucard. Big pickups on both sides. Tutson gets FaZe. And 3BL look as though they're turning up now. That slow start we were talking about seems to have finally dissipated. And we have turbo mode 3BL in this one. Travis, Tutson, is he going to peek a little bit too hard? Creeds definitely has an angle if he stayed around there. Creeds, mate, you're out in the open. Tutson has free reign here. Travis gets awesome, but Tutson and Horus, they finish off GV. And 3BL, after what can only be described as a disaster on Mexico, Black Widow is going in their favor, 5-3.
Yep, and all it took was Alucard clutching a couple of rounds, getting people excited. And this has turned around entirely for the team. Sometimes all it takes is a couple of rounds to get something going, and that's exactly what they have been able to do. 3 rounds now in a row for this team. And they could even potentially close it out 6-3. Let's see how far they can get here on a long. This FaZe, once again, going to be in charge of checking this. Going to be met with a lot of explosives and a bullet from Travis.
Yeah, FaZe going down pretty rough at this point. So what are 3BL going to do? How are they going to capitalize on this advantage? Are they going to try to push A? The C4 is round here. Penguin carrying it right now. As 5-man push into A looks on. And A has been abandoned by GV, so it is going to be that difficult retake on this side as Alucard gets into a position where he can see everything. Creeds does take out Travis, but does go down to Alucard. Sniper taking out Sniper is always one of the best feelings. So it's 4 against 2. 7, Awesome, and Snox have quite a bit of work to do. Horus is set up. Snox knows he's in that corner and gets the kill. It's 3 against 3. 7 trying to get Penguin, but Penguin gets the better of him there. And that makes it 3 against 2, but Penguin goes down. Tutson goes down. Alucard against Snox. Sniper against Rifler, and the Sniper wins this one out. 3BL in the half. Take it 6-3. And we swap sides.
We swap sides. GV are going to have to give us a masterclass of Blacklist, which I'm sure they can. I mean, they as long as they play the level they were on Mexico, perhaps some of that pressure getting to them, they're not quite playing at their top level, and 3BL have certainly leveled up. I mean, Alucard sitting here at 11-4 seems untouchable at this point, dying 3 less times than the next guy. It's somewhat unheard of. And yeah, let's see just what GV have in the tank prepared for this Blacklist side.
Could 3BL have been using Mexico to play mind games against GV? Like, oh, they're not going to take it seriously. And then when we get onto Black Widow, they just turn it up. GV are now cold. They're not feeling it as much. Could definitely be the case. It's a risky play if that is what they were doing. But yeah, 3BL very well set up now to defend this. And we do have Totsen on the hunt. Going to try to catch, I think, Awesome in the back. Snox and FaZe go down. Creeds is out. Awesome and 7. Last 2 remaining. And as I said, Totsen comes around the back and finishes it up. And even after the switch, 3BL get it.
And we see the cameras of GV, a lot of chin scratching. They seem almost confused about the way this is going. And I, kind of understand this. Now 3BL come out on long, and they absolutely dominate them, just sprays everybody down as the meat grinder comes in, and Awesome is alone in mid. He'll get a very nice flick. This guy is insane on those long angles, but it's not meant to be. GV really losing control of this map. 3BL looking like the much better team on Black Widow.
This is the 3BL we were expecting to come out yesterday against UNKNIGHTS, right? And where were they?
Well, just gearing up, slowly getting ready.
It's Horus takes out 7 with a very quick shot. Horus also gets Snox. So 2 down on the side of 3BL, and this is looking like it might be 9-3. To 3BL, who looks all its sorts in Mexico. But here, Totsen picks up 2 as Awesome, last man standing.
I thought they knew he was there. They were holding that angle as if he was aware of it, and then his teammate just ran through and died. 9-3 in favor of 3BL. Not only are they winning, they are making quick work of GV. No more chin scratching from them. They just do not look happy because nothing is going right for GV.
And if this finishes up here, we will be going to court 2 of 3BL. Awesome gets Penguin. He gets Horus. Great spray control there to take them down. 3BL on the back foot this time. GV have rushed in on A, and it looks as though the bomb does go down, and now 3BL have a lot of work to do. Travis, nothing left in the tank, and comes to a grinding halt there as GV finally get a win on the Blacklist side.
Yeah, just a strong push on the A-long that wasn't really answered this time from 3BL. So, as you'll note, they have 4 guys now on the A-long, just trying to control this area and not let that happen again. Flash comes through, and it's 7 alone. The spray not really working. They're trying to hit fast onto Catwalk with this aggression.
It looks like it might work, but Alucard might get to sneak around the back here. Grenades flying from both sides, and 3BL, they're going down south. They're moving through the spawn site. They let the bomb get planted, and now they're going to retake it. Are they going to just go up center? That would be nuts. Creeds.
Wow.
Yeah, Totsen. Big kill there, but Totsen Awesome picking it up. Triple kill here. Almost playing with their food. Alucard does get Snox. And FaZe saw Alucard there. Yep. Picks up the AK. Gets the kill, so it's Penguin against Awesome. Oh, Penguin popping off. Gets the double kill, but is he going to have enough time?
Wow. Just like that, 10-4. Diffuses it with like 0.2 or 0.1 seconds left, but it is barely enough time, and he nearly missed that too. He almost flubbed it But either way, a win's a win, 10-4. You can see not too happy on the side of GV. That's not the way they envisioned this map going. Their map pick, as for some reason our teams just have trouble winning on their map pick. Not sure what it is, but either way, GV now going to be working hard to try to figure out what they can do for ports on a seemingly newly leveled up 3BL.
Yeah, they definitely turned up on this map, but it didn't look it at the beginning, did it? It almost looked as though 3BL were going to continue the bleed. They went down 0-2 very, very early on, and then they just turned it on. They came back 1-2, tied it up. GV won the next one, and then 7 in a row for 3BL. Absolutely nutty 3BL in this one, and GV just could not stop the hemorrhaging of their sets. And it's one apiece. Port is the final port of call in this match. And it's going to be, if 3BL play this way, it's going to be very, very tight.
Yeah, I can definitely imagine a close port at this point. Surely 3BL, again, they're playing carefree. They're just playing spoiler. So they're having a good time of it. And that's the best they've played so far. I mean, that's a good look, as, you know, maybe this is kind of the mindset that they need. Perhaps oftentimes when they do get into playoffs in a low seed, they are able to perform because people aren't expecting them to do very well. But they certainly do have the ability. They have the talent and the skill to pull it off. The highlights here, very much 3BL favor. This one confused me. I thought that Creeds knew that he was in the corner, perhaps in communication kind of falling apart there, because he was just staring at that corner, which is not always the play. And then FaZe just kind of like hopped through. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna come this way, and then he died.
Don't worry about me, I'm gonna walk, and then everyone else is like, no, wait, it's a trap.
Yeah.
Don't go in there. But yeah, this C4. Oh, look at that. I didn't know he was defusing before he turned around, but that was as close as it could have been. And that map, Alucard, really did pick it up. And we talked about how Alucard is a key player for 3BL. When he is on fire, this team is on fire. He is the linchpin for the performance of 3BL. And this time round, GV just all its sorts. I mean, those are not the numbers we saw going through on Mexico. You know what I mean? Like, that is the polar opposite of what we saw.
Yeah, just kind of falling apart there. And 3BL immediately took advantage of that to take down a map, perhaps against the flow of play, perhaps against what GV were expecting to be a free walkover. They're like, well, we're going to beat these guys. We're going to take first. We're going to feel great about ourselves. Not quite going to be the case here.
No, whatever mess the table is in right now really depends on port. If this ends real quick, lots of things go up in the air. If it ends up going all the way to the golden round, we have a lot of math to be working out to see what the standings will be.
Yeah, well, we're all tied up 1-1. 3BL will be able to take map 2 here in match number 6. So up against GV Esports, we will have map number 3, Port, the final map of the night after a 10-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, guys. We are here at CFSI for 2023 EUMENA Division, and so far we've had 8 maps today. We are making our way onto the 9th map, which is port between 3BL Esports and, of course, GV Esports. So we'll have to wait and see who does pick this up. This is very important for GV, of course. They are trying to secure... They still have potentially a chance to get first. It's not going to be easy, though, Simon.
It is not. They're going to have to basically shut the door on 3BL, I think, to be first.
10-0.
Otherwise, LAZARUS will be in first, and then GV will be second, and UNKNIGHTS, unfortunately, will be third. But if 3BL can win, then UNKNIGHTS finish second. That's at least what I understood so far. So, yeah, it's all up for grabs here, and 3BL control the destiny of so many other teams in this tournament, despite not really controlling their own.
Yeah, I mean, as we mentioned before, they will still try their best to play spoiler. They have the destiny of so many in their hands. The power, overwhelming.
Some people just like to play God, and 3BL have that opportunity now. They have the whole tournament structure. Every team seeding depends on 3BL right now.
Everybody's watching. Just 3BL knows that they will decide. Of course, GV have a chance to affect it.
Yeah. But is it as strong as 3BL's claim to control the destiny here? Penguin actually took a ton of damage here. Where is he sitting? Currently chilling up by A. We do have GV playing this very, very slowly. Just getting a feel for what 3BL will bring on port.
Yeah. This one is an interesting map. I feel like it's one of these maps that teams either really have a great understanding of, or they're just kind of lost. They ban. Both these teams seem to have a decent understanding. I would favor GV for sure, but let's see how it's going to go. They push on in. Creeds, awesome. Snox, all getting one apiece. Actually getting 2 apiece are Snox and Creeds at the end of it all, as they will entirely wipe out the side of 3BL in that first round.
Indeed they do, and this is an absolute... That was a rout. Insane. Okay, so here we go. Alucard trying to get stuff done on the defense, but takes massive damage and goes down. But Horus returns the favor onto GV and managed to be taken down by FaZe, but the triple kill really important.
Absolutely. Penguin desperately trying to take him out. They finally get the job done. Took them quite a while there, but they do in the end. That time the A push not quite working out for GV. The pressure through the bridge working out much better for them in that first round compared to the second one. What is going to be the option they take this time around? Because I do feel like 3BL, even though they did get kind of routed in that first one, the way they start this round and that second round is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, they're looking very, very good as Snox does take out Penguin. Nice shooting through the smoke. Just checking where the gun flare is coming from. Firing in that general direction. Todzane moving around. You do see Snox walking up through sideways. A might be the play. We do only have Horus there, but Horus isn't exactly any slouch when it comes to protecting the A side. But oh my goodness, Awesome instantly taking him out. And we see Awesome moving to where he knows the rotation is going to be coming from, because it always comes from that direction. Alucard, Travis goes down, Toxic gets Snox, Awesome takes out Alucard, and look at that, Creeds finishing it all off. GV takes another one.
Yeah, and GV, I think they're playing the way you kind of have to play port, which is you look for a couple of picks. They got some here and there. There are a lot of angles on this map to take them. And then when you hit a site, you got to hit it fast and hard. There can't be a lot of delay. If you delay making your way into A, you will get cleaned up, and we saw that on the second round. As now, 3BL trying to push out on long. They will get punished for it just a bit, although Alucard is able to shore that up as well right at the end, and FaZe extremely low. He might go down to this nade. No, he is going to survive for now.
He is, but he's not going to survive that as Totson just peeks around the corner and takes him out. 3 against 2. 7 and Creed's got a lot of work to do here if they're going to win this one. They do have the C4, so there is at least that win condition out for them as Travis waiting for Creed's. Waiting for 7. Is he going to get it? He does indeed. Travis adds a win for 3BL.
And by the way, feels like we should reiterate it, but GV, now they can't get first place. 3BL, of course, they picked up at least one round, so that's the way it's going to be. Either GV gets second place with a victory on this map, or they will get third place and fall down to there, where they will have to face up against 3BL again tomorrow. Let's see if 3BL do force that to happen here.
And it looks like they might actually with this one. Penguin getting Snox down nice and early. And that might just change all the plans that GV had. But it does look like the C4 is constantly moving. But look at that. Nicely done by FaZe. Well controlled. Takes out Penguin. So it's 1 for 1. Blood for blood in this one. But FaZe coming up behind Totson. And bringing it more in the favor of GV as he gets the headshot with the pistol. FaZe is on fire right now. Awesome. Has quite a bit to do against Alucard. Alucard holding the position. Doesn't get it done. And GV take another win here, 3-2.
And now it feels like both the teams are coming out here hard and fast. Like 3BL challenging on bridge. Not something you see all the time from the TRSN. Not something you necessarily have to do on this map especially. But they're going for it, and GV are challenging them there. Like, FaZe is pushing through the bridge by himself and getting pretty big pickoffs. He got a lot of follow-up pickoffs after that as well. He got like 2 or 3 kills in that last round. So now GV going to follow up with the classic. This is El Clasico, yep. the 5-man B push.
Technically only 4 at the moment as they break in. Totson gets Snox, Penguin gets FaZe, but Creed pulls one back for GV, but does go down. 7 gets Penguin. It's 3 against 2. Travis is down, 2 against 2. Awesome is low. Horace looking to see what he does. He gets down 1. 7 takes out Alucard. 1v1. It's 7 against Horace. Who's going to take this?
It's the 2 entry men going head-to-head. They are left alone at the end. It is not very often that this happens, actually, because usually they're the first one in and the first one to go down oftentimes. But let's see who will be able to take it down here, Horace or 7. 7 does not get the jump. Not expecting Horace to peek there, and Horace just immediately puts a bullet straight to the dome. And this is really back and forth. I mean, our sheet here is looking kind of like a checkerboard with, you know, it's 1-1-1-1-1-1 back and forth between the two teams.
Indeed it is, and we'll probably have a game of that later. Right, here we go. Bit of an engagement here. Snox pre-firing down through that hole, hoping to catch Penguin, but doesn't get a nick. So Penguin's still very, very healthy. Snox has taken a little bit, Awesome has taken a little bit of damage, so very slight advantage for 3BL, but nothing really to write home about. As we do see 7 flirting with the C4 here. He does eventually pick it up. And this might just be a central rush here. It does breach the doors. Reads Penguin. Penguin not getting the best of that, but Horace does get revenge for his compatriot here as Creeds does go down. So it's 1 for 1. 7 sneaking through. Snox as well. Alucard does know. I think he knows they're there. Does get Snox down. Alucard doesn't. I don't think he knows he's facing 2 here as he gets a real quick scope. Does eventually go down, but 3BL Tudson enough to close it out. And 3BL, they take another.
Yeah, 3BL are really putting in the hurt as GV looked a little bit stumped as to what to do at this point in time. Again, like, all they had to do, they dominated them so hard on Mexico, and then all they had to do was go into Black Widow and at least have a decent score to put yourself in position to, you know, take port and collect first place. Like, there was a way for them to take port as the third map and even get first place anyway if their round score was good enough on Black Widow. But they got 10 forward. So now they're just, yeah, now they're feeling the pain. They're feeling the hurt. I would be personally very tilted myself. I can't even imagine what they have to deal with, but as pros, I'm sure they will find a way to deal with it.
Yeah, their mental fortitude is quite a bit higher than ours.
Yes.
But 3BL, I was joking about this, but maybe it was all part of the plan. Absolutely bomb on Mexico, lull GV into a false sense of security going into Black Widow and port, and then coming back and just taking it over. Like, I meant it as a joke, but it seems to be coming true. As we're on board with FaZe here, Snox now, moving up that B road. Where will they go? It does look like it's going to be a heavy breach into B. All eyes are here. Tuts and Travis are there. Penguin is close by. He can rotate in, and they see it coming. Snox gets taken down, but Tutson. Oh! Oh! Quadra-kill there. And he takes it for 3BL. Maybe they only need one player on the team.
Well, if you get that kind of angle, I guess you do only need that one guy. 5-3, 3BL in total control of this one now. That's 3 rounds in a row. And you can just feel that momentum. You can feel the energy totally being in control of 3BL right now. Travis is alone here on the back road of B, which is really uncommon. Just gonna try to play contact here, throw in the flash. They weren't expecting a follow-up here. Some of the spray is pretty good from Todson. Again, he's got really good control today. As this plant will come in, and the rotation is coming in quick.
Yeah, but is it going to be strong enough? We do see Travis popping off this time. Does go down to FaZe, but did get 2 kills before succumbing as FaZe goes down. Creed's last man standing and does manage to get the pistol kill there as GV close that one out. And it is 5-4 as we go into the switch.
Creed showing some energy there, some happiness, able to clutch that one. You really don't want to give 6 rounds to 3BL, regardless of side. And so, pretty even at the half here.
Yep.
GV Esports put themselves in a position on the swamp to potentially just lock things down from GR. But I don't know. It does feel like 3BL are playing the best crossfire we've seen so far, which is quite impressive.
Yeah, considering how close yesterday's games were, and how crushing those defeats would be to go 0-2, playing as well as they did is, it's soul crushing. And it seems like it affected them maybe on Mexico, but they definitely all came back for Black Widow and Port now. They have the advantage at the half. Can they capitalize on it and close this one out? It would be nice if they can get that done in 5. If they can finish it by round 14, back-to-back wins and get a little bit of revenge for what happened on Mexico. Yeah. That's no problem. You just click, and that's how you win the game, right?
Yeah, just click on the heads and take down the rounds.
Hold W occasionally to move around.
Sure.
And click, and that's just how it works.
Seems important, Card is trying to get this pick off in mid. If you've watched enough GV, you'll know that it'll be almost all the time just 7 holding one of these angles. And 7's just going to back away. He's like, well, it looks like they might actually push here. So he's just going to take a more passive angle for now. But it does look like 3BL heard a little ping. Let's go to B site. And that's where they will head.
Again, well, I say again, 3BL copying the playbook of GV here. Having a big, strong push. There are 2 members of GV over on A. So they're going to be a little bit short-handed. And here we go. The breach is on. Horus first through the door. Shots fired, but not much done. Horus goes down as Tutson gets freed. Awesome takes Tutson. 7 takes Travis. And it's back and forth for 7. Gets the double kill. Awesome takes out Penguin. Awesome takes out Alucard. GV tie things up 5-5.
We're all tied up after the first half. GV comes in, picks up a round win to make it even at 5. Next up, good defense there on B. Sometimes it becomes a bit obvious, right? You're just kind of milling about in mid. You're trying to create a distraction, and then like 20, 30 seconds go by and GV knows, okay, well, they're pushing somewhere. We don't see anything on A. It's almost definitely B. They're able to rotate a 3rd guy over, and the defense is solid, so it can be difficult sometimes to get. You really have to be strong on your entries on this map. And 3BL so far have been thwarted.
3BL teasing this push. No movement yet, but here we go. Awesome getting an awesome shot, getting another one. Alucard and Tutson fall to his bullets. Horus does pick up 2 for 3BL. So it's 3 against 1 now. Snox, last man standing. Penguin, Travis, and Horus need to get him down to give 3BL an advantage. Snox hiding around the corner. Just going to peek. He has 35 seconds to play with before he has to defuse this bomb. And Horus, through the smoke, finishes him off.
All right, so 3BL started off slow. Awesome headshotting one of them on their way in, but then they immediately were able to sweep in and take most of the people out. Horus doing his job. Great entry, getting in onto that site. And this time, the defense was not quite able to stop them. They were there on time. I mean, once again, GV kind of reading the situation, but it wasn't quite up to par. So now let's see what 3BL want to do. Will they consider going B 3 times in a row? I've cast seasons of CFS where we have like 7 B rushes in a row back in the day. But types are different now, and I'm sure 3BL will look to do something a bit different at least, as it's only Horus here. And Penguin is peeking on the bridge and gets punished.
Yeah, a little bit too happy-go-lucky with that peek and does pay the price. Snox coming over the bridge, going to be looking down. Horus, can he see anything? I think he might hear this one. On board, grenades come in. Have a little peek. 7 might be in a bit of trouble here, as Travis is wrapping around as well. If they see him in that smoke, if that smoke dissipates just a little bit, he's going to be paying for it. Awesome. Great control there. Waited for Horus to peek around that corner. Horus tried to make a little bit of a move and instantly takes the helmets off.
It's a good play so far. All of 7 absolutely punished here. Alucard just waiting for that, as they are expecting a faster maneuver towards B. But it didn't quite come in, and that little lurk is going to get 3BL a chance on this entry. And that's going to be a miss from Awesome. Another kill from Alucard, and all of a sudden, this is looking like 3BL's round to win.
Yeah, Alucard escaping down the back street there, just getting into a much better position, knowing roughly where Snox and FaZe are going to be coming from. FaZe doesn't even see that coming, goes down to Travis. It's a 3 versus 1 situation. And the 3 win, 3BL take another.
3BL, man. They had all the power, and they just wait until the last match of the group stage. They're like, all right, GV, now you're our target. Feels bad to be you guys, because we're going to play the best Crossfire we've played all tournament right here, right now, and we are going to deny you a chance of getting 2nd place.
And we're going to do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true. That's even like the next level of mind game. it's like, well, we beat you guys, so what does that make you guys? You know, like we were the team that was on the bottom. We were not the team to beat. In fact, GV was coming into this tournament. They were the winners of CFWL. I mean, they should have been the big favorites coming in. Yet, 3BL are putting up a big challenge. They haven't won just yet, but 2 rounds in a row here from the Blacklist side. They're looking strong.
They are indeed. The A push looking the most likely one right now. And with all the pushes into B, I feel like GV might just be sleeping a little bit on this A push. So if it can come in quick enough. FaZe is there. Snox knows. No, Snox actually turns around, but turns instantly back. Does get taken out. Horus gets FaZe as well. The spray coming in. The control is good, but unfortunately, no one's really getting hit. 7 and Awesome go down. Pistols at dawn here. And Creeds is the last man standing.
Yeah, I mean, Creeds was able to get that kill on a Penguin because he was facing the wrong way. I mean, he was charging in there with the pistol, perhaps getting a little bit overexcited, but it's still looking really good. 3BL, they take it down. Creeds picks up 2 more, but he needed 4 more, and that was too much to ask. We're sitting at 8-5. See, exasperation now is coming through for GV, as they're only 2 rounds away from having to play these guys again tomorrow.
2 rounds is not a lot at all in this game. That's definitely a given. Right, what are we looking at here? Penguin making a slow move in. Just positioning, making sure they can get some of the information. C4 sitting pretty far back, near their own spawn, but we do have Totson having a little journey towards B, checking it out ever so slightly, but center. Actually, they're going to push right up through the middle, and look at this, it's working out. Awesome gets Horus, but Penguin does get 7. Awesome takes out Penguin in returning, gives the advantage over to GV. Snox is very low though, so it's not much of an advantage as Totson single-handedly pushed B. And unfortunately, that's a very hard position to take even as a 5.
Yeah. I mean, Penguin is a madman. He is just like running through the middle of the map. He runs out of bullets. He takes out his pistol. He's like charging into the site with just a pistol by himself. And he gets shot in the back, like, of course. Not surprising that that would happen, given that state, as now Travis is going to be taken out. FaZe gets back on the board here for GV. Still a chance for them. This one is not over just yet, but it is 3BL 2 rounds in the lead.
It is indeed 8-6, going the way of 3BL. Remember, 10 is that magic number for victory. And we might actually be going into the extra rounds. That would definitely be something. These 2 teams taking each other the whole way. It is neck and neck in terms of performances. 3BL currently have that little bit of an advantage in the overall score, but it is not massive. GV looking to punish FaZe, keeping eyes down on A long. And it might just be that's where the push is coming, so he might actually get some value here. Travis taking a peek. Oh, does he know he's there? I think, you know, you'd expect that move at some point. Would it be now? It does look as though GV are prepared to defend A.
Yeah.
The way that it's 2 in very good spots, and we do have 7 playing in a more flex position here. And look at the control there by Snox. Horus and Travis down. Penguin does get FaZe. Totson gets Snox down. That's a massive kill there. 7 takes out Alucard, but Penguin gets 7. Penguin gets Awesome. Can you get Totson?
Do they know where Creeds is? I think they've got a decent idea. They spot him, but it's Creeds. Picks up 2 headshots in a row and brings it forward for the team. Man, that was a really close round. It looked all TV all the way, but 3BL, Penguin especially, was able to pick up 3 kills in a row. to try and secure that round. It was really close for them, but it was not meant to be in the end. It's getting way too low, and then Creeds does get the cleanup here. 8-7 on the final map. This is the way it was destined to be. And you mentioned extra rounds. I think at this point we deserve a golden round.
A golden round between these two? I mean,
yes.
You know, GV have already done it once. And they won that golden round. Can they do it again if we ever need to go that far? We do have a little bit of back and forth. 3BL do have the advantage in terms of overall hit points, but it's not that much of an advantage. Let's do what he can. He is going to eat a grenade for his troubles there. Nice grenade, knowing generally which way they'd be trying to escape the damage coming in. So Horus, we're on board with Alucard taking a look down that center. As pre-firing into a wall just to see if anyone's nearby. Snox might get taken down. It's 3 in this middle section, and a small feign, I think. Going over to A, big shot by FaZe, misses. Misses again, I think there. That was the second shot by the sounds of it. And smartly 3BL is just like, okay, let's take the foot off the gas on that side. Let's go brake check on the left. Let's see if B is ready to accept us as their masters.
And GV are so ready for this. They got 3 guys in position. Awesome. It's been quite strong at hitting those head. Not going to happen this time, though. The entry is strong, and it's all up to Creeds again. And he's not quite able to make it happen this time. Pushing through the smoke, 7 at least. Able to get 1 more, but it is still 3 against 2 in favor of 3BL. They want to get to 9 rounds. They want to force match point. Travis gets it there and being shot in the back. FaZe not able to check all the angles. Running out of time as 3BL make it up to 9 rounds, 9-7, as they are on the cusp of determining a lot of teams' fate.
2 match points for 3BL. Didn't think we'd be saying that after the first map in Mexico, but here we are. 3BL can close this out. All they have to do is keep their cool, keep their composure, and they can do it. As we see Horus.
FaZe has a shotgun.
Oh, goodness. FaZe does have a shotgun. Doesn't feel intentional. It's a bit of a weird map for the shotgun, since there's quite a lot of long-range angles on this one. Not really much in the way of close, especially when you're on GV.
Yeah, I guess FaZe, you know, he saw him on A top missing a lot of shots. Perhaps he just says, okay, 7, you take care of it. I can't get it. I can't lock it down here. Creeds comes over. Horus with the quick flick. And are they about to take it down is the question, but the shotgun from line, he picks up an AK, and that will be GV getting the round and forcing 1 more before we get into potentially extra rounds here. 9-8, 3BL not able to get that push going.
3BL win this. They throw a spanner in the whole tournament standings. GV win. They take a deserved 2nd place. Oh, great entrance there. Alucard gets awesome. We do see Horus go down. We see Tutson go down. Travis is down. It's 2 against 4. And GV take round 18 and brings us
to extra rounds.
To extra rounds. It's
extra
9-9.
rounds. Here we go.
Now remember, when we get into the extra rounds, you have to have 4 wins. If it's 3 and 3,
yes,
then we go to the 25th final golden round.
Maybe we can call it the silver round, because regardless of who wins, maybe that's a bit too harsh. But if GV win, they get 2nd place. I mean, that's... But it's not decided, of course. That's just seeding. Either way, guys, we are hopping into the extra rounds here in just a moment. You see a lot of reassuring nods from 7. Everybody seems ready to go. The side of 3BL, of course, still waiting, still wanting to get this win. and decide GV's fate. At this point, you've come this far. You might as well bring them down to your level.
Yeah, you might as well bring them down. They seem ready to go. The shouts are coming out. Which way are they going? We do have GV on the blacklist side. Global Risk being played by 3BL. Didn't have a good run of it the first time round. Did eventually stabilize and get 3 in a row. Did 3BL on the GR side. So maybe they can take the first 3 here and put themselves in a very good position. But I'm sure GV have a lot to say about that. It's great. Coming in, Penguin under fire. I think it's more just, I think you're there. Take these. You might need them in your adventures going forwards. Yeah, it is. It's just a bit of picking, but FaZe actually goes down there. Horus manages to pick him off through the smoke.
Yeah. You got to be careful about making your presence that well known. You know, you spend a lot of time in one position just firing through the door. Somebody is going to return fire, and sometimes they're going to be that accurate. Just take you down. Awesome also took a whole chunk of damage somewhere. Probably a couple of grenades, I would expect, unless he was peeking into bridge, which I don't think was the case.
No, they're going to sit pretty here. Alucard looking for blood. Awesome 7 are going to get in his sights. But Horus gets Awesome. Horus takes out Snox as well and makes it a triple by taking Creeds. But 7 gets Alucard, and 3BL look like they might be able to close this first round off in the extra matches. 7 has a lot to do. It's 1 against 4, and Horus cleans out the rest of the team, and they take round 1.
Yeah, nicely done. Really making quick work of that push after FaZe went down so early. Horus with 5 kills, as you're pointing out, picking up every single one of them, including that pick onto FaZe at first. And then he was right beside Alucard as Alucard baited a lot of the attention. And Horus was right there to land the shots. And he continues. FaZe is already in. And they do not, well, now they seem to know. Horus, again, number 6 in a row.
Yeah, he is just popping off right now. 6-0. And do GV have any kind of answer to the performance Horus is putting in right now?
Well, they have 1 kill so far. That's 7. He got the 1 on the last round. And now GV, they're, again, I mentioned it many a time, but some of the entry pushes on this map are very important. You said it before, it's difficult sometimes to enter onto a site with 5 members, but the second you get one guy picked off and another guy is taking damage, it becomes just exponentially more difficult to push a site on this map.
Yeah, if you only have 1 member down low, you can always use him to draw fire and, you know, find out where everyone is. But once you lose a member, you don't have that luxury to play with someone's hit points. Because suddenly hit points matter a whole lot more as Alucard takes a lot of damage. He is very low. And Horus gets Creed. Snox takes down Alucard. Penguin gets Awesome, but Snox picks up the double kill against Horus. And it looks as though 3BL will be able to close this one. Penguin gets 7. Oh, but my goodness, Snox popping off has equaled it up. It's 1 against 1. Tutson, last member remaining on the side of GV. But just not enough. Tutson does close that one out.
Yeah, great long-range shot there. With the AK up against the M4, just able to put that last bullet in him. And once again, push met with a lot of resistance. Horus got almost too aggressive after he picked up yet another kill. They spot Alucard, rather. They're getting very aggressive onto this, but it is not working. They're all flashed, as that is not the smooth and fast push you need to get on top of A. So Penguin going to take down 4. He's looking for 1 more for the double ace. He gets one and Horace gets one. That would be crazy. So instead, Alucard's going to steal it away. And either way, it is still 3 rounds from the GR side taken away. And now all they need is one more.
One more to throw the spanner in the machine of CFSI. Everything that we thought we knew before this tournament started has kind of just evaporated before our eyes, as we had UNKNIGHTS yesterday going undefeated. And now, I think they're going to finish third. Oh, no, maybe 3B. If 3BL take it, then.
Yeah, then they get second.
They get second.
Yeah.
But otherwise, they'll be playing in that 3rd and 4th place match after such a good display yesterday. And, not what you want to see when you have such a dominant day one and you have one game the next day and you fluff it. You fluff the day.
Yeah.
And end up walking home, coming back tomorrow in the first match, which is that 3rd and 4th place match.
Yeah. It's not a good feeling to fluff the day. And we're going to have to wait for everybody to get back in here, as it looks like we may be missing one guy.
Yep.
On this side of GV.
Yeah, so we did remake the lobby here. So hopefully this reconnection doesn't take too long, as I'm sure 3BL really want to get into it. But I can see why GV would, you know, not purposefully slow things down. If something has happened, then that's perfectly fair. But yeah, if you're going to slow it down, this is the time to do it. You're 0-3 down. Next win for your opponent will close out the whole match. So if you're going to do it now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can even see, like, on some of the players, they're generally enshrouded in darkness. Like, they're wearing a cloak of darkness. Sometimes they're not, which generally means that they're not in the game. And in this case, that is the case.
Now,
on many a member.
Yeah, I always keep a light on when I'm playing my computer. It's the darkness really does affect my eyes. Like, it's healthier, right, to have a light on when you're playing.
It is, but if you have no other lights, no other distraction, I think it also, you know,
focuses you in.
Yeah. It's kind of like all of the light is only being taken in from the game, so nothing on the side can kind of get in the way, as your eyes are always trying to absorb any kind of light that's out there.
Yeah, I would not play with only screen light left. I wouldn't be able to see the keys on my keyboard. I wouldn't know what I was doing.
Maybe your pupils get larger as well if the lights are off, and maybe they can absorb more light. I don't know.
But you'd want your pupils smaller, because that's when you're generally more alert to what's happening.
Sense.
Yeah. So
well, I'm keeping the lights on from now on.
Yeah.
You've convinced me. The power of science.
It's a guaranteed improvement of at least like 5 rating points.
Guaranteed by Simon.
But I don't even think it is. Like, because 3BL are playing like hunters in the night right now.
Yeah.
And, you know, 3/5 of them, 4/5, can't even count, 4/5 are shrouded in darkness. And I can't even tell if there's movement in that one on the top right, but I can't tell if there's something there.
Yeah, Penguin is like, he's like at a rave with all the lights off. I don't know, like, you can barely even see into his room at this point. Yeah, sorry for the wait, guys. We're trying to get back into this map. We are almost there as the players are attempting to rejoin and hop into this one.
See, I'm a Tutson guy. I like my lights on. 7-2. 7 has his lights on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
7's got a nice setup.
He does. Nice in the corner of the room.
Yeah. You can tell his camera's pretty high quality, too.
Yeah.
It's not just your average basic webcam.
The $399 ones that say they're 1080p, but struggle to get up to 640.
They're 10.80p. That's the thing.
Yeah. I've also made the mistake of buying those webcams
they're
thinking it was 1080p. Literally
know
count.
if that's possible.
Literally count the pixels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 pixels. Well, I believe that we are almost ready to hop back into the game, guys. So
We are indeed.
it looks like everybody's gearing up to get back into this one. Just a reminder, we do have 3BL, who is 12-9 right now. So they need 13, as we have entered extra rounds, of course. If they hit one more round win from the Blacklist side after the swap, they will win the map, and they will force GV to play them tomorrow in the first match of playoffs.
Yeah, the mind games are pretty strong here. Maybe it's, you know, we want to play you first because we know we can beat you straight up. We did it once, we'll do it again. And then they'd be going on to play UNKNIGHTS and maybe get revenge for that shocker. And then make their way to the final. But I'm pretty sure GV have a lot to say about this. I don't think they're just going to lie down and take it at all.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, who knows what can happen if we do get into a best of 5. You know, maybe GV, maybe they get knocked down, and that's kind of the inspiration for them to make a big run. Could be the same for 3BL. I mean, they've certainly done it in the past, as I've mentioned many times today. Lots of time to, you know, find time to mention that. And let's see how this is going to go. 3BL searching for 1 round. GV need 3 to force a golden round.
And both teams playing very passively right now. Penguin is in a pretty aggressive spot, though. He might actually be able to get something on 7 very shortly. I think he passed the window and he just looked away at the wrong time. We do have a posturing towards B. Will they take it? No, it's terrible. All right, so they're running in. Creed is going to go down. Horus gets that, but Awesome and 7, they take out some big hitters. Tudson doing what he can to close this out for his team. FaZe gets Penguin.
That's it.
That's it.
Sniper on sniper. Alucard gets in there, takes down the 13th round, and will win the map for 3BL. They are... Oh, man. CGV are just absolutely devastated after that loss. They will have to play that one extra playoff match against a team that just beat them the day before. As you can see, those cheeky smiles on everybody on the side of 3BL. They know what they did.
Yeah, they know that Mexico is a false flag. They know that it was like, okay, we'll throw that so hard, GV will relax too much, and then we'll come and just dominate everything.
Yeah, and that they did. After that, it was 10-4 on Black Widow, and then we got to these highlights. It was a close back and forth map, actually. 5-4 on the first half in favor of 3BL. Then, of course, 5-4 for GV. That forced the extra rounds, but lots of strong pushes on the sites. Thompson had this huge 4K this time. Crazy stuff. Lots of big multi-kills on this map, like 4Ks, even 5Ks. Just a great back and forth map of Crossfire.
Yes, some of the best Crossfire I think I've seen this weekend between these two teams. Everything was a standout. I mean, even that phase here, I think he gets, no, he gets instantly taken out. It was a great push in. And sometimes you don't even see the shot get fired and someone dies.
Reeds, it actually looked like he had a pretty nice map. I'm not sure what the stats will look like, but there were a lot of moments where he was clutching it down, getting 1v2s, holding it down at the end of rounds. But wasn't quite enough. Awesome started off great and then kind of like tapered off.
Yeah.
And as a team, as a whole, you could just tell that something was a bit missing on the side of GV. This isn't their true form. I'm sure we'll see it tomorrow, but I just wonder how much the mental aspect will play into it. But with having to face these guys yet again, and also having to turn it around.
Yeah, I was also going to say, like, 2 devastating losses for GV, really. I mean, they lost to
UNKNIGHTS yesterday, and they lost the 3BL today, and that's going to hurt overall. That's going to affect how you start approaching matches. Has your strategy been wrong? Is your gunplay not as good as it usually is? Like, what is going wrong for GV? But we take a look at the stats, and yeah, look at GV. How did they lose? 1.73 on Creeds, 1.4 on Awesome.
They had like better stats.
Yeah.
Yet they couldn't get the numbers where it mattered, which was on the scoreboard. 13-9. It was all 3BL for the majority of this map. And regardless of who was playing well and who did what, it is a 3BL victory.
It is indeed, and there's confirmation. 3BL 2-10 in set 1. And then they just turned up the heat 10-4, 13-9.
The swing.
The swing on Black Widow and Port. I mean, Mexico was their choice.
Yeah. They're like, let's just have fun on Mexico. And then, you know, I said it, but there were a couple of rounds where Alucard just clutched it. And then after that, it was like they were off to the races. Like, he got those 2 clutches on Black Widow. And after that, it was like, okay, now we're going to win. Well, let's win, guys. Okay. And they started just playing really, really well. So it was really cool to see how they did it. So, yeah, that was a wild ride, it feels like.
Yeah, it feels like it has... that was a roller coaster. Let's just say today has been a complete roller coaster, actually. I mean, we got to see Eagle Eye come out, Ankara between UNKNIGHTS and LAZARUS. I mean, today has been a solid day. And also, big shout out to LAZARUS and GV when they went to Port, going all the way to the golden round. I mean, it has been a great day.
Yeah, the golden round did happen. And guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's hop over to that right now. Hello, Penguin. Congratulations on picking up the match win. How do you guys feel about playing spoiler to GV and picking up your first match win personally for you guys finally here at the end of the group stage?
Well, it don't feel great, I guess, because we were focusing for first place, but didn't end up very good. So I guess we will try our best tomorrow, but today was the first brick at the wall we need to build for tomorrow.
Yeah, I have a question about Mexico. What happened on that map? Because you chose it and it just seemed to completely fall apart.
Mexico is... we chose Mexico. We knew that we were gonna start BL, but my team's mentality was so down. They were like, okay, we're just gonna lose like any other game. So I was like, between the games, I said, we need to win other maps. We need to build for the next. So we tried our best in Mexico, but Mexico is not a map that you can win it easily, especially on BL, because it's global risk sided. So we tried everything. We tried faking our strats, but GV, we knew that GV is good, but we had to ban other maps because we were bad at other maps. So we tried to play together, but it didn't work out.
So I'm curious, Penguin, for you and, you know, back on Team Mythsime and now with 3BL, definitely had a reputation in the past of kind of like starting off slow and then starting to build that wall and eventually kind of sometimes even winning the championship. So do you guys think you can pull that off again tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm trying. We're trying to bring this mentality back of getting back from behind to first. And today was the first thing we can do today. Build the wall we used to have, built the team mentality we used to have. So I guess today is a very big day and we can win it. We can have the first place tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure, and my team's mentality is going to be the best tomorrow, so we can do it.
Yeah, thank you for talking with us, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
You have a long run ahead of you, but you can definitely do it.
Yeah, thank you.
So that was Penguin. Great to hear from him. As you know, that's kind of the mental aspect that we don't always hear about, where it's like they were just really down. That's part of why the performance wasn't quite there, but then they immediately turn it around and you see what they're capable of. So I'm very excited to see what they can do tomorrow, as long as they can, get their heads on straight and potentially, they proved they can take down GV once. They could definitely do it again, but it's not going to be easy. We got a lot of strong teams here at EUMENA. Lazarus getting first, UNKNIGHTS second, and then of course GV and 3BL down there at the bottom, and they will face off yet again.
Yeah, the gauntlet is set. GV versus 3BL. The winner of that has to go up against UNKNIGHTS, and then the winner of that has to go up against Lazarus in a best of 5. So that will be the only best of 5 of the weekend, and it will be the final. So make sure to join us tomorrow, 5 p.m. CEST, as GV Esports takes on 3BL Esports. And then we'll be going all the way through until a winner is crowned. And that will be between Lazarus and one of the other 3 teams.
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome day tomorrow. Make sure you guys are joining us. We've had so many back and forth matches. Yeah. Like, it is so close in this region of EUMENA. And I can only imagine that once it comes down to playoffs and everybody's really, really focused, that it's only going to reach a new level. So it's been a lot of Crossfire, Simon. We will join you guys again tomorrow for the final day here at CFS INVITATIONAL Division. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.